Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After the break, I returned to my seat. In front of me was Jura, who was already sitting. The left will start first. Without saying words of greetings, I was unilaterally sentenced by the timekeeper. This is the third time I've been played. How annoying. Since she had moved her piece, I pointed my hand accordingly. After about 15 moves, the battle situation was clear. On the other side, it seemed that she was using the tactic of preparing spear in exchange of Eagle King. The Eagle King unit made the same diagonal movements as in shogi, but they had special characteristics. It could jump over enemy and ally pieces, and could completely disregard the terrain called river that ran in the center and restricted the invasion. In my heart, I call it sniper. Needless to say, this unit makes it easy to snipe the king. But since it will be a game where the king piece just need to run away from the Eagle King piece, it's not interesting. The Royal Guard piece and the Personal Guard piece, which are arranged in front, right, and left of the king piece, are the pieces that can't be jumped over. However, the special ability to jump over the pieces is still overwhelming, which greatly limits the tactics of enclosures in Togi. Conversely, there is a wall against the Eagle King piece in the initial state, so breaking this will increase the danger of sniping. I can say that. By using this strategy, she wants to bring down my Eagle King piece with her Eagle King piece in the first several moves. I'll have to waste a few moves, but with a few disadvantages, I can limit her tactic. Instead of better at using the Eagle King piece, I'm probably better at crushing this tactic. Hey you, Jura. And Jura spoke there. What? Wasn't a promise not to say anything in the finals? That reminds me, this is the first time I hear her voice. Are you alright? Jura. What about it? Well, I don't feel bad. Yuri. When I answered, Jura deliberately put her hand on her mouth and laughed with giggle. No, I wonder if you don't know. Aren't you worried at all? Jura. Not in any way. Yuri. Is that so? The things you do are, what was that again? That small store. Jura. Are you talking about Ho and Associates? Yuri. I hear you're hiring a lot of drifters. Isn't hard to do it nowadays? I mean, there could be a fire. Jura. How do I say it? She's really a scum. It's not that I hate scum. I'm a scum myself. But on the other hand, I'm like a villain with a sense of aesthetics. But these guys aren't good. There is no sense of aesthetic. Well, I was surprised. Yuri. Jura smiled with a grin. Oh my, why is that? Jura. My mind is not well until now, maybe. Yuri. I was stupid. Give up the victory? Give a favor? What the hell is that? It's not like we're talking about it. When I allowed you to win clearly so far, you would probably notice it for granted. Well, I thought so, but you didn't even notice it at all. If you were so insensitive, I can't give you a favor. You would think that you're whining because of your ability. I just received a report. For houses burned down, but no injuries. Well, the damage was minor, Yuri. Oh, really? Jura. Jura was pretending calmly, but she couldn't hide the surprise. The smile she made intensified. Do you think I don't know? What a fool. However, perhaps you're setting the fire to make me upset. To mention it in a place like this, goodness. Yuri, did you say I did it? Jura. Jura wasn't holding back her voice. I don't know what you're thinking, but do you think this kind of winning bring honor to the witch household? This conversation was overheard by the audience who sat on the front side. I'm not going to report any damage anyway. Yuri. The houses were devastated, and the criminal wasn't identified. It doesn't matter whether it is arson or misfire. Yuri. Really? Then, what do you want to say? Jura. You're also poor in character. Yuri. What? Jura. Jura glared at me, turning her face red with shame. Even if you didn't do it, I was planning to lose. I'm sorry you didn't seem to notice the previous game, but I lost on purpose. You don't feel uncomfortable about it. So I can't imagine that you're a witch. Yuri, how about you shut? Jura. Jura was angry with her face red. But my mouth didn't stop. Even if I lose purposely, you'll burn people's homes without understanding the kindness of the favor. So, I challenge you to war of words with this sort of trick. That's not worth losing. Yuri, I wanted to avoid such a collision, so I lost in the second game in an easy-to-understand manner. If I give the favor, even if I can't avoid the conflict in the future, I can prolong it. However, now that it has actually been burned down by arson, I have no obligation to lose anymore. For the sake of argument, I don't mind if they burn down the entire factory. When I think about them, this is also a job. If indirect harassment doesn't work, it's inevitable to take direct action. This is because I ignore easy-to-understand warnings, so it became like this. Lacraminus received commission from the Parchment Guild, so they had an obligation to protect their interests. Gudenvier also said, "Let us protect you, but as long as they get paid, they will have to take responsibility for protecting me from other opponents." When a child's interests are threatened, even if they don't have a grudge, they will attack. That's normal, and it's their job. That's why I don't mean to say a grudge when they set fire to the factory that I had been building carefully. It seems despicable to me, but for Lacraminus, it's a family business. I can't afford to quit now. It's fine that they burn it down. It's also fine to take advantage of the thing since I'm sitting here now and I can't move. But why do you have to use that mouth to make me upset? Are you trying to look down on me by crushing Ho and Associates? That's greed. You take away Ho and Associates from me, take the honor of winning, smear the mud laugh at me. Such intentions can be seen through easily. Fine. Judge, I can't stand such insults. Jura. When Jura said so, the timekeeper, "What kind of referee is this?" was, "Yuri Dano should close your mouth. And as a penalty, the time allotted is 0. Pulling out another joke. It's all right. She's probably been bought. While I looked at the queen, she looked pretty frowned upon. Surely, if I lose my job, I'm sure I have enough money that I won't have trouble for the rest of my life. Anyhow, if the time allotted is 0, I will be disqualified if I don't make a move within 30 seconds. This is a great disadvantage. It's so interesting that I can't help smiling. Hee hee, I don't mind. But is that all right? Yuri, what is it? Jura. I hit the corner of the board with my index finger. So, I'm in a position where I've been imposed disadvantages by cheap tricks, isn't it? Yuri, I didn't feel like losing. Without looking at the board, I was looking at Jura's face without showing expression while holding my chin with my arm on the armrest. When I looked at her in this way, she had a face that suited her age, staring at the board as if she was about to cry. It is also possible that you haven't played in the dormitory, or you depend too much on the bloodline. Well, I don't know. Even so, are you planning to continue when I'm cornering you already? Are you going to retort by hitting the board and throw it at me? That's not impossible. It's a brat-like action, but it would be quite disappointing if I fall off the chair with the board and pieces thrown at my face. I guess it's not bad to make it worse. There are, of course, some excuses for retaliation for my disrespect. So, should you be wary? Give up, Jura. Jura bit her lower lip, and with teary eyes, she put her hands on the board with regret. It was over. At the moment it was over, cheers were sounded as if an explosion had occurred in the audience area. The knights were literally happy and jumping. In the midst of cheers, Carol stood up from the guest seat and headed toward us without knowing the event procedures. She was wearing a scarlet dress close to black. The head was a delicate hair barrette made of amber and silver. The dark shades of the dress were well shed, with blonde hair dressed in hair ornaments. She was wearing shoes with heels, so when she got up, she looked like a different person. Goodness, couldn't you do normally? Carol, the inside still hadn't changed. The trouble is coming from that side. So, I can't help it. Yuri, that's because you're twisted. Carol, I guess so. Yuri, I suddenly lost my confidence. It may be so. Maybe Carol is right. I don't really know, but it's going to be a lot of trouble after this. But you did well. It's splendid. Carol. Carol smiled pleasantly and held out her hand lightly. This time, she wasn't going to tap my shoulder. Is that so? Yuri, when I got up, I took her hand and set it. Then, I gently kissed the hand. I immediately walked out of the hall and had my clothes changed into uniforms. I left out the royal castle as if to run away. I wasn't in a hurry, but I wanted to go to the watermill as soon as possible. Yuri-kun, Myro, Outside the gate of the royal castle, there was Myro. I wonder where the reign she held was from, but then the saddle was from the Ho household. Please forgive me. Myro. Myro bowed deeply. What are you apologizing for? Yuri, I didn't consider the big picture. It's because I pulled you into the tournament. Your important building was set on fire. Myro. Myro. Yuri, I said in a strong tone. I'm not that low enough to blame you. Yuri, after all, it would be done in that way someday. It is my fault, and I'm paying the price since my company makes huge profits. It isn't Myro's fault. But that's not all. I got into your waiting room and complained about how you lost. I have no excuse for that. Myro. Myro kept her head down. Please raise your face. Yuri. Yes. Myro. She raised her head and saw my face. With a sad-looking face, she was like a child waiting for the parent scold. It wasn't a face that usually saw through people. There was a young child here. It was like a puppy that was afraid of being abandoned by the owner. The fact that she prepared a galloping bird was probably because of this. It was only 20 minutes since the final ended. It was too early to procure a galloping bird after the final. That meant that Myro listened to the conversation at the beginning, and as soon as she learned about the fire, she left the hall, went to my secondary residence, talked about the situation somehow, and procured the bird. That was what it meant. That was smart, but I felt sorry for that concern. What a 16-year-old girl could do. Aren't you a fool? Yuri. As I approached Myro, I hugged her body tightly. Myro's thin body was slender even at the same age, and it fit perfectly in my chest. Myro, don't be hard on yourself. Besides, I don't hate the mistake you make. Yuri. Yes. Myro. Myro's body in my arm relaxed, as if relieved. Well, I shouldn't say this right now, but I'm actually a woman. Myro. She said something. Do you think I'm doing this while thinking that you're a man? It's disgusting, isn't it? Yuri. Yeah, yes. But please let me go, Myro. I'll let Myro go. If you do this, I may misunderstand. Myro. Myro was blushing. I thought that I was comforting her, but somehow it turned into a strange direction. Why, Yuri-kun? Aren't you in a hurry? Come, please go there quickly. I'll be fine. Myro. Is that so? Yuri. I stepped on the stirrup and I lightly slid on the saddle. As expected, it was easy to move with a knight uniform. Here you go. Myro. When I received the reins from Myro, I began to move. Pan. A small sound resounded, and Jura's cheek was slapped. The impact causes the silver crown Jura wore to come off and rolled on the floor. A sound of catching was heard. The crown hit a limestone wall and stopped. The current head of the Lacraminus household, Lejay Lacraminus, who watched over the outcome of the game, was now in the waiting room. There were only two people in the waiting room, Jura and Lejay. Jura was still dressed in a brilliant outfit. The dress was taken from the Lacraminus household. No one complained about being dirty or torn. You humiliate with your disgraceful behavior. Lejay. There was no warmth in her voice that a grandmother should give to her heartbroken grandchild. But Oba-sama, that's what Kasama told me to do. Jura. Silent. Lejay. Kujura. Lejay, the current head of the Lacraminus household, was a woman who had seen all the filths lying on the back of the royal capital. Her age was about to reach 90. While leading a faction in the Silver Birch Dormitory, you don't understand such a simple thing. Lejay. Lejay shouted in anger. The granddaughter, who she thought that there was a bit prospect, had gotten on such a foolish plan. Lejay wanted to say that Jura could use her head a little. But to begin with, it might be no use expecting the brain of the woman who couldn't graduate from a school of liberal arts until this age. However, she couldn't help but to think so. The all-togi competition was an old established game. Therefore, if someone won, the surrounding eyes would change. The name would be remembered, and it would give advantages in the career. In particular, if the opponent of the finals was an heir of the general household, it would lift the champion to another spot. For that reason, it was fine to use underhanded schemes. That was what Lejay thought. Lejay had played twice in the tournament before graduating from a school of liberal arts at the age of 18, and she had won the championship in the second tournament. At that time, Lejay also took some measures. In her experience, it wasn't a bad idea to cause psychological confusion from arson. However, the way of doing it was the worst. It must be a plan of a lowlife that her foolish daughter thought, but the way to convey it in the game, which was done in the public view, was the lowest of all. It was a plan that thugs would do. What would the audience think if she engaged in war of words with the opponent? They would be offended at that point. A mastermind shouldn't be bound by good nature, but she shouldn't forget the common sense. If she ignored the public stance, there was no difference from thugs in the city. It was the public stance that formed the armor of nobility and the household, and that was what brought them prosperity. That was why Jura was foolish. That foolish daughter and the foolish grandchild in front of her she didn't understand. Why they didn't have the sense of a mastermind. The public stance that should be the most important was thought as something unnecessary, which deviated from daily life, and the girl was confused between public stance and action. That was why the thing she did was a thuggish act, and the other side despised it. In the first place, did she even think about what to do if she couldn't win? Even if underhanded schemes were done and she lost it, it would be many times worse if she lose without it. Just like now. To begin with, Lejay wanted to say that Jura was good enough to win the tournament. She was greedy in spite of the lack of ability. However, she lost and smeared mud on the household name. If she still lose, even after playing fairly on the appearance, she would shake hands, and that was it. The queen might even give her words of appreciation. It was unlikely to affect the household name. In other words, Jura took on unnecessary risk. Lejay thought what she would have done. Even if the house was set on fire, the means of communicating it should have been to send an unknown document to the waiting room. There was no need to proudly confess any wrongdoing in the public view where the queen was watching. Earlier, at the end of the second game, if the boy was informed and he took off with a horse early, he might have been in time to stop the arson. By telling about it, Yuri would have lost the match. Even in the tournament Lejay won, she generally had the skill despite deploying some underhanded schemes. Moreover, just by looking at the first and second game of the finals, she knew that the young man was trying to give up the win. Compared to the first artistic victory in the first game, the second game was obviously unnatural. At first, Lejay thought that he was the type with poor concentration, but since poorly move and good move were done alternately, she realized that it was clearly intentional. Inwardly, this must be because Jura's scheme, so the young man decided to give up the victory. She wanted to praise her grandchild's talent. He won the first game, and doing so in the second game meant that the young man probably wanted to show his ability even if he lost. And, however, since the transaction stake, there was probably a concession to the business that the young man was doing. She was wondering why she wasn't informed about the content of the concession. But that wasn't a big problem. It was about if he lose, their side would disobey their promise. It might be because of that, but the reality was different. Jura wasn't working with Yuri beforehand. Rather, the other side was more careful, and he was trying to let her win. In an attempt to make Jura notice it, he deliberately won overwhelmingly in the first game and lost poorly in the second game. It was a political bargain that the witch households should be good at. In such a bargaining, they didn't have to go out of the way to tell from 1 to 10. Of course, they could have as many conversations as they liked. There was no inconvenience to tell from 1 to 10. But that wasn't the case between two people who were publicly hostile. If there was a hostile relationship, the visit itself was dangerous. There was a danger of being beaten by the relative just by showing the movement to meet. But since they were in a hostile relationship, there was a need to have a dialogue between them. In a game that the element of luck was strongly entangled, the need became stronger. In such a case, it was necessary to sense the intention keenly from small unnaturalness. The knights did it all the way, but their side wasn't able to read it, and the advantageous deal that could be made was screwed up. Since they were from a witch household, it wasn't possible to do by having monologue over there. It was natural to notice the bargaining. It was still good that their side didn't notice it after making 100 moves. Perhaps their side was degrading the other side honor, and they lost a game they could win in the worst way. What a shame, Lejay. It wasn't enough to curse her many times. Please forgive me, Obasuna, Jura. The grandchild was desperately bowing her head and whispering on the ground. The sad part was that this grandchild was the most promising successor. If the girl kept doing something disgraceful, She would be despised by other witch households when she became the head. If it was about losing, that was fine. However, the disgraceful behaviors couldn't be undone. Lejay no longer had the option of giving up on Jura and expecting a new child. If a child was born, it took at least 10 years before she could judge the child's talent. Unfortunately, she might not be alive at that time. Gore, Lejay. Lejay distorted her wrinkled cheeks as she grinded her teeth. It was so frustrating that she could cry. In anger, she knocked her cane down on Jura's head. Ouch! Jura, who received the butt end of the cane, let out a small scream. Lejay was out of breath. She wanted to hit her twice or 3 times, but the old bones didn't have the energy to do it twice. What did you do? Lejay thought of the young man who defeated her grandchild. Rather than having a grudge against Jura's deplorable side, he didn't show the feelings of amazement or hatred. If a witch household was looked down upon by a young knight from a general household, it was necessary to retaliate. But that young man was neither. He showed his willingness of giving up the victory. In the third game, their eyes met for a moment. The act of bursting in anger that could be seen among young men didn't appear at all. On the other hand, he was looking at Lejay with tired eyes, as if blaming her for her lack of supervision as the head of household. His victory was almost confirmed. Even though glory was just around the corner, it didn't seem like he was enjoying it. There was no joy. It seemed the young man was sad because he ended up being hostile to her since he couldn't give up the victory. He wasn't a fool. Even if it was a request from the Parchment Guild, it became a duty that takes the form of arson. However, if the Parchment Guild continued to lose its profits, rivalry couldn't be avoided in the future. That could even damage the honor of the Lacraminus household. So, she probably should do something about it. This gave her a headache. Lejay looked down on her pitiful grandchild while thinking. It didn't come into the mind that she should do something for Jura. Jura should use her own talent to somehow return the stigma. It wasn't something Lejay would lend a hand. Even so, this girl is better than Gudenveer. At least she is still a witch. When Lejay thought so, she was comforted a bit. There was still salvation compared to Myro, who was a talented child of the Gudenveer household. Gudenveer, like Lacraminus, hadn't been blessed with talented children in recent years. No matter how foolish her eldest daughter was, it was still better than them. That was in regards how disgraced they were. Anyhow, Gudeveer's daughter repeatedly had clandestine meetings with a knight from an unknown household while attending school, and became pregnant. The daughter had a miscarriage, but in the end, she took a year off and ended up marrying the man. She was such a helpless woman, but it was probably something similar to black hens laid white eggs. The child born was tremendously talented. The successor of the 7 great witches was required to learn the ancient Shan language, and whether it was a lie or truth, it was said that the child could speak it when she was 10 years old. Ancient Shan language couldn't be mastered if studied half-heartedly. Even Lejay struggled to learn it. There were no shortcomings as a witch. With this, it was impossible not to expect it. When the child reached the age of entering the School of Liberal Arts, she deceived her parents and the head of the household by having all the documents completely falsified and slipped into the School of Knights suddenly. Just before the entrance ceremony, the head of the household was contacted by the school headmaster, and she finally noticed that it was an irreversible situation. Lejay, who usually didn't sympathize with others, instinctively felt sorry for Luda Gudenveer's depression. When she compared it, her situation was still better. At least, her grandchild had the will to live as a witch. How long do you want to lie down? Get ready to go home soon. Lejay told that to Jura, who was prostrating on the ground, and tried to leave the room. At that time, the door opened. Ooka-sama. It was her foolish daughter. She was sweating, probably because she was running. What is it? You're noisy. Lejay. When Lejay saw the face of her foolish daughter, the fatigue seemed double up. The daughter was also a fool. That one person didn't return. I mean, the execution team. Lejay's daughter / Jura's mother. Lejay wanted to kill this foolish daughter. The company buildings around the watermill were splendidly burned. Even if the inside of the building and the roof were burned, it probably didn't burn well because of the wetness. Only the water wheel that was immersed in the river had its original appearance. Other than that, the roof, the doors, and all the wooden parts were burned down. Of course, even if it was set on fire, there was no reason to the building to burn so much, because once it was on fire, people would go to the river to get water to extinguish the fire immediately. But I told them not to extinguish the fire. We needed an outcome that could be shown to the outside world, the Parchment Guild and the Lacraminus. Whether it became like this or not, it was no different than gratification. Or burned were assets that I and Ho and Associates no longer needed. Did you catch them? Yuri. Ah, Cuff. When I asked after arriving there, Cuff answered briefly. Even though it was already midnight, more than 20 people, including Cuff, were on the site of a burnt-down company building. Some of them were crying when looking at the buildings that became ashes, probably because they had a deep feeling toward it. As a result, there was a large bonfire that was burning in the middle of the ruins, and the area was illuminated brightly. Beside the bonfire, there was only one person who looked strange. He was gagged and tied behind noose. Then he was dragged in front of me. He seemed to be beaten until he was half dead, and his face was swollen. This was one of the arsonists. However, it wasn't only trauma that he looked strange. He was dressed like a ninja with a black costume and black hood. I didn't understand well because his face was beaten badly, but his age seemed to be of an old man. You got him, huh? Remove the gag. Yuri. He will harm himself, you know. Cuff. Suicide, is it? I see. Then I'll stop. Yuri. I wonder if he will bite his tongue off. Did he try to die? Yuri. He was trying to push a dagger into his belly. So before that happened, I made him bite the gag of a wooden stick. Cuff. Cuff's voice was full with unconcealed anger. After all, he was thinking about the arson. Don't be too excited. Yuri. Even both enemies and allies. He's not sleeping. So, make him sit down. Yuri. The man was forcibly lifted and sat down by one of the employees. There were no ropes on the feet, so he could sit and walk. However, in this situation, there was no way to escape. The man obediently crossed his leg and sit. Well, let's start with the interrogation. Yuri. I squatted down in front of the man. Are you from the 2nd Unit Army? Nod or shake your head. Yuri. Arsonist. The man intensely glared at me. Then, are you Lacraminus private soldier? Yuri. Even if I asked him, he didn't respond at all. Is it that? Does he exercise the right to remain silent? Well, it's fine. No, I'm curious which one was caught in this trap. Yuri. Speaking of trap, it is a simple trap. The trap is tied around the thick branch of a tree near the factory, and it is kept on the ground with a rope. Then it was connected to a loop of rope. The loop would be connected to the trigger. Trap. When the trigger is kicked by the thief, the rope that has been made loop at the end will be raised by the power of the branch, which returns to its original position. The foot is tied up in the manner of the hanging, and it's like fishing a man instead of fish. I thought that thieves would come at night, so I made it for fun. Someone got caught. He probably tried to harm himself as he was hanging upside down. He got hit with a long stick. If a knife was used in the counterattack, it's not strange that someone got injured. So it's correct to hit him with a long stick. Yuri. What to do? He doesn't really want to tell anything. So kill him. Killing and burying him may confuse the other side. It is difficult to deal with the unknown whereabouts of a man who is supposed to have been taken as a prisoner of war. The other side doesn't know whether he betrayed them, was made to confess, or got killed. So I'm anxious about what happened. Or will it be a favor lent to the witch household? What to do? Remove the gag. Yuri. After a moment of hesitation, I said it. Is it fine? Cuff. Cuff was suspicious. It was probably because he would commit suicide. It's interesting to torture him, but I don't have anything to ask. It doesn't matter whether he is a 2nd Unit Army or a private soldier. That's because I have identified his employer. Yuri. Really? Cuff. He seemed convinced. Let me tell you before you remove the gag. I'm not going to expose his body. It's fine if he dies by biting the tongue, but then strip him naked and bury him in the forest. If we do that, he will be treated as a missing traitor. That's the best deal for me. So don't feel bad. Yuri. In other words, he won't confess anyway. So yeah, he can commit suicide. Even if I don't bother to give him a hand, he's going to die from himself. So there will be much less work. All right. Remove the Yuri. I was about to say remove the gag, but I stopped saying it. Why did he try to kill himself when suspended in the air? From this man's point of view, it is clear that it is more convenient to have allies to confirm his death rather than to be killed in the form of a missing person. I don't know what kind of organization it is, but he was actually lived and ran away, or maybe betrayed them. But I don't have to think about the possibility. In that case, wouldn't it be tempting to see his companions to see which one of them has fallen? Wait a sec. As I expected, let's do it in the burnt watermill. Yuri. What? Cuff. Maybe someone is lurking in the distance and looking at us. Yuri. The moonlight is bright tonight, and I can see relatively far away from here. But if the other side is lying on the ground, I can't see them. The burnt watermill is full of soot and the ceiling has fallen, but there are burnt walls on all sides. So it can prevent the other side from looking. Carry him. Yuri. The arsonist was dragged by the employees and was brought into the factory. The light that ignited at the tip of the torch that was dipped in a heavy oil barrel was carried. The drawback was that it was quite flashy and black smoke came out. It smells. Make a fence at the entrance. Yuri. The entrance door was burned down, so if it was opened, his allies could see inside here completely. All right, remove the gag. Yuri. After confirming that a fence had been formed, I made a signal and the gag was removed. Arsonist. He stared at me, but didn't bite his tongue. Why? In this matter, it's necessary to reveal the corpse to the allies. Therefore, it may not be possible to do self-harm in a place where he couldn't be seen. You don't want to die, huh? I see. Yuri, there are two types for suicide. First, if you don't commit suicide, your life will be worse than committing suicide. To put it simply, it includes the suicidal thoughts about life. For example, people die because they were caught by Quran. You have to live as a slave for the rest of your life, and as a sex slave in the case of a woman. You will suffer and commit suicide. Or if you're caught by the side, such as the witch households who tortures people until they don't look like people at all, you will give up your life since what awaits you is nothing but pain. Even if this guy is a fool, he probably doesn't think that we're that kind of bad people, so that's not the case. The other reason is the fear that living will damage important things. This may be the case if you commit suicide to leave insurance money to a family member. Or perhaps, instead of confessing information, you die in fear of betraying your allies and people you serve. But then, you would have bit your tongue the moment we remove the gag. That could be another reason. If betrayal is known to allies, what you want to protect will be destroyed by them. That's why he hesitated to die, and I'm going to make a precautionary line, saying if you die, I'll make it look like you betray them. Now, what should we do? If you betrayed, will your mother die, or will she be killed at that age? Yuri. When I said that, he looked a bit surprised. Unexpectedly, he was the type that displays expressions on the face. Let's look like it. Yuri. Now, what should I do? I could just let him go, but I can't show it. Cuff is pretty angry. All right, I'll let you go. In exchange, you'll have to come back with the hostages held by the witch household. Yuri. What? Arsonist. The man talked. The voice was difficult to hear, probably because he was beaten and his mouth was swollen, but he did talk. It's hell to live, it's hell to die. As a traitor, you will be on the run while protecting your family. Yuri. Arsonist. Oi, Yuri. Cuff. Cuff didn't seem convinced. If this guy returns, they're just going to bury the hatchet. Maybe. Cuff. I know. But if he doesn't return, rumors will spread. The Ho obtains a traitor. That information has been exposed. Yuri. Arsonist. The arsonist's complexion was stiff. Nothing is lost since this man has been beaten thoroughly. Do you think the other side will believe it? In addition, if the rumors spread, this man is confirmed to be a spy, and the Ho has obtained him. It's not likely, but he can't live. Yuri. Having said that, Cuff had a difficult face. But why does it sound so complicated? Cuff. Well, rather than killing this man, they will simply banish him. Yuri. That's true, but Cuff. I don't know how much wrongdoings he has done in the past, but if he does wrongdoings, he will only do it. So it's better not to know. That much is about the pursuers. It would have been much easier for him to be killed here and be exposed to trees. At least, he doesn't have to die as a traitor. Yuri. If you say that, I don't want to say that I don't like it either. Cuff. All right. Oi, you. You can go. Stand up quickly. Yuri. I kicked him and let him stand. Then, he ran away with his body still tied to a rope. So, is the basement warehouse safe? Yuri. Maybe. Cuff. Maybe? Haven't you checked? Yuri. It was a rare oversight for Cuff. The basement warehouse contained girders, oil fractionating tools, roughly fractionated barrels of oil, and various other items. The door was fireproof, covered with soil, and watered it. The hole was made deep, so even if the ground burned vigorously, it should be safe inside. As long as the equipment were brought into the basement warehouse, operations can be quickly resumed in another place if it has watermill or hut. Since the burnt house is falling, it feels natural. So, when you remove the rubble, it's obvious that there's a door. Cuff. Is that so? If possible, I want you to bring all of it to the headquarters by today. Yuri. When I said that, Cuff tilted his head. The basement warehouse will not be found. I think it's fine to leave it alone. Cuff. I provoked them more than necessary. They may retaliate. Yuri. It's possible enough. Even if the basement warehouse isn't found, it's not difficult to find the door if you look for it carefully. The fireproof door has a lock, but if you smash it with a hammer, you can break it. I can't say that they won't go that far. Did you win? Cuff. Yeah, I won. Besides, the other side made a foolish provocation, so I decided to completely crush her. Yuri. Seriously, I wonder why that happened. If I lose, the other side will be satisfied. So, I thought it would be fine for another 2 months. I see. In that case, we better be careful. Cuff. Yeah, if these equipment are gone, the resume of the operation will be delayed. Yuri. I'll go back to the city and get a carriage. Cuff. After all, there is a favor to ask. Let's go with a 2-seater's galloping bird. Get behind me. Yuri. The night is still long. You should also buy some sake and bring it with him. Before that, I just have to say one thing. Cuff. What? Yuri. Aren't you overdoing this? You should pay attention not to burden the bird. Cuff. That was a severe rebuke. Oh, I guess he wasn't fooled after all. He understands me. The correct answer is to kill and bury that arsonist. Although I said hell to live, hell to die, he has the option of going to the front door of Lacraminus Mansion and commit suicide. Then, he will be able to prove his innocence. In that case, the psychological effect of killing and burying the other side can't be achieved. Even if he successfully brings hostages and went on a wandering journey, there is nothing for me to gain. However, if I kill him, I can surely expect one of the effects that will benefit me. I thought about the hostages who have been taken by them, and I feel sorry. I know, Yuri, even if I say so, I don't really feel sorry. Will the time come when I really understand? When I got into the sky on Stardust, I saw that construction had already begun. This was by the shore of a large lake. It was located at the back of the mountains in the northern part of the river from the town, Suomi, which was located at the southern side of the country that met the North Sea. There were various reasons for setting up a new base here. The wood needed for papermaking could be obtained here. That was because there was a mountain where quicklime could be obtained a little away from here. Thanks to the large lake, there was no need to worry about running out of the water, and I could always use the watermill. There were various reasons, but the biggest reason was that this was the enclave of the Ho household's main family. The Ho household's territory extended through the southern side, so it was surely a province of the Ho household, but most of them were given to the knights under jurisdiction of the Ho household. The land where the Ho household's main family barely the surrounding area of Karakumo from the whole area. However, the exception here was that the Ho household managed this place as an enclave. Since the other lands were given to the knights under my household's jurisdiction, it was difficult to meddle in. Of course, if there were good reasons such as they oppressed the territory or did something crazy, it was possible to meddle in. However, if we meddled in without such reasons, it would become a burden. Stardust landed on a nearby vacant lot. At the factory site, all employees worked hard with the carpentry tools purchased from the royal capital. Nearby was a military tent borrowed from our residence in rural area. I took off the safety belt and jumped off Stardust. Then, Cuff was approaching leisurely. Well, have you come? Cuff. Well, how's it going? Yuri. I said it while pulling the reins of Stardust. It's ahead of schedule. It's good that there's no problem with wood. Cuff. In this area of fishing villages, they also did forestry while fishing in the lake. In this country, forests were everywhere. But there were few places where water transportation was convenient. Trees couldn't be used for building materials immediately after they had been cut down, and it must be dried to remove moisture. So, it was nice to have enough stock of building timber. After all, it was easy to make a wooden building. The former carpenter man you brought before, he's leading the people here. Cuff. Is that him? Yuri. He tried to kidnap me on the street. Then, he came to the company with his family. Instead of becoming a papermaker, he built 3 shacks using used carpentry tools. But now, everything had become ashes. It was good to bring him in. Yuri. That guy brought many of his carpenter friends. They're probably not having a hard time with the job. Cuff. When those guys are available, can I make a wagon? Yuri. It's time to expand the development not only in papermaking, but also in various fields. After all, it is necessary to transport it because the major consumption area of paper is the royal capital. Wagon. Cuff. It's about time I expand my business beyond paper. The wagon is partially made of iron and suspended with leaf springs. So, the ride should be a few steps better. Yuri. The current carriage is directly attaching the platform to the wheel. So, the vibration transferred directly. The vibration could be considerably reduced if it was built with suspension. Even if the suspension system doesn't use a hydraulic cylinders or iron leaf springs, it's possible to make leaf spring by stacking strong wood and put on it. It should be good enough as long as it doesn't carry tons of goods. If I can make something good, I could do research while covering the demands in the company. Then I could sell it to the traders as it is. I don't really understand, but did you come up with something new again? Cuff. It's my job as a chairman to think about it. Yuri. Cuff had a look of, I wonder about that. For now, I have to explain it to the carpenters. Anyhow, I think it will start slowly. That will be after the buildings are completed. Cuff. In any case, I'm going to prepare a paper for the patent. Please look at it when you have free time. Yuri. Got it. By the way, I'm not going to ask them to practice papermaking. Cuff. It took at least 2 weeks to practice making uniform paper. Cuff might have intended to practice with the carpenters once the work was finished. That's fine. Hire people as many as money allows. There are no witches here. Nobody can blame me if I do whatever I want. Yuri. After that, when I looked around the employees who were sweating while swinging axe and beating hammer, there was a shadow coming close with a good momentum from the downstream side. It was a galloping bird. I had been riding all year long, but there weren't many people who ride galloping bird. The only people who rode galloping bird were the knights and the courier officers who served the royal castle. The others were those who reared galloping birds, but they were less noticeable. The galloping bird stopped in front of me. When it stopped, the galloping bird bellowed, and its claws shaved the soil. I involuntarily frowned. It wasn't because I'm about to be run over, but it's because the rider treats the bird roughly. If a rider makes such a sudden stop, it might break the galloping bird's legs. If its legs doesn't stop, the nail would be pushed into the ground in the case of a sudden stop. Although it's an animal that people overwork its feet, if such a burden is put on the claw, it will surely bring bad effect. Well, that's if it's my bird, but it doesn't matter because it's that person's own way of handling it. The mounted person calmed the galloping bird and jumped from the saddle, and he suddenly knelt on the ground. Toward me. Aha, I'm here for a visit. Please excuse me for being late. What's with this guy? I don't remember being his boss, so why would he salute me the most? Are you Janoek? Yuri. I asked cautiously. Yes, I am. Yuri-sama. Jano. Yuri-sama? There's no reason to call me Yuri-sama. Please raise your head. I'm not here as my father's son. Yuri. Please excuse me. Jano. Janoek raised his head in a sorry manner. The type is different from what I thought. Janoek was the nephew of Rakun Ek, who was reprimanded by my aunt-in-law, Satsuki Ho. He became angry and was subdued in a conference. Eventually, the Ek household was demoted. This was the land that was previously owned by the Ek household. The Ek household was given a fine rank of the feudal lord and was given a vast land. Strictly speaking, from around this big lake, down the river to Suomi, leading to the North Sea, all of the basin was their territory. However, upon demotion, obviously, all the fief were confiscated. It sounded bad when it came to confiscation, but since the agreement was breached, they had to return what was originally the land of the Ho household. That was it. However, even if the fief was granted from the start, they had it for 100 or 200 years. Therefore, it would be natural to feel that the fief was taken away if it was forced to return it. Sensuously speaking, the word confiscation was right on the spot. At that time, Rook was recently appointed as the head of the household. Thus, Satsuki did almost everything regarding the management of the surrounding area. Raccoon, after being put into dungeon, was given a dagger. Then, he pushed it into his belly and committed suicide. The Ek household was expelled from the vassals. After that, regardless of how great was the Ek household, when Raccoon's father heard the news about the fief, he, his wife, and his son were all committing suicide. Committing suicide meant to die by cutting one's throat with a dagger. However, the whole family couldn't endure the humiliation that the Ek household had suffered. It seemed that they asked the Ho household for forgiveness. It was clearly written that they were making direct appeal with the intention of succeeding the will. When Satsuki heard that, she took a lenient approach against the Ek household and the hardcore Kieksgai household. TLN, the Eks here mean that Yuri doesn't remember the exact name. They said that they couldn't bear the humiliation. She replied them with, "Oh, really?" But since they were asking for forgiveness, it couldn't be helped to allow a small discretion. So, Satsuki temporarily placed the son of Raccoon's younger sister as the prefectural governor of the fief. That person was this guy, Jano Ek. To put it simply, there was a possibility that if they worked hard for a few generations, they might be able to revive the Ek household. However, since it was just prefectural governor position, he was basically like an apartment manager who didn't own land and didn't belong to the knights. When I saw Jano Ek for the first time, I knew that he was a knight. He should be about 40 years old. However, due to the unique nature of Shawnee, it seemed that he looked as if he was about 30 years old. "I'm sorry I had to ask you to come here." "Yuri, that can't be. It's only natural to welcome Yuri-sama." "Jano, yeah, well, considering the standpoint, this reaction is something that some people think it's normal, but it's difficult for me. Is it from the standpoint of a public figure or a private person? Looking from the other side, he doesn't know who am I. It would be hard to think that I am the type who doesn't emphasize the detail, so the reaction is correct. And since he lives in a land far from the royal capital, he knows nothing about the company. Of course, he doesn't even know that Ho paper exists. Please take care of me from now on, Yuri. Please don't worry. I would rather be indebted to Yuri-sama. If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to tell us." Jano, I feel like saying that he is a hotel man from a certain hotel. "Yes, if I have anything, I would like to ask you for advice." Yuri, well, of course. Jano, well, he's the type of prefectural governor, so it's rather easy to do, right? At least, he won't take any action to obstruct the company's progress. Ideally, it would be better if he has unreserved nature. After that, I decided to go down the river to the seaside town of Finland at the request of Jano Ek. At present, the mansion of the Ek household was regarded as the prefectural office. Since the Ek household's private assets weren't confiscated, the mansion is one of their assets. In other words, they're using a private mansion as a prefectural office even though he isn't a feudal lord. In my opinion, there's a confusion between public and private spaces. I feel a bit uncomfortable, but this is probably not restricted in this country. It is a society of aristocratic system, after all. Well, the royal capital's production base has been set on fire. Yuri, I was having a small business chat in a guest room of the Ek household. Ooh, that was a disaster. Jano, he threw interjection. Not at all. At any rate, I was going to move here someday. It's difficult to do business in the royal capital. Yuri, the business will still continue in the royal capital, but if I move the production base, the weaknesses shown to the witches will be overwhelmingly reduced. This is true because it is clear that the production in the royal capital would eventually peak off. I see. Is there such a thing? You're really excellent even though you were young, Yuri-sama. With this, the whole household is safe too. Jano, I wanted to say that I prepared security and the foolish matters due to diplomatic affairs, but I didn't. In such a talk, it is important to talk about thorns that don't stick to each other. Nevertheless, I'm not trying to butter up. No, I'm still inexperienced. I hope I can contribute to the household through my company. Yuri, not at all. It's a good thing. This Jano Ek could feel it. Jano is that kind of guy, huh? At any rate, the Ek household's mansion is wonderful. Yuri, since I had nothing else to talk, I began to praise the mansion. In fact, it was a splendid mansion. No. Compared to the Ho's mansion, this one is really poor. Jano, when I was having idle talk like that, the door to the guest room was knocked. Come on in. Jano. When Jano said that, a maid opened the door and entered. Please excuse me. The tea is ready. Maid. The maid, who came in, quietly prepared teacups and tea utensils. It is the way of the Knight households. The way of Knight households means that the waiter pours tea from the pot in front of the guest, instead of coming out with tea in a cup. On top of that, it's a good thing to let the guest choose the cup first. This is a courtesy to prevent poisoning. It's hardly seen in the coffee shops in the royal capital. Yuri-sama, would you prefer to have alcohol? Jano asked. Shanti are drinkers, so there's a custom to drink alcohol from daytime. No, I have something to do later. Yuri, how about just a little bit? Jano, no, I'm still immature, so if I drink, I can't stop myself from doing something embarrassing. Yuri, this is an excuse. Underage may hinder brain development. Shani's life is long, but I don't want to become someone irritating by the age of 20s. As expected of you. That's remarkable. Jano, yes. In the meantime, the maid was preparing tea as clattering sound produced. When I looked at her, I was thinking the maids in the main household are amazing after all. In other words, she wasn't skillful. She was nervous, and her hand holding the pot was trembling. Maid. Sure enough, when she was trying to lift up the tray, she knocked it down at the end of the cup. I quickly avoided the hot water that suddenly flowed toward me. It didn't caught my feet, but my coat got slightly wet. Yua, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Maid. For some reason, the maid bowed down to Jano, not me. What are you doing? Jano. There was a sound of something got hit. Yua, this guy hit the maid. It's different if I was hit by boiling hot water from the head and got a huge burn, but since I avoided, there's no reason to hit her. You fool. Do you understand what you have done? Jano grabbed the maid's slender arm. It hurts, maid. The maid was extremely shaken up. Wait a sec. Wait, stop. Her hand is going to break. The maid is about 15 years old or so, and she's about a junior high school student. So, if a trained knight holds her like that, her hand will break. Please stop it. Yuri, I said in a commanding tone. I've shown you an unsightly behavior. Jano completely returned to the face of receiving guests from the face that seemed to lose in anger, probably because he had regained his mind in an instant. The maid's arm had also been released. What's with this guy? He had a gentle face. Then, he suddenly changed 180 degrees. Is he from a family who easily lose temper? It's fine already. You go back. Yuri, I ordered the maid, even though I wasn't the owner of this mansion. Why, yes. Please excuse me. Maid. The maid left the room as if she was about to run away, bowed to me, and closed the door. She's very rude. I'll teach her later. Jano, that's not the problem, you know. That's not the problem. The people of this land belong to our whole household. I think it's not good to hurt them by hitting them or breaking their arms, all right? Yuri, in the first place, I don't like the idea of hitting women without hesitation, but unfortunately, this is done everywhere in this country as a part of upbringing and discipline. Cuff doesn't do it, but in shops around here, there are also owners who are hitting the head of children unreservedly at every opportunity. Therefore, I won't say that it is bad. But breaking bones are way too much. It's a different matter if this is another territory, but here is the territory of the Ho household. The people of the fief aren't his belongings. I think this guy may wonder what's wrong with it. You're right. This Jano Ek will keep that in mind from now on. Jano, Anyhow, I don't really understand this guy. It's fine that it's impossible for him to become the feudal lord in his generation. I need to be careful. I quickly left the mansion of the Eck household, which I had been offered accommodation. Should I go for a little sightseeing in the town of Suomi, and then stay overnight at the inn? While thinking about that, I headed to the harbor. In the harbor, people were moving in a lively way. This harbor was used by Harold as a trading hub with Ireland. It had prospered in trade with various towns on the other side of the mountain. Shipbuilding was also thriving. It was only during this time that the first prototype of celestial navigation was completed. A medium-sized precision watch was recently completed. It was expensive, but for the time being, we were able to set up the mechanism. If there's celestial navigation, I will be able to navigate the vast open sea freely. At least, it's not so difficult to go back to the place I've been. While walking along the masonry embankment and looking at the sea, a vagrant was sitting on the embankment, watching the sea where the sun set. There was beard on the whole face, and his unkempt hair was fluttering by the sea breeze. He was wearing a muddy cut that also fluttered together with the hair. When it comes to manga, this kind of character is either a surprisingly genius military expert or a famous philosopher, or maybe a martial artist who becomes the master of the main character. How nostalgic! With that in mind, I heard the vagrant humming a phrase like he sang when I was about to pass by. The Lord said, "Return what's in the sea to the sea, and what's in the mountains to the mountains. If you don't want to hit the road to hell, leave it at the place where it was born. Otherwise, you'll get lost." In Vagrant, he recited a passage in the holy book of Isis. Of course, it was spoken in Teller language. I was startled, wondering whether that person was Quran. When I had a doubt, I looked at the ear. I couldn't see the ears because of the hair, which had grown long. I held the dagger that I was holding onto my back. Everything was too suspicious. "Oi, who are you?" "Yuri." I called him out in Teller. The man's face, which turned around, was tanned and red. The whole face was as if the skin that collapsed by sunburn and became gray. "What?" "Vagrant." The man, who replied with hollow eyes, had a familiar face. "You? Aren't you Harold Harrell?" "Yuri." "Who, it's you." "Harold." Harold, who I hadn't seen for a long time, uttered a voice that seemed to be soulless. I pulled Harold and forced him into a nearby bar. "What happened to you?" "Yuri." The beer that I ordered was already on the table. "Harold, answer me." "Look, you can have this beer." "Yuri." I pushed the beer mug toward Harold. He drank it right away when he had the mug, as if he was hungry for alcohol. "Take off, Harold." He coughed hard, spilled the beer he drank with great pains, and made his coat dirty. Did it stick by the throat? However, when he tried to drink it again, he managed to drink it without coughing this time. "Excuse me." "Yuri." I stopped a waitress and, "Can I have another beer, please?" "Yuri." And I said so. "We have only distilled alcohol." "Waitress." "Oops, she got an order from a guy who drinks free alcohol." "Sorry, I'm not having beer then. So can I have distilled alcohol in a mug, please?" "Yuri." "Let's make him drink as much as he wants." In a mug, is it?" "Waitress." Waitress replied as she was surprised. It was probably not many asked for distilled alcohol in a mug. Well, if he dies by mistake in the amount drunk, it's time to move on. "Yes, in a mug. Also, please also provide meat as an accompaniment to alcohol. Not so spicy. I'll pay with this." "Yuri." "Samami." I had her hold 3 pieces of silver coins. As expected, when it comes to distilled alcohol in a mug, the price should be quite high, so it's better to pay in advance. "Coming right up." "Waitress." I waited a little, and a mug containing distilled alcohol arrived. I opened my mouth after seeing Harold drinking it. "So what happened?" "Yuri." My Friday end are all gone." "Harold." Harold said it in a drunken voice. "Friend." "Are his friends gone?" He looked so sad. "No, was it something else? Is it about his friends? Is his ship gone?" The fact that he is so depressed makes it like his ship has sunk. "Have you been attacked by pirates?" "Yuri." "No. How to say it? There was rebellion against me and Hohoiji-chan, and we were thrown away from the ship." "Harold." He talks about him and Hohoiji-shin, ship rebellion. Is he talking about rebellion? Is it about revolt that made the navigator's old man and him thrown out of the ship in distress? It is a common story in manga about a captain was killed or thrown out when there was a rebellion on a ship, but this is the first time it has happened to someone I know. I guess that's it, huh? However, it would be hard to blame the crews. In the first place, it is reckless to go to the open sea by intuition. Going out to the open sea is different from sailing in inland seas where land can be seen from all sides and the coast where the shore is always visible. If you get lost, you die. Since you can't drink seawater, if you run out of food and fresh water, you will starve and die without question. In such a situation where land is not visible, food and water will decrease day by day. Sailors will become anxious. It's normal if you don't reach land even after 20 days in the place which was said to be the voyage of 10 days beforehand. Since they are in distress, it is also extremely difficult for sailors to accept explanation. As a result, once the food and fresh water exhausted, it won't be a joke if they become the seaweed of the sea. That is a matter of course. In fact, he got lucky if he only get thrown out a boat. Then the ship is Yuri. They return, Harold. It seems that his ship will not return. They're dead. At this time, I wonder if he is carrying starved sailors, ghost ships, leaving the sea in the ocean current. Or is it sinking on a rock wall or reef, piercing the bottom of the ship, or got caught by a storm? Oh God. However, it's ironic that it's better to be thrown out of the boat and into the open sea and still got back alive. He might not have been given food, and he might have landed in the immediate vicinity from the point where he was thrown out. Did the navigator know the direction of the land? Well, you've had it hard, Yuri. While saying that, I feel that he is the one who seeks trouble. I don't know if he was aware of what he was doing, but he basically shoots a distant target with a gun and loses all property if he misses it. It's that kind of game he played. This is not a matter of not getting on a ship because of the language. Let other people do it and get only profit. You can't do that kind of job. Naturally, you'll have to put your life on the ship. That means that you can't escape doom in the future. No matter how good you are at gunnery, no matter how many times you try to hit, you will eventually fail. At that time, your life will be taken away. Prior to the risk, it was already a failed business model. When you removed the gun, you lost all property, but you were fortunate that your life wasn't taken away from you. The return ship of the island of Isa, or Iceland, is also doing something similar. The survival rate of the round trip is about 50 to 70%, so it can be said as a voyage of death. It is a miracle if they succeed 10 times, since the probability of dying is 30 to 50%. It's over. Tell Isa-sensei that I died in the sea, Harold. What's with this guy? I don't want to do that. Just do it again. Yuri. No. I've spent all money for it, so I have none. Harold. This bastard. What should I do? Well, for the time being, it's a good idea to hold a woman when you're depressed, and then you can get back on your feet again. Do you want to go to a brothel? Yuri. It's like saying you can have a soapland body washing with them. No, actually that's the way it is. However, there may be men in the world who are no longer willing to die because of the prostitute's comfort. Maybe. No, I don't need a woman. Harold. Oh my. Are you okay with that? Yuri. I don't need it. Harold. No good, huh? Why? Do you have a reason? Yuri. That's strange. I thought he would jump in no time because he has been accumulating stress. Isa-sensei forbids fornication for the purpose of pleasure. Harold. Is it Isa-sensei? Did he say I don't think I should be naughty to Isa-sensei? Speaking of ISIS believers, did he just become one recently? Even if there's such a doctrine, she isn't working as a clergy. So it's probably to the point of greetings and saying, good job. Then you can't commit suicide too? Yuri. No, I can't, Harold. Didn't you say what would you do if you die earlier? So, you're not going to commit suicide? This is difficult. Then the grilled meat that had been well made was brought. When the waitress saw Harold being drunk, she gently put her index finger on her mouth, winked, and quietly left the meat. This bar is good. Hey, have a drink. Yuri. Shut up. Harold. I'm going to eat the meat too, you know. Yuri. I took a piece of grilled meat that had been poured in oil. The steam came out warm from it. While I put in the mouth, the gravy spread. It seemed to be grilled with herbs in it. Hey, that's mine. Harold. Harold gave up. Then he took the grilled meat from the plate and ate it. After that, he finished the meat on the bones in a matter of seconds and got another. He ate one after another and finished the whole dish. As expected of a self-proclaimed drink master, he drank up the alcohol in no time. I need more. Good. Harold. After 10 minutes, Harold lied down on the table and slept. Human becomes sleepy if they become full and drunk. Well, since he is a man with physical strength, he won't get fever if he is thrown outside the bar. Excuse me. Yuri. I call the waitress. Yes, what is it? Waitress. Can you let him sleep here somewhere until tomorrow? Yuri. Yes, it's fine. Waitress. Really? I thought she would be a bit reluctant, but she easily agreed. Since he's not a dangerous person, I'd like to put him in a warehouse where it's fine to bring some garbage. Yuri. No. Harold San helped me before. But recently, he seems a bit lost. Waitress. The waitress looked a bit lonely. Was Harold a regular here? Is he popular here because he drinks a lot of alcohol? I guess that's because of dead sailors. I'll come back tomorrow morning, so please take care of him. Yuri. Ah, yes. Waitress. By the way, do you have a broom and a dustpan? Yuri. Are you going to clean the floor? Waitress. No, that's not it. It's too much to do that. I'm thinking to clean him up while he is sleeping. Yuri. I pulled Harold from behind and laid him on the floor. I pulled out a dagger from my pocket. Hi, waitress. The waitress screamed briefly. Don't worry. I'm just going to shave his hair. Yuri. I wet Harold's beard with the water I was drinking, grabbed the hair, fixed it, and slid the dagger. As expected of sharp dagger. If it is a razor, the blade becomes useless after shaving quickly. Ah, PFFTT. Will he be fine? Waitress. It's fine. Yuri. I slipped the dagger from Harold's jaw and shaved his head. I should leave the eyebrows, right? After shaving the hair and the ears, made it very nice, I lifted his head and shaved everything behind his head. Then, the hair collected was like a thick mountain. Let me clean that up. Waitress. While I tried to clear the hair with a broom, the waitress stopped me. Are you sure? In that case, I'll move him away first. Yuri. I dragged Harold and threw him in a barn-like place. I didn't want to go back to the secondary residence, so I dipped into a suitable inn and spent the night. Next morning. You have an interesting head. Yuri. When I got out of the inn and went into the bar, I said those opening words. It was wonderfully slippery. If I don't have any shaves to get this far, I'll want to praise my work. I became like this when I woke up in the morning. Where and when? Harold. Harold seemed angry. The waitress didn't seem to say anything because I told her to keep the mouth shut. It looks good on you. Yuri. Actually, it looked quite strange. Other customers in the bar were also laughing and giggling. Does it look good? Harold. Harold put his hand on his head and was constantly rubbing it. I wonder if it bothers him. Well, isn't fine? It's going to be a nice change of pace. Yuri. What's a change of pace? If I find the bastard who did this to me, I'm going to beat him. Harold. That's horrible. Who did the terrible thing, turning him bald while he was sleeping? He shouldn't be forgiven. Would you like to have breakfast? Waitress. The yesterday's waitress came with a laugh. Of course. For 2 people, please. Yuri. Coming right up. Waitress. She bowed while grinning and left. When breakfast came, I had the waitress hold a piece of silver coin. That includes the accommodation charge. Yuri. Yes. Thank you very much. Waitress. Oi, you're rich. Harold. Harold looked at the silver coin I paid and looked bitter. Did you think that it was a waste? I'm making a lot of money. In fact, there was quite a lot of money. Just recently, books printed and bound by copy printing were sold in the Silver Birch Dormitory, and money came in roughly. With the price of 2 gold coins per copy, I finally made 8,000,000 ruga for 400 copies. If I excluded the cost and royalties, the net income was about 600,000 ruga, but that alone was good enough to buy 1 ship. Lend me. Harold. His serious face is good. Are you a fool? Yuri. Please. It is as you can see. Harold. He bowed deeply. I can see your perfect round bald head, you know. It's like a speech bubble in manga, isn't it? Sorry. I want to have a ship. Yuri. Are you a sailor? Harold. No. I will leave it to other people. Yuri. Then leave it to me. Please. Harold. No good. Yuri. I just said it. Let me say this. There's no skipper better than me. Harold. Harold was confident for some reason. The man, who sank his ship the other day, could say such words. Huh. It's like a man, who crushed his company, said, there's no manager better than me. So, how many round trips did you make with the Republic? Yuri. The total is 6 rounds. Harold. 6 rounds. That's pretty good. Isn't it a place that is extremely savage over there? Well, that's no good. Yuri. Why not? I'm not going to make you lose profit. Harold. I will load my new ship with secret equipment. Yuri. What kind of equipment is it? Harold. It's equipment where you can always find your position even if you lost in the open sea. Yuri. When I said so, Harold's complexion changed. What did you say? Are you keeping a secret? Why didn't you tell me? Harold. He started to get angry. Well, that's because his ship would be safe if he had it. I came up with it 6 months ago, and it was about a week ago that it finally took shape. That said, I wouldn't tell you even if the invention was early. Yuri. Why not? Isn't it fine to tell me? You're stingy. Harold. He was dissatisfied. This is an equipment to bring Her Majesty the Queen to Island of Isa when the time comes. I'll be a fool if I tell you. Since you are a simpleton, if you go to the Republic of Albio, you will leak it to Quran without thinking when you are drunk. Then, the technology will spread to the world of Quran. In that situation, the island of Isa becomes all-you-can-attack island. Can you imagine what will happen? Try to imagine that. Yuri. When I said that, Harold frowned and closed his eyes. He seemed to be imagining it, as I said. Can you imagine that? Yuri. Well, it's not going to be bad. Harold. I don't think he imagined enough. Well, it's fine. When that happens, Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty Carol, and Issa Sensei will be killed. That's what happens when you slip your tongue. At worst, you may destroy the ancestry of Shanti. In that case, killing you will not bring any consolation. So, it's not something that I can tell you easily. Yuri. Since celestial navigation is probably a technology that the Quran hasn't invented yet, it must be kept secret by all means. That's why I didn't even apply for a patent. If I apply for it, it will spread to others I don't know. Although I applied for a patent for sextant as an astronomical observation device, I didn't report the astronomical navigation myself. I understand. But what kind of people are you going to entrust the ship to? Harold. I haven't decided yet. If I tell them about this, they won't be able to leave the ship, you know? So, if they say that they want to live independently, go to another ship, or want to land on the shore, I have to kill them. That's why these people must be responsible. Yuri. Is that so? Harold. Well, you're not a bad skipper. You just need to prepare for it. Yuri. What do I need to prepare for? Harold. You have to prepare to keep my secret even if you have to sacrifice your life. If you know the information that would kill you, you better be ready to die. Yuri. That's true. Harold. By the way, I'm going to head back to the royal capital. Will you come too? Yuri. I'm going. Since I haven't died yet, I have to tell my father what's going on. Harold. Harold said it with a determined face. Didn't you tell me your ship has sunk? Well, I'll lend you money. 2 silver coins are good enough, right? Yuri. Aren't we going together? Harold. I came from the sky. My Eagle King can't fit 2 people. Yuri. Huh. That reminds me, you're a knight. I got it. Harold. I ate breakfast and then said goodbye to Harold. After that, I went to the prefectural governor's office. I retrieved my stardust from the office and headed back to the royal capital. Then, for days later, it was noon. While Suzuya was here, we were eating in the secondary residence. A butler came and told us that Harold was at the door. Oka-san, I'm sorry. Something came up. Yuri. When I said so, both of you and your father are busy with work. I wish you'd take care of your Oka-san a bit more. Suzuya. Oka-san was somehow pouting. I'm sorry. I will make up for it soon. Yuri. Surely? That's a promise, right? Suzuya. Of course. Have I ever broken my promise? Yuri. I wonder if there were 3 promises to make up in the past year. Suzuya. Oh my. Come to think of it, I feel like I remember something. I'm sorry. Yuri. I bowed down like a child and apologized. It's fine, but don't break your promises with your precious girl. Suzuya. Why is... Yuri. If you understand, you can go. Suzuya. She gave the permission. Well then, please excuse me. Yuri. I left the room. When I went to the front door, Harold, who had been stopped from entering by the guard, was standing in dissatisfaction. Well, isn't it reasonable to stop? As I expected, he isn't wearing something like a vagrant, probably because he had been back to his home and changed his clothes, but it doesn't look cool. He wore a wool hat on his head to hide his baldness. What do you want? Harold. I was displeased because I got separated from Mama. What I want, didn't you tell me to come to the royal capital? Harold. So who's that child? Yuri. I saw a young man next to Harold. He looked as young as I was. Nice to meet you. My name is Gora Hanyam. Gora. He bowed flatly. I'm Yuri Ho. I think you have heard about me from him. Yuri. Gola was a young man that looked like an adult. However, despite his slender body, his body was tightly packed, and his face was sunburned. This guy's a navigator. Harold. Shouldn't your navigator older than him? Yuri. The old man is... He died. He didn't get to land. Did you feel relieved when you saw the land? Harold. Harold had a painful look on his face. I see. Did he come back alone? You've heard bad news, Yuri. You probably heard about it yesterday. Gora's expression was dark. Well, it's fine. Because of that, he becomes an adult now. He got the old man's approval. Harold. I wonder if he had been trained by that person. But why wasn't that old man's disciple on board? Yuri. Although it wasn't an important voyage, the fact that he was staying at home didn't make sense to me. I was about to have a kid, so I stayed on land. Gora. Kid? You mean baby? How old are you? Aren't you the same age as me? Yuri. Aren't you 16 years old? Harold. Harold asked Gora. Yes. I will be 16 years old this year. Gora. 16 years old? Have you had a child yet? Yuri. Yes. We've been married for a year. Gora. Wait a minute. I'm still a virgin. This bastard, far from being a virgin, is already married and has a child. Having a child at 16 years old. Were you busy doing this and that after the first ejaculation? Having such a matured face. Isn't there another 4 years before you turn an adult? If he's a meathead like Dala, I will have a feeling of that's probably it. What's going on in this world? Damn. WL, that's fine. Yuri. I pretended to be calm. What the heck did you come here? Didn't you two decide to open a restaurant together? Harold. That's not it. I made up my mind too. Gora. Ooh. So, you made up your mind? Huh. I don't want to say anything, but you can say whatever you want with your mouth alone. Yuri. It's not just the mouth, all right? I will swear to Isis Sama. Harold. He swears to God. But this guy's like a sudden believer, isn't it? Yes. All right, I understand so far. Yuri. All right. Harold. Harold did a gutsy pose with a lot of momentum. They seemed to be pleased. Rather, I thought that would be Harold if I entrusted it from the beginning. Let's go to Isa's sensei. Yuri. Oh my, it's you, Yuri-san, Harold-san. It's been a long time, Harold-san. Isa. When we entered the preparation room for the Kara language, Isa-sensei welcomed us warmly as always. The same atmosphere was always flowing here. Sorry for not contacting you. Harold. As always, this guy had a strange tone in front of Isa-sensei. Oh my, who is he? Isa. His name is Gola, and MY only subordinate. Harold. Tielen. That MY is written as Ashi instead of Adishur. My, what's with the choice of first-person pronoun? Nice to meet you, Gora-san. My name is Isa Vienna. Isa. Isa-sensei greeted her courteously. Nice to meet you too. I am Gora Hanyam. I've heard a lot of you. Gora. I suppose Harold told him about her many times. So, what can I do for you today? Isa. Isa-sensei, you were talking about the rituals of the Isis doctrine before, right? Yuri. I have been listening to a lot of stories before. There are various secret in Isis religion, such as the baptism ritual, which is similar to joining a religion. Yes, there are many of them, but which one are you asking about? Isa. The vow ritual. Yuri. The vow ritual, is it? That is the ritual that a clergyman will become a witness of a person's vow. Isa. Can you do it, Isa-sensei? Yuri. Of course I can. I'm going to do it according to the ancient rite of my sect. Isa. I'm a bit nervous when she talks about her sect naturally. Speaking of the ancient rite, what is it exactly? Then, may I ask you to perform this? Yuri. When I asked that, for Yuri-san, Isa-sensei was a bit confused. It's probably reasonable. It's natural because there is no meaning when a person who isn't ISIS believer performs the vow ritual of ISIS doctrine. It's very hard to find a man who wants to build a mosque and perform a groundbreaking ceremony. Their clergy would be like, wouldn't this be like praying to the god of the land? And they become worried. This is going to be the vow with Harold-san. Yuri. Is it Harold-san? If it's the case, I understand. Isa-sensei nodded as if she was convinced. That's cute. Since Harold is a splendid believer in Isa-sensei's mind, there should be no problem in what he does. Isa-sensei turned to Harold by turning her humble chair where she was sitting. But Harold-san, do you understand? Breaking the vows made by the vow ritual means insulting God. Of course, you will be in hell after death. Now that you've been baptized, it's not a good vow to do lightly. Unexpectedly, he had been baptized. I wonder if you have baptismal name or something. I understand it very well. Harold, if that's the case, I understand. Then, please tell me the contents of the contract. Do I have to tell you? Do I have to tell you everything? Yuri, yes. Otherwise, he would be irresponsible. It seems like that. Is that so? Yuri, yeah. Of course, as with confession, we keep our secrets strictly, even if it against my faith. I see. Then, let's tell her. Even if the heavens and the earth turn upside down, Isa-sensei will not let go of her faith. Unlike the abrupt believers here, I can trust her as much as I want. Even if she is tortured, the secret she decided to protect will not be revealed. Understood. I'll tell you. Yuri, I started talking. I don't know because I'm not a judge, but when I hear that, Harold-san has to be employed for life. That sounds a bit unreasonable. Isn't it a vow to substitute? Isa-sensei complained about Harold's non-retirement clause. I was also wondering because I had just said in a threat. There's no constitution in this world, but this is a matter that deprives the freedom of the occupation choice for the rest of one's life. On the other hand, if I'm confident that he will not leak the technology, there's no problem if she asks me to stop the vow. The problem is people aren't reliable. Humans are selfish, and they forget about the past. I can't believe that the existence of humans who will not forget kindness and continue to serve even after 100 years. However, using such enforcement to humans will not make the business expand. It's a trade-off in a sense. If I don't make my point here, the other side won't do the same. If I'm being too selective on manpower and narrow the choices too much, my business will not expand. Then, I will miss important opportunities. Coming to Isa-sensei and having him perform the vow is a measure to reinforce the trust. If you think about it, you're right. Harold-san is a devout believer of ISIS, so he will be fine. Yuri, and I agreed to omit the clause. Yes, of course. Harold-san is my third follower. Isn't he your first follower? Yuri, I've been here for a long time, but I haven't seen or heard that there are any followers other than Harold. My first and second followers are Jose and Wasap, but they were martyred, and they are waiting for the judgment in the afterworld. Of course, Harold-san is the first disciple of the Shanti. Isa made a visit to the Lord. So if Harold breaks his vows, I need to do the same. What the hell? She's going to do it. It seems she had Quran disciples before. Is that so? Sorry about that. Yuri, perhaps they fled when they came out of the... No, it's all right. Isa, really? Yuri, it is a shame that a teacher survives because of the protection of her disciples. Yuri, as I expected, she's more or less worried about it. I'm sure those two are proud to have saved Isa-sensei, and they are living well in the afterworld. Yuri, in ISIS doctrine, the soul after death goes to the place called the afterworld, and it is supposed to live there. The afterworld is a kind of different world with mountains, rivers, and cities. People go there after death and live their daily lives, but there are spiritual laws that exist in the afterworld. So those who have done bad things before their death can't live a good life there. In the real world, humans can go if they want to physically go, whether it's the fertile land or to the top of Mount Everest, but they can't do that in the afterworld. The sinners who committed crimes in his life and whose soul is dirty aren't able to approach it because their body would burn when they approached the fertile land, and the crops harvested there would taste muddy and inedible. Those who have been guilty by doing crimes in their lifetime, it's not possible for them to reach the highest layer of the fertile land where God is because they will be walking on the surface of the sun. As a result, those who sin during their lifetime will continue to fight for the flesh and meat of the other sinners in cold and fertile land, and they will live with hunger while being ill-treated by starving ghosts. In ISIS doctrine, this land is called hell. However, there is a kind of relief here. By repenting your sins, even after going into the afterworld, it will gradually bring you to an abundant world. According to the scriptures, the people who lived in the land at the bottom of hell eat the leaves of chameleon plant growing and squid that lived in rotten muddy soil. Those are probably the food that ISIS actually hate. Of course, since Hose and Wasap were martyred, they should live without any inconvenience, bathe in the grace of God while talking with the most sensible, wise men in the top layer of abundant land. If you say that, I'll feel somehow relieved. Isa Sensei, smiled softly. Well, my third disciple won't betray the vow. Isa, how I won't. Harold said it confidently. Well then, shall we start? Isa, what exactly is a vow? I don't know. Isa Sensei grabbed a small bottle on the desk, opened the lid, poured a watery liquid into the glass cap, and put it in his mouth. Then, the water contained in the mouth was returned to the cup, and it was passed to Harold. Drink it. Isa. What? When Harold quietly received the cut, he put his mouth on it and drank the liquid. Isa Sensei, I can almost imagine the implication of the previous act, since it is a pledge using your mouth. Perhaps the liquid returned once it has been mouthed has some magical meaning. However, in this picture, it is a beautiful eyeglass Isa Sensei, but what if this is a sweating and oily old man? If it's me, I think I'll vomit after eating garlic or something. Our mouth is now sanctified. You can't speak false words. Isa, ooh, that's the Chorale language. Yes, Harold said so. Well then, Harold Patella Harold. From now on, we will begin to hold the vow ritual. Harold Patella Harold vows to Lord Isis. Isa, it had started. 1. Never betray Yuri Ho. Don't leak it to others in return for being taught Yuri Ho's technique of crossing the S-E-I-N using the given technique. You will take the responsibility of managing its confidentiality. You'll be hired by Yuri Ho while using the technique, and after leaving it, you will forget everything about the technique and never use it. Isa, as expected of Isa Sensei. What I said was perfectly translated into the Chorale language. Despite the improvisational translation, the phrase had a poetic sound. Do you declare Patriarch Isa Catholic Vienna as a witness to the vow above? To change this vow is not only to deceive oneself, but to deceive your master, and it means deceiving the Lord and turning back on his love. In that situation, your soul container will be severely damaged. Isa, speaking of soul container, it refers to the rank of the afterworld based on ISIS religion. If it's a game, it should be something like virtue. I think, if the soul container is severely damaged, you'll become stuck in the layer of hell. That's it. Harold Patella Harold fully understands and swears to the Lord. Harold, all right, the declaration has been sworn to the Lord. Hallelujah. Isa, after the solemn oath, Isa Sensei clapped her hands. This is the end. Thank you for your hard work. Isa, thank you very much. Yuri, I thanked her. It was an interesting ceremony. Harold-san, you must not forget your oath. If you break it, it's going to be a lot of trouble. Isa, of course I won't. Harold, oh, I stop with that tone. I didn't really understand, but how troublesome is it? Gura, who had been outside the mosquito net for a long time, said so as he was the only one who didn't understand Kara. That's going to be a lot of trouble, you know. I don't know how troublesome it is, but I guess it is, as she says. Harold will wander through hell after this death, and even if it doesn't matter since he's an abrupt believer, he will break off relationship with Isa-sensei and will never hear anything from her again. That's a big deal for Harold. Since this oath has no secular restraint, it doesn't matter. If there is, I will die. Isa, I see. I feel like I can relax. Harold, did she say she will die? Eh. When I unintentionally looked at Harold, he opened his mouth wide. Didn't you know? It seems that's not my mistake. I heard that Isa-sensei will die a moment ago, but am I mistaken? Yuri, let's try to clarify. Yes? I'm sorry. I have made a misleading statement. It's just that I may die. Isa, oh my, that's right. It doesn't seem like suicide. But speaking of she may die is a dangerous matter. Why you may die? Yuri, what is the meaning of that? Well, the ritual I just said is a ritual that legally secured the responsibility of the master, which pledger has the obligation to keep the content of his vow. The origin of the vow ritual in the first place is told in the 3rd verse of the New Testament Apocrypha by Casso. This is, to explain briefly, it is a story that the follower of Apostle Sahara committed murder immediately after declaring renunciation. But since Apostle Sahara felt responsible for that, he meditated for a month without putting anything in his mouth in front of Isasama's grave. So he had. I should ask for an explanation in advance. In short, this seems to be a system like a joint guarantor. She becomes a witness of his oral promise. I thought it was just a ritual. So, if anything, I also need to meditate for a month. Actually, there's a private room near the sacred bedroom of the holy sleeping sanctuary, but since it's impossible, I have to go into the forest. With God's forgiveness, I can survive like the Apostle Sahara. Isa, speaking of entering the forest, is she going to sit at the root of a big tree? There are quite a few wild wolves in this forest, and if a woman like Sensei meditates there, rather than a month, she won't last a week. Are you fasting during that time? Yuri, no, I can drink water. Isa, but that's the story of Catholics. My sect doesn't require me to do it. Isa, in today's Catholic sect, it's just a fine or money paid to the government. This method is an old method that was used by the Catholics about 500 years ago. In my research, the New Testament Apocrypha by Casso isn't considered a forgery, so the vow ritual is valid. Isa, damn it, there is no turning back. I wonder if her sect is surprisingly fundamentalist. Although her sect is fasting until death, I wonder if it's fine to do it like Catholic sect where you just need to pay. Please cancel it. Harold. Harold suddenly said, Oh my why? Isa-sensei seemed to wonder frankly. Dang, you can't get through this person. I can't afford to involve Sensei. Harold. Yes, say it. Say that it's mainly my fault. What do you mean, Harold-san? You have sworn in the name of the Lord just now, but are you going to betray it rather quickly? Isa, the tone of her voice changed. It was a hard, dry voice. There was no usual gentleness, and quite anger seemed to be in the air. This was the first time I had seen Isa-sensei got angry. Scary, but bringing trouble to Sensei is Harold. I don't think it's troubling. If I think so, I won't accept the vow. That's a cancerous attitude. Isa, but, Harold, there's no but. You have made a vow to God, so you don't have to worry about breaking your vow. You are firmly determined. It's a good idea to keep fulfilling your vow without yielding your mind. Nothing will happen. Or else, did you say you've come for the ritual just to break the vow from the beginning, Harold-san? Isa, Skari, depending on his response, it may break the relationship between teacher and follower. The intention is clearly transmitted. That's not true, Harold. Poor him. He seems withering. Then, there's no problem. Harold-san, you mustn't kneel in front of the Lord, and if you have been baptized, don't say something like revoking the ritual. All right. Isa, the three of us left Isa-sensei's preparation room and went to the headquarters right in front of the secondary residence. I guess you didn't know the ritual, did you? Harold, when I entered the headquarters, Harold spoke as I remembered it. Is there such an absurd thing? Who will leave your sensei's life in your hand? Yuri, no, seriously. Harold, at best, I tell you before you betray me. There's a possibility I can help Sensei. Yuri, I suppose it would be fine if Harold betrayed me, since it would be difficult for Isa-sensei to know it before me. How can you help? Harold, I'll hire people to monitor her all the time, and if she goes into the forest, she will be restrained. But in that case, I may have to force her to eat. Yuri, I think that there's a possibility that Issa-sensei will fast and die. In that case, if I make her drink something like porridge, even while she is asleep. So I will be able to help Issa-sensei, even if she is unwilling. Harold, even if she survived, her soul container maybe can't be saved, so her future life will be bleak. She can abandon her faith, but that's not going to be the case. Yuri, if you're a religious person like Issa-sensei, it seems not possible to save your heart. Damn, why did I involve sensei? Harold, he seemed to regret something. Well, you just have to fulfill the contract without breaking it. If you're worried, you can roll your bottom now. Yuri, do you think I can do that? It's Issa-sensei. Harold, the vow that we made there would have to do with the navigation in the first place. Basically, if you think of a vow as a contract, it will only take effect from the time I teach navigation. If I don't teach you how to navigate, the context of the vow itself becomes meaningless, but it doesn't mean that there was no oath. If you were a defiant person, rather than going to see Issa-sensei, I wouldn't tell you about the tool, because I feel anxious. That was what I'm going to say. Yeah, so there's no problem. Yuri, if I do it that way, Issa-sensei will surely be convinced. So, there's no problem. Maybe my reputation from Issa-sensei will go down, but that's not important. Is that so? Harold, would you like to stop? Harold, I also don't want to teach anyone who is going to be defiant. No, I'm a man who will do whatever I say. Harold, it seems he will do it. I'm relieved to hear it. Well then, let's go. Yuri, I climbed the stairs at the headquarters and went upstairs. When I opened the door, there was a round table inside. This was the room I used as a conference room. The quality was poor, but the blackboard was also installed. At the round table, my cousin was sleeping while sitting on a chair. It was Sayamu. Next to her, there was a busted glasses girl sitting. It was Lily-san, who finally satisfied with the completed spectacles. Lily-san was awake, unlike my cousin. Sorry to bother you. Lily, she said it comfortably. Thank you. Sorry for asking when you're busy. Yuri, I bowed down my head. It was me who called her. Yeah. Lily, these guys are sailors. This is Harold, and this is Gora. Yuri, I briefly introduced them. Yes. I'd be happy if I could understand what you taught. Harold may be not able to do it, but it would be nice if one of them could understand it. Yuri, I don't think I will die if I don't understand, so I'm going to understand it even if I don't like it. Harold, it seems so. Who are these ladies? Harold asked. They're the ones who made the tool for celestial navigation. The one who is sleeping over there is my cousin, Sayamu, and the other is the company's technology chief, Lily-san. Yuri, pleased to meet you. Gora bowed his head. When I look at you both, Harold is the skipper while Gora is the navigator. Is it? Lily, Harold, when I was silent. Yes, I'm a navigator. Gora made the proclamation. Lily was staring at Gora. Gora. No, to think that it's such a young child where I have to entrust the masterpiece that I've been handling with care like my child is Lily. Lily said anxiously. In front of Lily, there were two boxes. There was a large clock called a chronometer. A chronometer is a clock that has been designed to function as a precision watch. It has been devised to eliminate the effect of posture changes caused by waves, and it also eliminates impact. To put it simply, it's a clock that is extremely accurate, even if it's on a ship that always swings extremely. Marine chronometer. It's easy to say, but to make such a watch, it needs various ideas and new inventions, and Lily-san has obtained several patents for the development. Originally, mechanical clocks in this country are made on the premise that the pendulum clock and the sundial are always matched. The accuracy is of course better, but this is more about portability. Of course, that's not the case with chronometer. On the contrary, accuracy is more important than portability. In conjunction with Sabayaku standard time, you can sail for more than a month without adjusting the clock anywhere, and when you return to Sabayaku, the time is perfectly synchronized. Since it is a machine that requires such performance, I won't say that it is up to 1 minute error within a year, but if you don't synchronize with your 1 month clock, your 12-hour clock will go wrong. Then, such a thing is useless. Lily-san also had to consult with her parents to develop this tool, since the facilities in the dormitory weren't enough. Therefore, Lily-san's masterpiece is no exaggeration. Are you worried? Gora. Gora said so. On the contrary, aren't you worried about handling this? You know, a clock is a fragile machine. Yuri-kun spent 100 gold coins to make this one. Lily, 100 Gora. Gora was stunned. 100 gold coins aren't the amount of money that could be obtained by a sailor. Even with this, I was offered at Lily's staff price. If this is put up for sale with Amiens mark, it might cost 200 gold coins. The reason why 2 clocks are here is they are supposed to be used in a set of 2 in case of breakage. The mechanical clocks can cause terrible errors or break just by neglecting the oil leveler at a single spot. If it occurs at sea and a disaster happens, the ship will be the grave for the crews. Since that's a problem, in order to reduce the accident rate due to human error, it's necessary to produce 2 units. Since it has a mass production effect, the price is not doubled, but still, it is expensive to produce it. Apart from that, we need a watch for everyday use, so we also have one highly accurate pocket watch. Since the chronometer isn't something to carry, it should be installed in the center of gravity of the ship if possible. The actual use of the observation is the pocket watch. Pocket watches are synchronized with the chronometer every day. That includes the sextant and the voyage yearbook made by Siamu, and it cost me 300 gold coins, I think. It's not the amount of money to deal by Ho and Associates. Cuff had a bitter face, and the accountant's bore had a blank face. If I raise money to buy a ship, all the profits have been made since the foundation of the company will be blown away. So, I'm worried about leaving it to Harold. Of course, I'm not going to tell you to understand the structure inside, but it's troubling if you don't remember it seriously. Lily, yes, I'll take it seriously. Harold, all right, let's start with the concept. Lily, the explanation began, and Siamu was still sleeping. That's it. In principle, it's a simple thing, right? Lily-san's lecturer was over. She stood up and had a tree made of balls. This represented the earth. No, Harold. Harold stopped speaking. What? If you have any questions, it's fine. Lily. No, I couldn't understand while I was thinking about it. Harold, this guy is no good. How about you, Gora? Yuri. I said it to Gora. I may need to sort out the information a bit, but I got the general idea. Gora. I see. It may have been a good start, but that's more than enough. In the first place, they should hear the theory of ground motion for the first time. When the knowledge hammered into the head, you may feel weird at first. In other words, there's always only one place on Earth where the sun goes south at the same time and rises up to the same angle. Yuri, I summed it up briefly. If this is also used in the lunar calendar, it will be troublesome again, but the Shanti use the solar calendar, which helps. Since you're not a scholar, you just need to understand that much. It's enough if it can be used as a tool. However, if you don't have the knowledge, you'll have a hard time using it. Lily, yes. Harold, he's obedient. Let me add to Lily-san's explanation. Do you have any doubts about compass? Yuri, compass, is it? Harold, strictly speaking, compass doesn't necessarily point north. Have you ever wondered why the compass faces north? So, Harold, well, yeah, when you think about it, you can't understand. There's something invisible flow of power all over the earth, and it faces north. It's good to think that the flow is meandering. Of course, even if it meanders, it may point occasionally to the north. For example, the flow doesn't differ much between one end to another end of the royal capital. But if you are far from Sabayaku and Karakumo, it will change a bit. Yuri, I don't really understand. What do you mean by that? Harold, sure, it's irrelevant if you sail with intuition like before. For example, if you move from this place to this place. Yuri, I pointed 2 separated points on the desk separately with my fingers. From here to here, let's say you have twice as much distance from the Suomi harbor that you always use to the island of Isa. Since both harbors have been visited and observed once, both latitude and longitude are known. Assuming everything is the ocean along the way, of course, you want to go straight. Yuri, I moved one finger in a straight line and stuck it to the other. It was the shortest distance. However, If you rely only on the compass needle, the direction of the needle is slightly shifted and changing, so it's going to move like this. Yuri, I moved one finger straight while changing the angle slightly and approached the other finger. The two fingers didn't overlap and passed each other in the distance. This is how you can't get to your destination. Therefore, it's necessary to observe it every day while the sun is out in the actual voyage and correct the position every day. Well, with the sun-only method, there's only one chance to observe it in a day, so it's ideal to do this. This time, I put two fingers together and moved it in a zigzag manner. Well, in the actual voyage, even if you don't have to worry about this, you will need to observe every day you will repeatedly hit the headwind. Yuri, in order to move forward with a sailing ship against the headwind, you must move in a zigzag manner while obliquely receiving the wind. This is called tacking. Of course, they are a way of it because it is a basic term in the basics. After tacking, you can't tell in which direction and how much you have moved. Ship tacking. In any case, think about compass as a guide. Then, rely on the observations. Yuri. Yes, I understand. Harold. The flow of force that moves the compass needle doesn't change over time. If you write down the error of the compass on the map, you will see how much the error is specific to the area. Then, subtract the error from the direction of the compass, and you'll know the exact location. Yuri. But if the compass is unreliable, what should I consider for the direction? Harold. On what basis? Isn't that common sense for sailors? It's the same now and in the past. It's the North Star. Yuri. I see. Harold. He seems to have known about the North Star. The North Star is always in the north. Now, you can see why the North Star is always north based on Lily Sand's explanation. It's just north, so it doesn't move, and there's no more definite standard. Yuri. North Star? Understood. Harold. Now that Yuri-sensei's lecture is over, why don't you practice it? Lily. Lily said so. The practice of sitting in a fixed chair in the room, likening a rope on the wall of the room to the horizon, and the sun with a circle of paper on the ceiling, continued until the sun set. When those guys went back, I had nothing else to do for today. Is Sayamu still sleeping? Yuri. She woke up halfway through, but she fell asleep again, probably because she was bored and still sleeping until now. She has been busy with the recent reviewing work. Lily. Ah, I see. Is that so? Did she stay up late at night? It will be hard if there's a mistake, and I also accompanied her. Well, this is like a nightlife. Lily. Thanks for your hard work. You seem to have gone through a lot of trouble, Yuri. I've really made them work too hard, even though I sleep soundly every night. Sayamu is already like this, so I wonder if I should stay at Yuri-kun's house today. Maybe. Lily. I wonder why you are saying it with hesitation. Of course. Yuri. For Sayamu, it's her own place, so it's a good place to stay. Is that so? Sorry to bother you, Lily. No problem. Yuri. Sayamu is a relative, so I don't think I'll be distracted when she is in a pajama. She can come whenever she wants. Then, should I carry Sayamu? Yuri. I see. Please. Lily. Well, Sayamu won't gain weight, as ever. Yuri. I think she is about 140 centimeters. She's skinny. She's really light when I hold her up. I won't say that it's like a feather, but it's too light to feel that she is a human being. Is she eating properly? I held her like a princess and went downstairs. Even today I saw Boar staring at Abacus. Then I left the headquarters. When I left the building, I could see the second residence of the Ho's household. I told the guard standing in front of the gate, "Thank you for your hard work," and went inside through the entrance. I forgot to say thanks to Lily-san. Lily-san, thank you for your time today. Yuri. No, I think it's rude to say goodbye here. After I bring Sayamu in, I will accompany you to the Silver Birch dormitory. Yuri. Can't I stay with you? Lily. You're so mean, Yuri-kun. You invited me to stay, right? When I asked you, you say of course. Although you responded cheerfully, you're not letting me stay here. Lily. It seems she's doing it on purpose, but I'm not affected. I am sorry. I misunderstood a little. If that's what you were asking, please stay overnight. Yuri. I don't care at all. We're the general household. There shouldn't be anything wrong with Sayamu's friend. So let me bother you. Lily, when I finished my meal and took a bath, I read the Teletra scriptures in my bedroom. Even if it was a bedroom, it wasn't my own room. Since I never lived in a secondary residence, I had no room here, and it was one of the rooms available. So I was reading the scriptures borrowed from Issa Sensei to kill time. A man named Isis was born exactly 2,000 years before I was born. When I thought of it all by myself, I would think that he was a great writer, but he told the story of the world's creation, taught the theory of the world after death, told about God's interests and preferences, and preached people to live as he did. It was that all kind of good deeds were done along the way, and miracles were also performed. I wasn't sure about the cause and effect, but on the map, Isis was born in a Mediterranean city near Israel, and he was active among his local community. In the days where Isis was active, there was a city-state coalition called the Ancient Negroes. The top language used in writing the original text was the language used in the Ancient Negroes. Polytheism was widely believed in the Ancient Negroes, so people had little interest in the preaching of Isis, which they thought to be like dubious tales. As for Isis, he did it moderately, probably because he thought that he would be killed if he did it aggressively. The scriptures also contain stories which Isis remonstrated his disciples who acted excessively. So, Isis wasn't killed by anyone. When he was about 45 years old, he thought that he was approaching death. He told his disciples that it was about time for them to be more alone, and then he went into and slept in a cave. He was completely like Kukai. He entered a cave and lied down on the bed prepared by his disciples and told them, "Don't disturb my sleep." Absolutely. And that order was put at the entrance of the cave. Everything was done by the hands of his 10 disciples. The disciples probably knew that Isis was about to die when they obediently followed the order to confine him alive. Kukai, Japanese Buddhist monk. As he looked out, the 10 disciples kept the whereabouts secret. If someone knew, the cave became like a sacred place, and as a result, people would rush there to visit. They thought that wasn't in line with Isis's desire to sleep well. They might have thought that they wanted to leave the master's grave quiet. The 10 disciples didn't teach their respective disciples about the location, and when they died, there was no one to know the location of Isis' grave. However, the leading disciples were doing recklessly somewhere. When Isis died, one of the leading disciples said, "Let's create a city exclusively for those who keep the teaching of Isis." Then they bought a suitable land and made a city. Buying land, building houses and fences, it quickly became a primitive community of Isis. And they started to deal with the ancient city-state coalition by telling, "We have made a city, so please accept us." By the way, each of the ancient Negros city-states had the name of a god of Negros mythology, which was the guardian god of the cities. So, what is your guardian god? Yuri. There's only one god, Isis Sama. Isa. It wasn't clear whether there was an exchange of such, but at any rate, a small city named Johopertoki, a resting place for lost children in Tat language, was born. It was called Jatsitov in Teller language. The people of the ancient Negroes seemed to have forgiven their existence, probably because they were really patient or they were overly kind people. I thought that was a unique mistake of the polytheists, but they acknowledged that Isis as one of the gods. Thus, the early Isis believers enjoyed peace among the religious ancient Negros people. But after about 30 years, things had changed. The people of Johopertoki started to get moved into gear and preach about Isis doctrine everywhere. They started by taking control of the villagers that belonged to the adjacent city-state without permission, and they began to do something that was a bit improbable. Then, when the relationship with the neighboring city-state became worse, they started a war on the nearest city-state. I suppose that the city-state anticipated a one-on-one war and they thought they could win. They probably were very prominent but didn't know war at all. In other words, other city-states were thinking about themselves only since it was only one city-state being attacked by another city-state. In reality, such a thing shouldn't go well, and this was an act like cutting the cords of the kind ancient Negroes. It was said that all city-states had invaded the city-state of Johopertoki from all directions, and it was defeated. The city had been destroyed as much as sun-dried bricks had returned to the sand, and it was hard. According to Issa Sensei, The site of the city-state of Johopertoki hadn't been completely destroyed that it couldn't be found even today. However, these people didn't give up. Several of ISIS' leading disciples survived the war and took the remaining believers on board a ship. Unfortunately, they had bad luck in the Mediterranean Sea. It seemed that they drifted ashore where the land of Rome was. They began to do the same thing here. However, unlike the ancient Negroes, there was no unified religion at that time. By the way, there was no large country with a sense of solidarity rule the peninsula. This seemed to have been convenient for them because the tribes scattered in many places in the country, and they believed in the indigenous religion. When they were taken up by the native Quzes tribe, they began preaching and quickly turned them as believers. This was the beginning of the theocracy empire of Kuzarukuses. Then, over the course of 100 years, the Quzes tribe swept the Italian peninsula, which was called the Kasuru Peninsula, in this world. They continued the invasion in the name of the religion, and after several hundred years, they became a huge empire. Knock, knock. Come on in. Yuri. I kept my eyes on the scriptures. I am going in. Lily. I heard Lily Sand's voice. I raised my head and looked up toward the door. She seemed to be more relaxed than usual since she had been taking a bath. Her hair was damp and sexy. She was dressed in thin pajamas. She might borrow it from a maid. My heart was getting stiff. Temptation. Do you need anything? Yuri. No, I don't need anything, but are you busy? Lily. No, I was just reading a boring book. Yuri. I put the scriptures on the side table. So, is there anything? Yuri. No. Is it all right if I sit? Lily. Of course. Go ahead. Yuri. She could sit as much as she wanted. When I suggested it, Lily Sand sat down on a chair near me. But what kind of business does she have? Recently, I've been waking up to my sexual desire, and I'm spending my days worrying about whether I should spend my money in brothel. Looking at Lily Sand in light clothes, the place where both chest and buttocks come out properly, and my lower half of the body, is getting hot when I look at her body. There isn't loose fat, and she doesn't have extra thickness. Honestly, she has a pretty solid body. Of course, I'm exercising self-control, but this is my house. No matter how familiar I am, shouldn't she be more cautious? Or rather, she needs to be careful. I'm getting spiced up here. Were you drinking? Yuri. Yes, a little bit. Lily. Lily Sand had a faintly sweet scent of alcohol, though it wasn't bad. I see. If she has been drinking, there's no help for it. Maybe she wants to undress when she drinks. Ah, did you hate the smell of alcohol? Lily. No, not really. Yuri. I wonder if it smells too much. She may be nervous in a house that she doesn't know, or maybe she wants to feel relaxed with alcohol. Say, Yuri-kun, do you notice how old I am now? Lily. It was a sudden question. How old? Your age, is it? You're 19 years old, right? Yuri. Yes. Lily. 19 years old is the age of becoming a college student in Japan, but Lily Sand doesn't look like that age. She's grown up, and her breasts are big, so she doesn't look particularly young. However, she still looks like a high school student. I'll graduate in a few years. Lily. That's right. That's very unfortunate for me. Yuri. There were a lot of students who graduated before it, even though the School of Liberal Arts could be up to 25 years old. That was because it was advantageous to graduate before it, compared to the School of Knights graduate students whose majority from the general households. The importance was incomparable. Knights didn't have the opportunity to succeed in life if there was no war. Aside from the whole household, who went to war frequently, many of the Knight graduates spent their lives without the concept of career development. So, many of the Knight students stayed in the academy until they were 25 years old. There were many of them, and graduating early didn't have much effect on life. Lily Sand was from a deposit household, so I didn't think there was any problem staying until the age of 25, but it was probably better to graduate early. Well, I don't want to leave, Lily. She made a troubled face, but it seemed like a sexy gesture, probably because of the atmosphere. Is it from the royal capital? Yuri. Yeah, Lily. Well, it's not like I don't understand that feeling. Lily Sand seems to enjoy her life in the royal capital, and she probably would feel bored returning to the countryside. I don't mind living in the countryside, but not everyone can enjoy life surrounded by nature and flowers. If so, would it be fine to leave the management of the deposit household to someone else and stay in the royal capital? I don't know how long Ho and Associates will last, but the executive remuneration will continue to rise. In this country, the prices in the countryside are quite low. Areas such as the backside of the mountain are more of countryside in the countryside. On the other hand, Ho and Associates' executive remuneration is, of course, a one-time cash payment. So if it's about the amount of tax needed to pay by the depositor households, she could have some delegate to territory management, and that will open up space for her. Thus, it's easy enough to fill the post. That's not the case. If that's what it is, what the superiors of the household would say, Lily, is that so? If they were in the Ho household, we wouldn't say anything if they pay the tax. From the point of view of the general household, a deposit household is like a good shop which pays their rent, and their existence is only to collect the payment. The Noza household manage the territory on the backside of the mountain. I don't really know what kind of people is the Noza household. The problem could be solved if they give pressure to Rook, but that's not the case. The deposit households are usually despised by ordinary knights, so there might be envy if they make too much money. That's troubling, isn't it? Yuri, I have no complaints since Lily-san is an excellent engineer, and above all, she's Sima's friend. If she is in trouble, I want to do something about it. Say, Yuri-kun, what do you think about marriage? Lily, marriage? Yuri, the story changed abruptly. I'm not thinking about it. Yuri, what do you think if the partner is a person like me, Lily? Wait a sec, what? What did you say? With you, Lily-san? Yuri, why? Lily, she somehow curled and touched her neck, seeming embarrassed. The gesture is really cute, but Lily-san is a bit strange today, isn't it? Marriage with me, huh? Lily, what should I say? I don't know if I'm just thinking about it. I mean about a partner. Lily, is that so? It's fine to think about it. I mean, if you don't have someone to marry in the future, you would definitely think of it. Well, if you get married to me, the future of the depositor household will be much better. That's the story if I succeed the Ho household. Well then, I will think about it. Yuri, I'll be honored. It seems lonely to be an unmarried person. But Lily, yes. Yuri, if Yuri-kun wants it, you could have a taste today, you know. Lily, that is wait, what? Taste. In other words, I can enjoy Lily-san's body as much as I want right now. You want me to taste your body that I've been resisting my instincts. Is this Lily-san's first time? Yuri, yes, I've decided to have my first time here. Lily, she's loud. I see it's her first time. I think you don't know since this is your first time, but if a beautiful lady like Lily-san says something like that to a creature known as a man, it won't end with just tasting. Yuri, it can't be, Lily. It's like a wolf attacking a lamb, and it's going to be a mess. It will be a mistake if you think I will only rub your breast. I won't stop until I do it again, and I will taste your whole body to you until morning, you know. Yuri, that's because I've been living an abstinent life. Oh, Lily. Lily-san turned her face red. So it's no good. Don't say such a thing thoughtlessly. Yuri, I dismissed Lily-san. Now that I think about it, when she mentioned the word taste, she might have been influenced by that harmful book. I feel like that. I'm involved in publishing myself, but might bring negative effects in various places. I don't mind, Lily. I'm fine if you don't mind, but could you stop saying it while holding your breast between your arms? She doesn't seem to wear a bra, and it's slightly bulging out. I don't mind if it's you, Yuri-kun. Lily. Yuri. Cool. I clench my teeth. The head that controlled the reason and the lower half-body that controlled the instinct were in a war, and it felt like they were competing the area around the belly. If the conflict came to the arm, it was likely that it would take over my consciousness. Yuri-kun. Lily, it's no good. It's a very attractive proposal, but you shouldn't throw away your virginity easily. You have to save it for someone important in the future. Yuri, even if you say in the future, when I return to my territory, I'll be made to meet the other party who I don't know their face. So I can't help it, Lily. Lily-san seemed a bit lonely. Even if you don't throw it, I'm sure I'll do something for you. So, you don't have to be held by someone you don't like. Yuri, that's not it, Lily. It's all right. So please feel safe and go back to your back room. Your dress is too tempting to my eyes. Yuri, I said in a bit stronger tone. Now that I've decided not to do it, this exchange is unproductive. My damage only gets worse. There's no benefit. I understand. I'm sorry, Yuri-kun. Sorry for saying something strange. Lily, that's not true. I'm happy as a man when you invited me. Yuri, it was just painful because it was hard for her to turn around. Lily-san stood there and headed to the door. As she turned her back, the curly body, the waist, and the well-shaped hips touched the thin clothes. Boink, boink. Why am I being subjected to such a trial? Lily opened the door, and as she left, she looked at me and disappeared. After that, I was seriously thinking of trying to experience an escort for tonight, with my head floating due to the heat. However, after thinking about 30 minutes, put on clothes for now, and when I went out to the entrance, which was already closed, I gave up. When I think about it carefully, it's bad because that territory is the territory of the witch households. Of course, it will not be good if I try to rush it, and it's not possible to collect information now, and there is no way to sort out. So I went to bed. I was wondering if I was going to handle it myself, but it was a difficult problem because I was going to feel empty. So I was writhing in bed. Bang! The door opened wildly. What is it? Yuri. When I lifted my body out of bed and looked at the door, there was Sayamo lit by the dim light of the nightlight. Somehow, she looked angry. I'm glad I didn't relent to the lower half of my body. Just knock it out, will you? Do you need anything in the middle of the night? Yuri. I don't need anything, Yuri. Sayamo. There were thorns in the voice. What the heck? Did I do something wrong? Why are you angry? Yuri. What did you do to Lily-senpai? Sayamo. I didn't do anything. Yuri. If I'm doing it, I'll be enjoying Lily-san's big breasts to my heart's content. I will definitely mess around. But I'm not doing that right now. And the fact that I'm agonizing in a lonely place means I'm not doing anything. But I probably can't use this perfect reasoning now. I heard a strange voice and woke up. Sayamo. Strange voice. She was crying alone, saying that you thought her as a cheap woman and she felt like she wanted to die. Sayamo. Yuri. Hey, I thought that she was a perverted girl, but I didn't think of her as a cheap woman. That's because she's a virgin. This is the first time I see senpai acts like that. So what did you do? Sayamo. It's all right. She'll be fine in 3 days. Yuri. Maybe. Is that so? So, you didn't do anything, right? Sayamo. I didn't do it. Yuri. You sure that you didn't do anything pervert, right? Sayamo. There is no way I expect that word pervert comes out from her mouth. Is the world going to end? I wonder if this feels like when your daughter got a boyfriend. I didn't do it. Yuri. Is that so? Then that's fine. Good night, Yuri. Sayamo. Sayamo slammed the door and went out. I went to the harbor early in the morning. All right, be careful. Yuri. I told Harold. See you. Harold. After looking at the information board next to the pier, Harold boarded a rental ship for his next voyage. Despite being shabby and old-fashioned, there would still be a penalty if he didn't return it. Harold chose a rental ship this time, as he said he wanted to buy a state-of-the-art Quran-made ship if he were to buy a new ship. I agreed, but as a result, including the money we loaded onto the ship to purchase a new one, this voyage cost roughly 800,000 ruble worth of gold coins. Of course, the ordinary sailors didn't know about this. In fact, almost all of the reserve funds that had been saved since the establishment of my company were used up. This battered, old ship was fully filled with gold coins. If I were to convert this to yen, it would be more than 80 million yen to 100 million yen. If an actuary were to find out, no doubt he'd pale. According to Harold, there's no problem with the rental ship's hull, but what if it's actually defective and ends up causing the ship to sink? The sailors aboard are those who had experience returning from the island of Isa. In other words, I chose guys who had guts, but I can't say they won't revolt. Besides, as I don't know the latitude and longitude of Great Britain, the success of this first voyage would depend on luck. Since Harold understands a coordinate system, things like I got lost and went to the same place again, moving back and forth, or I had to return because only half of the food supply is left should happen less. The safety of the voyage should be improved by using coordinates. But even so, I'm still anxious. To begin with, if Gora's observations aren't complete, then the voyage could still run into issues. There's also the danger of getting stranded. All right, we're going. Harold, who was the leader on board, shouted to the sailors to untie the rope mooring the ship to the pier. With the help of a rowing tugboat, the ship left the pier while a sail was put on the mast. Then, the ship which Harold was aboard slowly left. Recently, Harold's going back and forth kept me considerably busy, but when he left the port, my work completely disappeared. Will Harold come home with a proper cargo load on a brand new ship? Thinking about it made me very anxious. However, I consoled myself by remembering that the ship had already left, so there was no use to think about it further. As I walked around the city, I naturally entered the academy's grounds. It was a holiday today, so I didn't have any business here. However, there were no other places for me to go but the academy. Should I go to sleep then? Yuri. No one else was around. I was a bit lonely. Let's go to sleep. Fortunately, the warm spring sunshine was great for napping. Furthermore, it hadn't rained yesterday nor the day before, so the ground was dry. Should I sleep under a tree? I went into the forest, which occupied half of the academy, and picked a tree that let plenty of sun through its leaves. Then, as I sat on the ground, I leaned my back on the trunk. I wonder if I can sleep on such a hard bed. Even while thinking that, I was suddenly attacked by a wave of intense drowsiness. In my dream, I was listening to my grandfather's lecture in his house. I was high school aged. It was a bit surprising that I could recall memories about my grandfather at all. I think there is such a thing as an uncertainty principle. I don't know the specifics, but some people in the physics field say that it's impossible to know the exact state of a large object completely. MC's grandfather. Note, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle states that the position and velocity of an object cannot be simultaneously known. Observing the position, as shown here with a photon, changes its velocity. Taken from Physics, Principles with Applications by D. John Colai. After he retired from college, my grandfather loved to lecture me about various subjects. Perhaps it was because I was a good listener, or maybe I was precocious. Since I was a high school senior, I understood the concept of the uncertainty principle. In fact, I probably knew it much better than my grandfather. After all, he specialized in economics. Although he used mathematics in analysis of economic data, he was a complete outsider to the field of physics. I loved this scholarly side of my grandfather. I didn't overly admire my father, but rather, I idolized this learned old man, so I wanted to follow his footsteps. To that end, after I went to a science university, I entered graduate school to enter the world of academia. Even at that time, I was still the same person as I was in high school. It may have seemed that I grew up, but I was still a bit immature. At the time, I thought it couldn't be helped, but perhaps my perspective was lacking. I was the kind of person when I was in high school. It seemed I've grown up, but I was a bit immature. I thought it couldn't be helped, but at that time, I didn't see myself. It turns out that I wasn't suitable for a career in scholarship. I chose my future path just because I admire my grandfather, causing me to make some questionable life choices. Working at a university that didn't suit me and doing research I was disinterested in, I couldn't accomplish anything. So when I was dismissed from the university, ending my career in academia, I neither felt sorry for myself nor did I want to return. Rather, I felt liberated like a man who had finally divorced his unfit wife. If you can't understand the state of the smallest particle correctly, you can't completely understand the larger objects made up of the smallest particle. Even in physics, it seems impossible even in theory to comprehend the world perfectly. I had previously thought natural science and social science to be the same. MC's grandfather. What my grandfather said at that time was the result of scientists' observations. When observing the existence of elementary particles such as electrons, accurate observation results couldn't be obtained because the observation itself displaced electrons. For instance, take the observation of a bronze statue as an example. The use of ordinary light to observe the bronze statue wouldn't result in a perfect image capturing all of the statue's minute details. Meanwhile, an ultra-high energy ray might be able to find every detail at the moment of impact on the statue, but its high energy would also distort the statue as it hits the statue. So by the time that ray is reflected and sensed, the determined shape would be different from the original. Since the shape of the statue was altered during the act of observing it, the shape of the statue prior to observation can't be confirmed. Roughly speaking, such a thing always happens, so error was always present during the observation of elementary particles. Economics can be said to be the study of each individual human being's daily lives. Ultimately, the goal is to very accurately model the movements of human society. MC's grandfather. There might have been a lot of economists, each with their own thoughts, but that seemed to be my grandfather's ultimate research goal. However, each human being has their own personality, and each of them has a different way of life. Do you think humans are capable of making such a model that accurately traces a society of 100 or 200 million people? MC's grandfather. My grandfather's specialty was behavioral economics. Behavioral economics was separate from the so-called rational economics often used by people in simplified economic models. It was an interdisciplinary branch of economics that sought to analyze realistic human behavior with psychology and apply it in economic theory. Even though I've lived for decades, I still don't understand everything. To really understand other people, you need to understand their inner thoughts. However, just our society has 100 or 200 million people. In the international community, there are 5 to 6 billion people. It isn't something we could do in the short lifespan of a human. In fact, I can't even completely understand my wife, who has been with me for many years. MC's grandfather. My grandfather's face was somewhat lonely. He had a remarkable success as a scholar, which was dazzling to me. For example, as one dove into the darkness of unsolved truths, how many valuable things could be discovered and exposed to the light. That was the value of a scholar. I remembered thinking such a thing. However, it was a bit abstract. Therefore, it was unlikely that people would notice the value of my grandfather's achievement, even if he was socially respected. I made a mistake as a scholar. MC's grandfather. Grandfather stated that poignantly. In economics, the study of currency use was inevitable. So the public image of economics was often merely a search for the movement of money. Originally, though, economics studied all the economic activities of the creature known as the human. It was a general expression of all human actions as eating, drinking, living, and living behaviors. I had looked at grandfather and I wanted to be a scholar, but I realized that it wasn't for me, and I gave up on a career in social science. After retiring from university post, he left the world of economics, isolated himself in the countryside with his wife, and no longer even kept up with news about politics and economics. Eventually, when my grandmother passed on, he soon followed. Suddenly, I woke up and returned to reality. As my head cleared up, I realized that it was a dream. Well, I was able to remember my grandfather's face. As I thought about sketching the appearance of my grandfather's face, I realized that there was someone in front of me. A blonde girl. There were only 3 blonde women I knew. Her Majesty the Queen and her first and second daughters. Other than that, I had never seen any other blonde women in the capital. Yuri. It was the Queen's second daughter. She leaned over in front of me, pressing down her skirt, and stared at my face. You finally got up. Karya. Did you watch the whole time? Yuri. Yes, about half an hour. Karya. She really kept watching a sleeping man for 30 minutes? When Dala sees Carol sleeping in her bed, he also ogles her for a while. It's a little terrifying maybe, but maybe it's just a peculiar habit of the Shawnee. In the case of this girl, she's doing this in the middle of the day. She has too much spare time. You really have too much spare time, Yuri. That's rude. Karya. Aren't you free right now, though? Yuri. Do you think I'm free? Karya. If you're not free, why do you keep staring at a man while he's sleeping? If you're busy, why don't you go ahead and finish your business? Yuri. Why you should date me? Karya. Ugh. I can't knock any sense into this girl. Does she want to play with someone since she has spare time? Then I should say that I'm busy. I'll pass. Yuri. I stood up and patted the dust off of my clothes. I'm not going to indulge this girl. Considering the rumors, it would just add fuel to the fire. Why? Please go out with me. Karya. Where are you going with such a book? Yuri. Karya had a book at her side. Pina and Kamami had printed it, and I sold it. In other words, the book depicted erotic content between Dala and me. I really want to tell her that she shouldn't be bringing that book around during the daytime. Why? Do you care? Karya. Her guilty expression belied her thoughts of being exposed. I don't care, but don't carry that lewd book around with you. Yuri. It's not lewd. I can read it with you. Karya. Who want to read that? I wanted to slap my forehead, but I held back. I won't read it. There's no way. Yuri. But you should read it. This is fine literature. I'll lend it to you. Karya. God, this girl is not getting it. There's something wrong with her head. See you later. Yuri. I escaped. I shook off Karya in the blink of an eye and went into the dormitory. When I went to the dormitory's cafeteria, Dala was there eating alone. Many people ate out during holidays, and furthermore, as it was a bit past the lunch hour, it was reasonable that not many people were there. Thus, I didn't expect this guy to be here. Just considering the rice alone, Dala's portion was 3 or 4 times as much as an ordinary person's. He was voraciously shoveling food into his mouth like a starving beast. The amount of rice Dala had alone was 3 or 4 times as much as the ordinary person. He consumed everything. He wore a t-shirt-like garment that was drenched with what looked like sweat. It seemed that he had been training until a while ago. When I looked at him, he was wearing a shirt with a sleeve like a t-shirt that seemed to be wet with sweat. It seemed that he had been training until a while ago. Since it was a holiday, it ended up becoming self-training. What a pain. I ordered a meal set from the cafeteria Obachan and sat down. Since I missed the lunch hour, I had no choice but to put up with not getting newly baked bread or freshly roasted meat. Grabbing my cooled-off lunch, I sat on a seat far away from Dala. After we ate for a while, Dala left his seat as if he had finished eating. He headed my way. Don't come. Don't come. He came. Dala sat down in front of me. Oi, Dala. He was talking to me. This guy's pretty gloomy. Well, I'm fine with it because I'm also a bit gloomy. But somehow his gloominess seems incredible today. If he likes Carol that much, he should just steal her panties instead of staring at her throughout the night. He doesn't dare do anything like that because his pride gets in the way. Is that his way of showing tenacity? Perhaps he's all bottled up because he thinks he's the only person who knows that he likes Carol. Nor have I told anyone that he looks at Carol's face during the night. Nevertheless, it doesn't seem coincidental that Pina writes about a similar scene. After all, I feel that there is such a repressed, brooding aura about him, and it seems others have noticed it too. Pina, who is particularly good at observing, definitely noticed and wrote about it. I'm not sure if it's because Dala is so easy to understand or if Pina's observation skills are that extraordinary, but I don't think it's just Pina's delusion. What's up? Yuri. He said that until about 2 or 3 years ago, he just practiced martial arts and fought others randomly like a fool, but recently, he had kept a lower profile. I wonder if he wants to challenge me for the first time in a long time. I like to talk about Her Highness. Dala, that's a change of pace. Ah, really? Yuri, I wonder if he plans on a confession at last. That must be healthier than restlessly watching her face at night. It should be mentioned that Carol has a very interesting sleeping posture. She sleeps with her eyes half opened, which isn't something seen frequently. Something like that. She turns over occasionally, too, and generally her sleeping posture is quite unique. What do you think of Her Highness? Dala. Huh? Nothing really. Yuri, just a friend? Dala. Well, I guess so. Yuri, I think we're friends. But what is it exactly? Come to think of it, I feel Dala's thinking more deeply than usual. Her Highness cares for you. Dala. He started saying something strange. Huh? What the heck is this? I don't understand what you're saying. Yuri, does this guy understand what he's saying? Even though he's a fool, he's saying something really incomprehensible. It's a fact. Dala, do you have any basis for that? Yuri, any basis? There's no way there's such a thing. Dala. Dala sprang to his feet and started shouting loudly. Oi, oi, why are you suddenly getting angry? Well, calm down, Yuri. I am calm. Dala, that's not what you call calm, you know. For now, have a seat. Tell me what happened. Yuri, when I said that, Dala reluctantly sat down, although he hadn't really cooled off. It was like pouring a little cold water on a pot of boiling water, which momentarily stops the boiling, but the water is still simmering. It was that kind of feeling. I know. Her Highness likes you. Dala. This is going towards nothing in particular. It's like a delusion running out of control. Well, I considered that in the past too, but it only seems that way. Yuri. That's not the case, Dala. It looks like he's getting agitated again. Wait. Yuri. I'm done. Consulting you is a stupid idea. Dala. Was this a consultation? I'm learning of this just now. Was this a consultation? Some sort of love consultation for you to go out with Carol? Yuri. This damn idiot. Dala. The day when he uses the phrase, damn idiot, has arrived. What has the world come to? As I was stunned, Dala made a declaration. I'm moving out from this room. Dala, you want to move out of the room? You're not returning? Huh? That doesn't make sense, you know. What are you saying? If you go to another room, you can't see Carol's sleeping face anymore. Yuri. Dala endured grueling training daily to try to overcome me, and he healed himself by watching Carol's sleeping face at night. If he loses access to that, what will happen to this guy? That would almost certainly be a goodbye to Carol for the rest of his life. He'll still be able to meet and talk to her, but by nature, it'll probably be hard to get close to her. It'll be rough for him, or it's possible he might even get deceived by some strange woman and lose his manhood. Currently, he gets to see Carol's sleeping face because he lives in the same room, but it would be considerably perverted if he sneaks into the room where Carol sleeps after moving out from the room. Needless to say, it'd be a big problem. If you can stay close to her, then you should stay close. You can at least interact with her before she leaves. Yuri. But at this rate, I might make a mistake. Dala. Yuri. Was that his concern? Saying that he couldn't control himself. That's probably it. Before I started the company, I stayed in the dormitory almost every day, but I guess it's getting harder for me too because I've been staying overnight outside for the past year. Even though I've been feeling it too recently, this guy's self-control is really wavering since I'm not there to interrupt anymore. That's not the only thing. I must end my thoughts about Her Highness. Dala. By in, you mean? Yuri. To tell the truth, Dala is suitable to be Carol's bridegroom. It wouldn't be just a dream for Dala to marry her. The royal son-in-law is usually taken from the first army of the Imperial Guards or from the Shrine Maiden lineage. It's unusual in Shiyalta to get a man from the witch households so as not to get too close to them. In some cases, the royal son-in-law may be from foreign royalty, but currently, there is no possibility of this. That's because the Shiyalta Kingdom, the only candidate country, has no male children in the royal family. The Shrine Maiden lineage is that of the foreign royalty who have immigrated to Shiyalta. When such royalty immigrates as an exile or refugee, they can be treated the same as ordinary nobles, accepted as ordinary citizens, or absorbed by a general household. However, unlike the nobles, royalty is still royalty, and there's no point aiming to marry one of them if you yourself don't have the status. Furthermore, members of the Shrine Maiden lineage know the secret method to enter the ritual site of the sacred mountain. The religion of Shanti is a polytheistic variant derived from the original religion of the Great Kingdom of Shiyalta. I don't completely understand it, but it seems adherents consider the Black Sea to be the source of all seas, and they call it the Sacred Sea. Every night at the sacred mountain, believers pray towards the Black Sea, like how Muslims pray towards Mecca. However, the job is incredibly monotonous, so even if they were royalty, it's just attending to the sacred mountain. Most people can't acclimate to this way of life. As a consequence of being former royalty, many shrine priests are blonde, it seems. Indeed, the job is too boring, so even if the royalty came, it's not very much like entering the sacred mountain. However, there aren't a few people who chose this, and it seems that there are many blondes among the shrine priests. As the Shrine Maiden lineage was originally royalty of another country, they would have been suitable as the royal son-in-law. But the issue is that they're primarily versed in religion and, as a rule, don't attend the academy. In other words, these people would just be breeding horses with acceptable bloodline, but no special education except for etiquette and religious knowledge. It would be unlikely for Her Majesty the Queen to accept one of them as son-in-law. Occasionally, the The royal son-in-law sometimes comes from a general household. It's usually a result of love, but it's not as if it's forbidden, just somewhat irregular. So, Dala, the son of an imperial guard of the First Army and a future member of the First Army himself, doesn't need to be so pessimistic. It's not like you don't have any chance to marry Carol. Changing the room would only hurt your chances. Yuri, but Dala, yeah, it must be that. How should I say it? Do you feel unable to control your lust? Yuri, wah, Dala. Dala fidgeted. There's nothing to be flustered about. The other day, I met a similarly aged guy who had already had a child, despite still looking like one himself. Just from your reaction, I guess you've never visited a brothel. Your head is filled with all of these thoughts because you haven't been able to release your lust. Yuri, Dala is getting older and brasher. He dislikes the women who disdain his highly muscular body, but I'm confident his type would be well appreciated by the girls at the brothel. In short, he should just go to one and satisfy his desires. I mean it. I don't have that kind of problem. Dala, you can say that so confidently. If you don't have that kind of problem, I wonder why you're worried about attacking Carol. If you aren't all stifled like this, you wouldn't entertain ideas like that in the first place. Yuri, Dala couldn't say anything, as if confirming my hypothesis. Say, Dala, do you know what the 3 greatest human desires are? Yuri, I don't know. Dala, he couldn't have known, as this wasn't something written in books, but rather something I thought of just now. Humans have 3 great desires. They are hunger, drowsiness, and lust. To put up with repressed lust is as unnatural as being hungry, but not eating, or being drowsy, but not sleeping. If you don't eat even when hungry, you'll lose your strength and won't be able to move. If you go 3 days without sleeping, there's no way you can have the energy to work well. Similarly, if you constantly suppress your lust, it's only natural that you'll go crazy. Yuri, I explained the theory that I gathered from my previous experiences. Dala, please go tonight. That should make things a bit easier. Yuri, no, Dala. He wore a miserable grimace. Why not? You have enough pocket money to go to the brothel. Yuri, no. Her Highness doesn't seem to like that kind of stuff. Dala, is he a fool? Maybe he doesn't like brothels. Does he know anything about them, though? I mean, it might be a problem if he's already dating someone. No matter whether he's already dating or not. He should acknowledge his desires and accordingly relieve them. Don't be stupid. Can women understand a man's desire? Brothels are the best place to do it without holding back. Yuri, I don't want to. Dala, it looks like he's scared of something. Maybe he has a complex about his big body. Well, then, just grab Carol's panties. No, not grab. Borrow a pair and relieve yourself. Yuri, yes, that would be fine. It's like using the recorder of someone you like. You, Dala, she wouldn't notice it anyway. Yuri, do you think I can do that? Dala, she won't find out if you return it immediately. Yuri, don't stupid. This is ridiculous. Dala, it's not going to hurt anyone, so it's fine, you know. Yuri, note, this doesn't represent our translator and editor views, and we don't condone this sort of behavior. This is generally considered sexual harassment. Shut your mouth. Dala, how stubborn. Well, that being said, you're still young. This would be an amusing story later for when you're an adult. Yuri, when I glanced at Dala while joking around, I noticed that he wasn't looking at me. HI's eyes were desperately signaling to look behind me. I had seen a similar expression before. As I let my guard down, this ended up happening. Now I understand the current situation. She came here after all. I wonder how I should feign ignorance. I was just kidding. You shouldn't do something like that if you consider women's feelings at all. It was a bad joke, all right. Yuri. Dala, straining my ears, I just barely heard a faint footsteps approaching my back. Well, even if it's a joke, there are things that should and shouldn't be said. You should take care in what you say. Unfortunately, Dala isn't shrewd enough. The moment he saw her, he should have said something like a thanks or all right, I'm going to eat now, which would have let me instantly notice her. I don't have eyes on my back, you know. But from which point did she start listening in? By the way, we're having a serious consultation. Yuri, I changed the tone of my voice while telling Dala. WH, what is it? Dala, I'm counting on you as a man. Yuri. Oh, Dala, please put this meal away for me. Yuri. Soon after, I rolled sideways out of my chair and kicked the ground in preparation. I've got to get out of here as fast as I can. As soon as I started to gain momentum from kicking off, something hit my neck. Someone gripped the back of my collar while simultaneously kicking in the back of my right knee, and I was forcibly dragged back. When I tried to get up, my torso was pinned down. Don't even imagine running away. As expected, it was Carol who said that as she looked down at me in disdain. Her foot was positioned firmly on my chest, keeping me held down. As expected, she trained every day, and visiting the cafeteria afterwards was a natural step of her routine. Ah, it's you, Carol. So you were here. Yuri, I affected ignorance. How shameless. You had already noticed me. Carol, what are you talking about? Yuri, I insisted on playing dumb. This pervert. Carol, scornful words soon rained down. Trash, rubbish, stupid, frivolous, idiotic, degenerate. Carol, you did well to come up with all of those words, huh? Yuri, it's fine if you're a pervert, but don't entice an innocent knight. How pathetic. Carol, are you telling me that it's fine if I'm a pervert? Really? He was the one who came to me for a consultation, but you're scolding me instead? Yuri, what kind of consultation are you talking about? How can you call that a consultation? You're telling a classmate to go to BR brothel. Carol, she had to say it even though it embarrassed her. Nevertheless, I guess she didn't hear everything. I don't care either way, but if she didn't hear the first half of the consultation, Dala is saved. For men, dealing with lust is a matter of life and death. Men go to a brothel so they won't make mistakes. This is a normal, respectable act to ensure that nobles remain clear-headed. Yuri, so what did you tell Dala when he refused? Carol, ouch, getting me where hurts. Ah, I don't wonder what I said, Yuri. You bastard. Carol, she increased the pressure on my chest. That hurts. Hey, I was joking, all right. Yuri, you're just saying that because you noticed me. Carol, you got me. Yuri-kun, you had better think about it. Oh my. By the way, Myro, are you hungry? Carol, like so, Carol brought Myro into the situation. Men's society has its own rules, so why not just forget about it? It had happened sooner or later anyway. Myro, as expected, Myro understands. The students of the night school don't live in a dreamlike environment where they get private bedrooms and easy ability to court girls. There's also no convenient place like the erotic literature room, like in the liberal arts dormitory. There's no good place for night students to quench their lust. Thus, the brothel is a very real option, especially also taking into account costs. But stealing panties seems to be a particularly obscene and vile idea. Myro was completely expressionless. No, it was more like she was looking at garbage spilling out of trash bags onto the ground. You do the scolding. I'll do the hitting. Carol. Dala. Yuri. I called out a Dala. Damn. This is all because of this guy. Ah, yes. Dala. Please take the meal away. It's unfortunate for me, but you can have it all if you want. Yuri. How impressive. Good. Let's take this somewhere suitable. Carol. I was dragged off again by the scruff of my neck. Hey, what happened? What's with your face? Cuff, who was in the CEO's office, looked at my face with a suspicious expression. Somebody pinched my cheeks. Yuri, was it that troublesome guy? Cuff. The troublesome guy Cuff's talking about is probably Dala, whom we had talked about before. No, when I told a dirty joke to Her Highness, she got unreasonably angry. Yuri, Her Highness? Was it Her Highness Carol? Cuff's eyebrows leapt upwards as he stared at me. This is probably because Carol is close to a heavenly existence for commoners. Well, yes. So now I'm here, because I probably shouldn't be in the dormitory tonight. Yuri, I managed to escape when Carol went to the bathroom. Her Highness Carol, was it? I'd like to meet her once. Cuff. Actually, you've already met her. I stopped myself from revealing the truth. At the time, Carol had worn a wig and used a pseudonym to conceal her identity. I can understand. After all, blonde hair is quite rare. Yuri, it's a pity that you weren't able to see Carol's blonde hair. I've seen blonde hair before, you know. Cuff, what did you say? You've been to a place of worship? Yuri. In this country, blonde hair is as rare as the Tsukinoko outside of worship sites and the royal castle. Note, the Tsukinoko is a cryptid, a creature thought to exist, but never actually scientifically proven to from Japanese folklore. In many depictions, it is thought of as extremely rare and or a sign of good fortune. Image taken from. No, it was Carol's younger sister. I saw her from afar when I went shopping at the Royal Castle District. Cuff. The Royal Castle District has shops on the two bridges leading to the Royal Castle. They're primarily shops for people who live in the high-end residential area nearby. In fact, the clothing boutiques, they even display the royal emblem. As for the produce and such sold there, it's a bit of a rip-off, as they're basically the same thing as what's sold in the grocers in the ordinary marketplace. You just have to wash the ordinary produce a little longer. Carol never buys from or eats at those places. Is it because Carol didn't care to familiarize herself with the shops, or Karya just likes those shops? She's somewhat similar to her sister, though the older sister has a somewhat inflexible character, while she in comparison is livelier. Yuri, is that so? Cuff. Cuff seemed curious, even though he had actually met her before. Talking to that older sister gives me a headache. Anyway, I came here to invite you somewhere. Yuri. Is that so? All right, Cuff. By the way, is Boar here? Yuri. She's in the other room. Cuff. All right, let's bring her along. Yuri. Sure. In that case, let's go to a nicer restaurant. She's been doing well, too. So it'd be good to do this once in a while. Cuff. It was rare for Cuff to praise people. I see. So she's really doing well, huh? Let's do that, then. I'll leave the choice of restaurant to you. Yuri. All right. I'll make the reservation. Cuff. It was a restaurant that needed a reservation. As Cuff left the CEO's office, he picked one of the company's apprentices and sent him to make the reservation. As I was sitting in the restaurant, this place is quite nice. Yuri. I deservedly praised them. Yes. I've never been to such a good restaurant. Thank you very much, Yuri-sama. Boar. Boar stood up and bowed to me. No need for that. Cuff was the one who planned this. Yuri. Then, thank you very much, Cuff-san. Boar. Cuff merely waved his hand in acknowledgement. Inside this small restaurant, the atmosphere was somewhere between that of a high-end izakaya and a traditional Japanese restaurant. Note, an izakaya is an informal Japanese bar that serves both alcoholic beverages and snacks. They're often used for after-work gatherings. Images of yakitori izakaya, Shinchan, and Hakata, Fukuoka, Japan. It wasn't so formal as to require noble etiquette, but still, it was a restaurant primarily patronized by the rich. You're doing your best in accounting, aren't you, Boar? Yuri. Yes. Boar. How is she, Cuff? Yuri. She has talent. Cuff. Cuff replied thoughtfully. I'm not too familiar with her current skills in accounting. Considering Boar's character and abilities, she could come up with many novel reasons for tax avoidance. However, she's not inclined towards that direction. A good accountant requires the right personality, too. She patiently persists in doing that boring work alone. Most people can't endure it. Cuff. Speaking of accounting, I had thought that the job should be given to a trustworthy person from the beginning. However, Cuff had evaluated the job requirements from a different perspective. I can see what he means. If I think about it, it's a job that requires both detailed analysis and also repetitive work. So people who aren't used to it might easily fatigue while doing it. In this regard, Boar has the right idea. She can diligently stare at the numbers for hours. Cuff. Is that a compliment? Well, I suppose it is. I see, Yuri. Thank you very much. Boar. Boar rose again and bowed to Cuff this time. Well, then, this is for you, Boar. Yuri. I put a package on the desk. I don't understand. Boar. It seems that she can't accept it without knowing the contents. Does she think that it's money? Or branded goods? The contents aren't that expensive. Just open it. Yuri. Why is Boar? Boar carefully opened the package. This is Boar. On the table gleamed diamond-shaped beads set in a finely varnished wooden frame. It was a Japanese-style abacus. Each row had 5 beads, with one bead separated by the frame from the other 4. Note, the Japanese-style Soroban abacus, taken from user serving vintage on Etsy. Get a try. If you like it, you can have it. Yuri, it's all right for me to have it. Boer, yes, of course. Yuri, the modern abacus doesn't have a separator that creates upper and lower sections. It has 10 beads per row, each ellipsoidal in shape. There are also abacuses with just 4 and 9 beads, but they're difficult to use. If I want Boer to learn in earnest, I should let her use the most efficient tools. Boer, before she could say thank you, I leaned over and held down Boer's shoulder as she was getting up. No need to bow. Just repay me by continuing to work hard. Yuri, oh, why yes. I'll work hard. Boer, it's too troublesome to stand up and bow down every time. So how are our earnings? Yuri, I sat down again. Since we haven't been able to get any loans, our financial situation is a bit desperate. We can't do anything right now. Cuff, buying a ship for Harold was an extremely big investment, so it's natural to be low on funds afterwards. However, this could be a problem. For example, what if I can't afford to pay the employees? Do we have enough building materials for the carpenters? Yuri, without building materials, the carpenters wouldn't be able to do their job, and if that happens, our progress would stop. I had already set funds aside for that before considering the cost of the ship. I can't bet everything on that guy. Cuff, as expected, Yuri. Let's think about this carefully. Boer, do you remember the exact numbers? Cuff, why yes. As emergency savings, we have 35,000 ruga left. For this month's expenses, 10,000 ruga will be used to pay salaries and 25,000 ruga will be expensed for building materials. As you can see, we'll be fine until the end of next month. Boer, it's pretty close. At this level, I might have to reach into my personal savings. If I think too much about it, it's quite frightening. Even so, it's a business that can earn 800,000 ruga in a year. We have an imperfect production system, too. Once the goods are distributed and sold, I should be able to cover this month's costs. Pina's new work will also be a factor. Her first work seemed to have been well received, so even if the next one is a little botched, it should still sell well. There's no doubt that the business will be profitable, so the lack of reserve funds shouldn't be too discouraging. Also, in the past, even if I had funds in reserve, I couldn't use them to invest in capital because of the witch households. But there's nothing preventing me from doing that now. But still, I have concerns. Have the guards been doing a better job? Yuri, if the goods can't be transported securely, getting good actual revenue would be difficult regardless of the company's potential for earnings. The whole territory is secure, so there are rarely bandit attacks in that area. However, the journey between the edge of the territory and the royal capital is more dangerous. Lacraminus might seize this opening to attack. To increase security, I ordered the guards to rotate between the main and secondary residences. As a result, although it's embarrassing, I have to ask for Rook's help. There's no problem. The main residence in Karakomo is safer. I also met Satsuki. Cuff. Satsuki, huh? Speaking of her, we haven't met since the talk of relocating the factory. Nevertheless, Satsuki met Cuff. Did you talk? Yuri. Yes, a little bit. She asked about you. Cuff. About me? What did you talk about? Yuri. Mainly, we talked about how you scouted me and your management of the company is going. Cuff. Well, the two of them only have one common acquaintance, me. So if they were to talk, it would probably be about me. Well, if you're able to get along with her, that's good. Please take care of the backup guards at the inn. Yuri, I know. I'm treating them with the best alcohol. If there's nothing else, it's not a big deal. Cuff. Fortunately, since the backup guards are affiliated to the royal capital's main army, their capabilities are quite high. However, I don't know how well they understand the activities of the company. Since Cuff and others are commoners, those people could potentially neglect their duties due to not placing much importance on the escort of commoners. It would be even worse if they were irritated during escort operations. There's no guaranteed way to prevent that. However, although it might be a bit improper, such a risk can be minimized if we provide them with light entertainment. For now, there doesn't seem to be any problems. Yuri, good. Everything's smooth sailing. Actually, there's a problem. Cuff. What's the problem? Yuri, the cargo is too expensive to transport on land. Cuff. Yuri, I see. Paper isn't too bulky, so it's relatively cheap to transport. But still, transportation will cost a lot of money, which would raise the selling price. Cuff. Transportation costs are much lower when traveling by sea compared by land. Even worse, in this country, instead of using trucks on well-maintained roads, people use horses through all sorts of paths. That's quite inefficient. Despite the risk of encountering pirates, transportation by sea is still the best. However, there's another problem. The royal capital's port is, of course, under the jurisdiction of the witch households. In regards to Harold's departure this morning, there wasn't any issue because there wasn't any cargo. If the ship were to be loaded with profitable cargo, it would conversely be very problematic. It'd be a huge problem if we bring in paper. If we don't pay the witch households, the dock workers might do things like spray salt water on the paper or let it be stolen by thieves, who would redistribute it as toilet paper or shoe wipes. About that, let's worry about it only after Harold comes back. Yuri, it's not a problem that needs to be solved now. For the time being, it's fine to transport the goods by land. Rather, there's a bigger problem. Cuff. Ah, you mean whether Harold can be trusted, right? Yuri, aren't you too optimistic? That guy is a proud and independent person. I don't think he'll be a subordinate so easily. Cuff. That's right. I had also considered this. Cuff is nervous because he doesn't know about Issa-sensei. There won't be any problems with Harold. If he betrays us, he'll never be able to meet the woman he fell in love with again. That's how things are. Yuri. Why? Did you take her hostage? Cuff. Cuff made a strange expression. He probably didn't expect me to take any countermeasures like this. No, I didn't take anyone hostage. I had Harold make a vow in front of that woman. She's somebody who'll never forgive a man who breaks such a vow. I could imagine Harold betraying me, but I can't imagine him breaking the vow to her at all. Yuri, it was a miscalculation that Issa-sensei entrusted her life into the vow. But even without that, if Harold swore an oath before Issa-sensei, there's no possibility of betrayal. If the vow is broken, she would be excommunicated and Harold would never hear from her again. From my understanding of Harold, he would do anything to avoid that. So you used the woman he fell in love with? Not bad. Cuff. I didn't want to if I could avoid it. Yuri, it would be best if I could trust him unconditionally. However, if I could, many people turn out to be inexplicably stupid at crucial times. This is especially true when working in businesses that deal with such large sums of money. Humans are creatures who often forget past kindnesses eventually. If we're going to cooperate in the long term, it's better to do something like that. Cuff. As expected, Cuff says some deep words sometimes. Thank you for waiting. Oops, the food has arrived. Yua, it looks delicious. Boar. Boar fixed her glittering eyes on the food. The appetizing colors and faint aroma drifting off of the platter almost had me swallowing my saliva. The food was some sort of seafood bread. It looked like an authentic culinary masterpiece. Let's make a toast. Cuff. Cuff declared. However, Cuff was the only one who actually had alcohol in his cup. To Harold's departure. Yuri. Yes, cheers. Boar. The three of us clinked our cups together. Look, what do you think of this? Cuff. Cuff said it. It's so long. Yuri, on the day of my 17th birthday, I visited the southern entrance to the royal capital. More than 20 carriages formed a long belt across the plains. By the way, all the luggage in the carriages were goods from my company. This is just one shipment. What happens if we have two? Yuri, yeah, Cuff. The whole household's guards rotate 10 members each time they switch. Yuri, this was the result of Harold's successful trade voyages. Harold's trading group now mainly used the ship he got built for him in the Republic of Albio. Not only did it feature advanced technology, but the ship was much larger than the previous one. In fact, it was larger than in any other ship in the country. Despite having the new ship, the royal capital's port still couldn't be used. If I wanted to use it, I'd have to bow my head to the witch household's dock workers, as well as offer them a gold bar's tribute. The port we used to unload cargo was somewhat shady, seeming as if Yakuza lurked in the background. Though, the royal capital's ports had a similar situation, so the whole affair was very troublesome. In particular, three which households were competing with each other in the northern and southern ports of the royal capital. There was no problem if the cargo wasn't much, but with such a large amount, we'd have to appease more than just one which household. As such, I was forced to unload the cargo at the Suomi seaport and then transport it to the royal capital by land. However, the cargo from even one big ship was more than I expected. What percentage of the selling price is the land transportation cost? Yuri, Boer, Cuff. Cuff called out to Boer, who was beside him. Well, referencing last time, the total selling price of the cargo was 256,000 ruga, while the transportation cost was 30,000 ruga. Boer, I'm already used to it, but even so, Boer's memory is amazing. Is she able to recall the exact numbers because she had calculated them herself? By the way, at 30,000 ruga, the land transport cost exceeds 10% of the selling price. Speaking of 30,000 ruga, that's half of the money I had on hand when I established the company. To think that that amount pays for only a single instance of transportation. Is that so? Yuri, horses eat more than humans. It's obvious. Cuff. Yeah, certainly. As Cuff says, the current situation is troubling. Plus, Harold was going to commission a second ship. If this were to be doubled, we can't expect the guards to be able to protect all the cargo. Even at present, it seems like quite a burden. Well, then, let's use the port in the royal capital. Cuff. The entire reason we're having a hard time is because I can't do that. Yuri. That's right. But where there's a will, there's a way. Yuri, are you going to transfer the cargo to smaller ships at the Suomi port? That's no easy task either. Cuff. Cuff is proposing to transfer the cargo to smaller ships and then drop it off at a nearby port other than the royal capitals. There are ports everywhere, even excluding the port of the royal capital. We could also just unload a fully loaded ship not at Suomi, but at a different port. We did think of such a plan the last time, but there was a problem with the ship. The more cargo on the ship, the lower the draft sank. Eventually, the ship sank into the water due to the weight of the cargo on a fundamental level. There's the matter of the beach terrain. In a sandy beach, the keel meets the seabed before going up to land, so it's all good. But a rocky beach would be problematic, since there's a possibility that the terrain could damage the bottom of the ship. In order to avoid these issues, people have adopted the strategy of making a bridge off the coast some distance into water and have the vessel stop there. This concept is, of course, the piers of a port. However, the pier of a small harbor is still too short for the large ship that Harold previously used. Before the ship could reach the pier, it had already touched the seabed. They ended up having to transfer the cargo to smaller boats to transfer to the port. That kind of process would take several days, so they just turned back to the Suomi port. Basically, the big size of the ship is what caused these problems in the first place. There wouldn't be any issue if we just used smaller ships. All I'd have to do is to hire a lot of small ships and distribute the cargo amongst them. However, reloading all the cargo on a ship to smaller ships at once is a very time-consuming job, since the cargo containers aren't standardized in size, and we don't have anything like cranes to easily move them. Also, of course, this process would cost more money. No, let's not do that. Yuri, so what are we going to do? Cuff. In this stupid situation, there are some people who are at a disadvantage. Yuri, I could think of some other people having a hard time now, too. You mean us? Cuff. I meant people other than us. Fortunately, those people, unlike us, are in good terms with the witch households. Yuri. Ah, I see. Cuff. Cuff seemed to have guessed who they were. We're all at the same disadvantage. There's no reason we can't discuss things. Yuri. That's true. Cuff. Cuff seemed to have been convinced too. All right, let's gather them. Yuri. A few days later in a room in Sabayaka's Chamber of Commerce, I got up on a podium in front of a bunch of retailers, brokers, and other business partners of Ho & Associates. In fact, there were quite a lot of people, about 50 as the result of Cuff sales. Our customers. First of all, I would like to thank you for your patronage. Yuri. As my voice rang out from the platform, sparse applause sounded through the audience. Today, we've gathered everyone to convey some important news. There's only one thing. Yuri, I lowered my voice a little and looked at the faces in front of me. I was a bit afraid of their reaction to our news. We have decided to stop selling all products, including the whole paper in the royal capital. Yuri. Naturally, a commotion ensued in the room. After all, a lot of people here were making huge profits by reselling commodities from foreign countries we brought in. Quiet. Stopping sales in the royal capital doesn't mean that you won't be able to buy them. Yuri. As I declared so, the conference room became quiet again. In the future, we will sell our products in the southern city of Suomi, where our company is based. Of course, we will continue to accept orders from the Sabayaka sales office. However, the actual product transaction will only occur at Suomi. If you pay in the royal capital, you will gain ownership of the products right away. In other words, you'll have to transport the goods you purchased from Suomi to Sabayaka in some way. Yuri. Grimaces could be seen on many merchants' faces. Was it difficult for them to understand? Look at their faces. That's right. It does take several days to go to Suomi by horse. It's a bit of a hassle, but we can circumvent that. We also plan to provide a reasonably priced transport service to move purchased goods from Suomi to Sabayaka by ship. Prior to use of our service, we require waiver of any liabilities that may be incurred in transit or at port. Of course, this service is completely optional. If you don't want to use it, we will give you the goods at Suomi, or we can temporarily hold it in our warehouse until you come and pick it up. And finally, Yuri, I slowly looked over the customers. In exchange for having to pay for transportation, we plan to reduce the price of all our products, including the whole paper, by 10%. The president of our company, Falconer, will now explain the details of the transportation service. Yuri. As I left the conference room, I could hear Cuff explaining the details to the customers. The transport services are cheap compared to the prices of the commodities, so everyone should use them. In short, I passed on the risk of using the ports to the merchants, who do have good relationships with the witch households. In exchange, they will receive a 10% discount, but since that's lower than what they'd pay for our transportation service, we'll profit. Phew, Yuri. I slowly exhaled as I finished my task. Going out in public is a bit tiring. Let's go home and rest. As I walked down the corridor towards the chamber's exit, I saw somebody walking in. Fortunately, I have good vision, so I easily recognized her from afar. She was Jura Lakraminis, a woman whose reputation I had crushed. I heard that she graduated last year, so she's here for work? We weren't in a relationship where we'd greet each other, and I certainly had no reason to avoid her, so I just normally walked through the corridor. In fact, this corridor only led further into the building. There was no exit on the other side. As we approached each other, Jura's face stiffened, seemingly having recognized me. She was walking on the right side of the corridor. I was in the middle, but I went to the left side to avoid bumping into her. Suddenly, Jura moved to the middle, as if intending to block my way. What is this supposed to mean? What? It's you, Jura. Yuri. If anything, that's my line. Get out of my way. Why are you getting in my way like this? I wish I were dead. Jura. Jura grumbled, while shaking her head. Wishing that you were dead, huh? Can't say I disagree. I'll keep it to myself, though. Jura let out a bitter chuckle. Why don't you die? You should die. Jura. I don't get this woman. When an already mentally unstable woman has a complete breakdown, would it be something like this? She must have accumulated a lot of stress to end up like this. But thinking about the source of it all, it's probably me. Hey, are you stupid? Jura. Her vocabulary is unimpressive. In comparison, Carol's is much wider, as she used words like idiot, pervert, degenerate, too. I really don't understand what you're saying, but I think I'll pass. Yuri. This is the only way to avoid getting involved with her. Please wait. Jura. Yuri. Are you pretending to be an immature brat who can't do anything alone? Jura. Oh God, this woman. Sure. Please excuse me. Yuri. If you don't apologize, I will cut you. Jura. Jura unsheathed a thin sword from her waist. This girl is totally crazy. When I looked at her face, I noticed her facial muscles twitching. Are she on drugs? Jura's sword was so thin as to be wire-like and probably used for self-defense. I suppose it was made by flattening a steel bar with the thickness of a pinky finger. It was also short in length. Although it was a bit longer than my dagger, in consideration of my higher combat skills, her sword was insufficient to deal with me. Both of us had blades at the ready. You should stop. Yuri, look, you're going to take yours out too. Are you scared? Jura, that does it. This girl is really obnoxious. Or rather, is she just stupid? I don't know how confident she is in her swordsmanship, but if she has any real skill, she shouldn't use that sword. I'm not sure which fool made it, as it doesn't really fulfill the basic function of a sword. Its only saving grace is the ornate craftsmanship of the blade and hilt. You won't be able to hurt me no matter how hard you try. Put down your sword before people gather, and things become serious. Yuri, you're a really infuriating man. Jura, no, let's stop this, all right? There's no benefit in doing this. Yuri, really? Swish, a sword swung through the air. I dodged it reflexively. Ugh, why are you swinging that sword? Yuri, seriously, because of you my life is ruined, Jura. While saying that, she continuously hacked at me. Even if you say that, well, you reap what you sow, huh? Yuri, I replied while evading her slashes. Die? Just die, Jura. She continued to rampage with her nonsensical sword. She's not getting it. Although it's probably because I can predict the motion of her sword, I can tell that her attacks won't connect just from the way she's swinging it. Her sword is more suited for stabbing, like a rapier or estoc. Her current attacks aren't a threat. Even if I get hit, it'd only cut my clothing and skin with little chance of cutting to the bone. Since the blade has no curvature, it wouldn't be able to cut very deep. However, it would still inflict a fatal injury if she somehow cut a major blood vessel, like the carotid. Moreover, it's a double-edged sword. Compared to a single-edged sword, she's more likely to hurt herself. However, I can't exactly give her advice like, well, you should use that sword to stab when you attack, rather than slash. Should I call out for people to come? At that moment, ouch, Jura, a soft scream echoed in the hall. Jura. Jura was clutching her face. It seems that she swung her sword too crazily and ended up hitting her own face, slicing her cheek, rather than the face. I would be glad if she injured her feet. Are you all right? Yuri, my face, Jura. As Jura stared at the bloody hand she had held to her face, she froze in shock. What the? Since facial wounds scar easily, I don't think the wound will ever completely disappear. Jura, don't worry about it. Yuri, telling her that is troublesome, but since I pity her, I have to say it. She's at fault, but a woman's face is vital for her pursuit of happiness. Although it looks like it'll scar, I can't find any better words to use. I wish it would have been possible to catch the sword between my hands. That would have stopped her from hurting herself. How pitiable. This is all your fault. I'm going to sue you. Jura. Why did I worry? How my fault? Yuri, I had no choice but to tilt my head. What kind of reason can she come up with? I was hurt by your sword. Jura. Yua. This would not have happened if you didn't wildly flail around. Her accusation is baseless, but the progression of the situation is annoying. Does she plan to take me to court if this isn't resolved well? Are you planning on suing me? Yuri. That's right. Jura. As expected, she really has such an intention. Since the beginning, there were some people watching from behind you when you started making a commotion. But when you started swinging around your sword, they were shocked and ran away. Yuri. Jura. Jura gasped. I could call them as witnesses since they saw my face, but the same can't be said for you since they only saw your back. I'd say there were about 10 people. If you wanted to bribe them into silence, you'd better find them fast. Yuri. I lied. In fact, no one had come. In other words, there weren't witnesses. But of course, Jura didn't look behind her during the assault, and there was no way for her to tell if there were witnesses behind her. Cool. Jura. Well, please consult with your Obisama and decide. Yuri. It seems that this matter won't go to court. After Jura explains the situation, she wouldn't be able to ignore the matter of witnesses. If she tries to look for witnesses who don't even know her face, the search would be highly difficult. She'd probably have to talk to 100 or 200 different people just to find the 10 witnesses. Therefore, between her actions in this situation and the unrealistic prospect of bribing witnesses, she can be said to have suffered a complete failure here. Why are you tormenting me so much? Jura. Jura cried out as she gnashed her teeth. What? I feel like I'm the one who's being tormented. By the way, why do you feel that you're suffering? Well, I guess you've been ostracized since the previous incident. If I have to speak frankly, that's because you're trying to obtain happiness by tormenting others. Yuri, that's how she is. I'm not saying it's bad. There is such a way of life. However, you have to be in a position of power to accomplish it. No one wants to be the source of your happiness derived from their unhappiness. Yuri, to be honest, I didn't want to hurt Jura, but this woman's thoughts are strange. If I don't fall into a significant dilemma, such as losing a lot of money or being publicly humiliated, she wouldn't think that she has won. And if she doesn't think she has won, she probably won't be satisfied. If she doesn't do that, she wouldn't be able to relieve her recent stress and unhappiness. She is that kind of person. And I don't exactly have the inclination to fulfill Jura's happiness in such a way. Of course, rather than some poor maid in your household, do you think I'm so easy for someone like you to quietly oppress? Yuri, surprisingly, she was actually listening. In short, if you think you can always get your way just by relying on the Lacraminus name, you mess with the wrong person. That's the situation. To begin with, it's not even a big deal for me to deal with your attempts to flout the influence of your house. Yuri, I'll kill you one day. Jura, it doesn't seem like we can communicate then. Oh well. I silently walked past her and left the building. The dojo for the nights was loud today. However, there were few people, and there was nobody in the surrounding area of the dojo. There was a swaying wind outside. The reason why there were few people was that today was a holiday. In other new dojos, there were many students who practiced independently even on holidays, but the one with 2 people here was rather an old dojo and there was no merit to use it. Originally, there were few students who train on holidays, but today, the dojo was reserved for those 2 people. The 2 were training fighting in the middle of the dojo. While sweating, they were fighting each other intensely, and sometimes they moved away. They kept moving their bodies without a break. Huh, Carol. Carol threw her opponent as she shouted loudly. Maya Rowe, who was thrown, was lifted despite losing her posture, but she wasn't slammed to the ground because it was an incomplete throw. Both feet floated suddenly, the knee was bent, and she landed. Oof! Maya Rowe. While being thrown, Maya Rowe moved to catch Carol's sleeve. As soon as she rebuilt the balance, she grasped the sleeve and pulled Carol down. While holding the arm aside, she stood as a joint was concluded. Carol, who had her axis of the body broken unexpectedly, couldn't prevent herself from being thrown down. You got me, Carol. Carol surrendered immediately. It was a technique of standing joints by hardening the armpits. There wasn't much danger if she stood, but it was possible to force her to fall down by applying weight from a determined posture. Then if the whole weight was applied to the joints, the arms could break easily. Carol knew the dangers of the technique, so she surrendered immediately. She wasn't afraid of breaking her arms if the weight was put on. Myro would never do that, and Carol knew that no one in this school would do such a thing to her. But the good thing was shaking the technique off while standing. As long as the opponents were aware of the battlefield, they would be aware of cowardice movements to achieve victory. Thank you very much. Myro. Myro bowed down. It had been a long time for Myro to achieve victory. Thank you very much. Carol. Myro also returned the thanks. Phew, Carol. Carol wipes the sweat with her sleeves. Let's get some rest. Carol. All right, Myro. Myro answered as the shoulders moved along with the breathing. Carol quickly sat down on the spot and cross-legged. The floor was made by combining boards, so in winter, the soles were so cold that it could freeze. However, this present season wasn't up to that extent, yet Myro also sat down. She was sitting in Siza position. You don't have to be so careful. Carol. Carol said with a wry smile. No, I can't somehow settle down if I don't do this. Myro. Is that so? That's fine. Myro. Carol was rather not good at sitting in Siza, so she couldn't understand the feeling that sitting in Siza was more comfortable. She thought that it would make it easier, but it seemed crossing legs was better. Nevertheless, Myro is still dexterous. I can't believe that you did joint techniques swiftly. Carol, whatever it is, I don't have muscles, so I can't win unless I use that technique. Myro. Surely, Myro was petite. Rather than having less muscles, it felt like there was no flesh because the skeleton frames were too small. As a result, she would be disadvantageous in all aspects of martial arts. If one had small physics, they would always lose when they fought by using strength against men. That was why there was a technique that was similar to quick stabbing a well-honed dagger. Therefore, as a way of doing that, Myro seemed to polish her joint skill by putting weight. Carol had a smaller physique than a man, so she was inferior in strength, but she was bigger than Myro. Myro was even smaller than the liberal arts students. Since she was training her body day and night, it was probably in the blood. Even with the combination of techniques and weight, Myro was still defeated by Carol as she was swayed. Let's take a break for a bit. This time, why don't you do that technique? Carol, since Myro was dexterous, she was good at techniques. Let's study hard. That was what Carol thought. I see. I also have some things I want to try. Myro, is that so? Carol, yes. I'm reluctant to use it on men, so I can't try it. Myro, Carol thought I see. She was reluctant to use the technique on the male classmates, as she had so many techniques. This was a reason why she trained herself in this way when there weren't many people around. The practice of engagement without the use of weapons, there would be a lot of problems to practice with men. Because of that, Carol and Myro looked for spare time like this to train themselves. Shall we stop soon? Carol. Carol said it while wiping her sweat. Ha. Yes, shall we? Myro. Myro had a slightly paler complexion. If she exercised too much, she would be like this. Carol didn't have a similar condition. This would probably happen if she caught a cold and felt cold, but if she were in a normal physical condition, she would only get tired no matter how much she moved, and she would never feel sick enough to become pale. According to Yuri, it seemed Myro didn't have enough blood around her body, but Carol didn't really understand its meaning. Are you all right? Carol. Yes, I'm all right. I should be fine if I crouch for a bit. Please excuse me. Myro. When Myro said it, she aligned her legs and crouched a little. I'm sorry. I have to ask to join me, Carol. No, it's fine. I should be thankful to you. Myro. Is that so? Carol. That being said, when Carol saw Myro, who was pale and crouching, she felt guilty. That really helps. Besides, this is my problem. Myro. Please rest, Myro. I'll wipe the floor. Carol. Yeah. How could I? Myro rushed to get up. It's fine, you can sit down. Carol. Carol squeezed Myro's shoulder and kept her from standing. She went out from the dojo as it was, drew water from the well, and returned with a bucket. She took it in, soaked a rag in it, squeezed the rag, and wiped down the sweated floor. This was something needed to be done by those who used the dojo for voluntary training. After the class training, the hired cleaner would clean the dojo, but otherwise, they weren't available for cleaning. If the dojo was left as it was, when people came later, they would feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, if it was left for a whole day and night, the floor would be damaged. All right, it's done. Carol. Carol rinsed the rag in the bucket and squeezed it. After that, she went back to her original position. Sorry about that. Myro. Myro sounded apologetic. If it's this much, it's a small matter. More importantly, let's go to the bathroom quickly. You may catch a cold, you know. Carol. All right. Myro. Myro stood up. She seemed to be feeling well already. The two left the dojo and entered a forest. In the immediate vicinity, there was a place where the trees were cleared. Over there was a small building where everything but the ceiling was made of stone. For ordinary students, that building seemed to be a hut for the forest management staff or a break room. So they didn't bother with it, but actually it was different. It was a small bathhouse for the female night students. Since female nights, students couldn't use the bathhouse for the guys, they used this building when cleaning themselves in the evening. There was no regular female staff in charge of the water heater, but the flame was still smoldering. They saw a light smoke coming out from the chimney. That meant that the water should have been boiling, and they had asked for it beforehand. Carol inserted a key and turned it. Then its door was opened. She removed the lock and put it outside. She brought a stick to lock the room from the inside. The lock was placed outside since it was made of iron, and it would rust when exposed to water. The inside was one-room structure filled with hot water. The bathtub would be full if 3 people entered. With that size, it wasn't the size where 2 people could stretch out their legs inside. Nevertheless, for Carol and Myro, it was an important and relaxing place for now. Are you going to take it off? Carol. Carol took off her clothes that were wet with sweats quickly and put in a basket with her name on it. This also served as a laundry bin, and the clothes put here would be collected later, sent to the laundry, and delivered to the dormitory. It was then passed to the dorm mother and sent to the room. It was a luxurious mechanism that was possible because there were only few women in the nights. Myro also took off her clothes and exposed her naked body. Carol looked seriously at her body. You have been developed as well, isn't it? Carol. Carol nodded. Please stop it. Myro. Myro went in while pretending to dislike it. Although Myro and Carol had been together for 7 years now, Myro's body hadn't grown for a long time. She wouldn't lose weight even if she ate not that much. The bones remained slender, but the delicate impression didn't change at all. Carol worried that someday the bones would break like a dead tree. But now, Myro's body was gradually changing, and she began to accumulate feminine plumpness around her waist and chest. It wasn't a body similar to a boy who didn't lose weight indefinitely. What a good development. Carol. While sounded happy, Carol also headed for the bathtub. After confirming the temperature of the hot water, she poured the hot water from the head by using a bucket. Then, she entered the bathtub. Oh, Carol, it's warm, right? Myro. Myro said it while bathing up to her shoulders. Yeah, Carol. It was a very true statement for Carol, too. In this season, the body would sweat after training, so it immediately cooled down and lost the heat. I feel sorry for the boys when we do this. Myro. Indeed. Carol. In the case of the boys, the water was boiled only at night, and it wasn't done all the time whenever they wanted it. The bathhouse for the boys was like for more than 10 people, so it took a lot of time and effort to boil the water. But if you put cold water on your head like those guys, your body will freeze. Carol. The boys did it well by covering their heads with well water similar to what they did during midsummer. The fact that Carol only lightly wiped her hair was because she couldn't imitate them. She didn't know whether they were strong or their senses were paralyzed. But even if the guys poured water as cold as ice on their heads, they seemed to be sweating and remained in a good shape. After that, they carried their tools with ease and returned. If it were Carol, her teeth would clatter, and she wouldn't be able to move for a while. She didn't have confidence that she wouldn't fall sick the next day. At least, she couldn't be naked in the public in order to do that. Yeah. I also don't think I can imitate them. Myro. Speaking of imitating them, if Myro did it, it seemed her heart would stop and she would die on the spot. She didn't want to imagine that. However, it doesn't seem that the water is cold these days. Myro. What do you mean? Carol. Instead, they take turns to get out during the break time and make hot water behind the dormitory. Myro. Carol frowned. Break time was a time to rest, and many people washed their faces during that time. Therefore, if they wanted to get out, they could do so as much as they wanted, but they went to the back of the dormitory and boiled the water when it was over. Even if it was hot water, it wasn't hot water that was used for baths. It was just hot water that was used to bathe in. Compared to just well water, adding a little bit of hot water should reduce the coldness when bathed. However, if such a thing was revealed, there was no doubt that they would be scolded by the teachers. It wasn't time to go back to the dormitory, even if it was only for washing the face. However, Carol wouldn't say bad things about them since she was specially treated like this. But if everyone were to boil the water, it would be hard to fetch the water. I don't think they will be able to come back during the break, right? Carol. If it was only fire, it would be good enough just to throw the pilot light into the furnace. But if it involved water, it was going to be difficult. It seems to be easy because Yuri installed a machine in the well. Even if the well isn't dig deep enough, you just need to move the stick up and down and the well water will come out. Myro. It seemed that Myro had already tried that machine before. She knew how to operate it. What? There's another invention? Carol. Carol had a complicated feeling, as if she was impressed and amazed. It should be on a trial now, but if it doesn't seem to be broken, he will sell it soon. In this way, he's going to get big again. Myro said happily. Needless to say about getting big, she was pointing out Yuri's business. Well, isn't it a good thing? If he does it until that much, I guess it's his hobby that gives a real profit, Carol. Oh my, your highness is against Yuri-kun's side job. Myro had a mischievous smile. I'm not going to be a child forever. It would be nice if his work becomes the source of employment for people. Carol. Myro smiled quietly. It's not like he is pushing someone with low wages. Carol. If anything, he is giving a bit higher salary. Speaking of excessive, it is really excessive. Myro. Due to the large influx of Kilgina's refugees, although the wage level had calmed down when compared to that time, the wages aspect became disordered and it had fallen below average. Carol knew that. In some cases, the refugees were given a very low wage and they were described as semi-slave labor. Ah, you got a blue color bruise. Carol. Suddenly Myro said it. Where is it? Carol. It's on your thigh. Myro. Carol twisted herself and looked at her thigh. Certainly, there was a big blue bruise. However, since she had too many things in her mind, she couldn't seem to remember what caused it. If it's here, it's fine. Carol. She was used to it, so she didn't care. Blue color bruises would disappear without a trace if it was left alone. However, she was worried that if she had a big bruise on her forehead, she wouldn't be able to enter the public area for the time being. That is a very sexy gesture. Myro. What are you saying? Carol. Since Carol's posture was with one knee raised and her bottom was elevated, it was a very sexy gesture. This would make the guys forget for a long time. Myro stared at the chest, talking as if this was another person's matter. That is, Carol. Carol covered her chest quickly. Is it fine if I touch it a little bit? Myro. And she reached out for the chest. Why you can't? Carol. I'm joking, you know. Myro. Oh, you. Well, I'm leaving. Carol. Carol stood up and got up off the bathtub. A hot water slipped to the skin, which warmed and flushed. Well, me too. Myro. It seemed Myro also came out from the bathtub. Carol wiped her body with a cloth. She had used to do it, but before she entered the academy, she had never done it by herself. All the servants were doing for her. Myro. Do you have any plan for today? Carol. Do you mean after this? I was going to study until the evening, Myro. I think I want to go out today. If you don't mind, would you like to go out with me? Carol. Out. Myro, who was about to wear the clothes she had brought, asked reluctantly. Of course, I will disguise myself. Carol. Disguise? Do you mean that you want to sneak outside? Myro. This is not the first time. I went out with Yuri once. Carol. Myro nodded with I see expression. If you look like Yuri-kun, there should be no problem. Myro. I didn't disguise myself with that guy's appearance, though. Carol. The clothes were like Yuri's, but Carol didn't plan to wear it today. Is that so? If you don't mind, I'll be happy to go out with you. Myro. That's great. It's lonely to go out alone. Carol. Carol returned after dressing herself. And how is it? Carol. She shook her head lightly, and the wig's brown hair fluttered in the wind. It's amazing. It's more of a disguise than I expected. Myro. Myro clapped her hands. Well then, let's go. Carol. Carol was wearing the liberal arts uniform. Myro was wearing the knight's uniform. Myro's uniform was a male uniform, while Carol's was taller. So, from a distance, they looked like a couple of different ages. Where are we going today? Myro. I want to go to a popular coffee shop in the academy. It's called Vogue. Carol. Myro nodded as she said, I see. I've also heard about that shop. Myro. Well, I don't really have many connections. Carol. Carol had a wide range of connections, but only Yuri and Myro were friends on an equal footing. For that reason, even if she listened to the small talk and became interested, there was no one to go with her. Yuri wasn't the type who went out for tea together during holidays. Me too. I have never been to a coffee shop. Myro. Me too. Carol. Is that so? Myro. Myro didn't look particularly surprised. If so, it's the first time for both of us. Myro. Well, yes. Carol. It's funny. We've never done anything like this normal thing. Myro. Goodness. Carol thought. That was why she wanted to experience it somehow. She also wanted to do what the other children called go to play. Yuri seems to go to coffee shops frequently, though. Carol. Yes, he is. He seems to mainly go to the shop called the Ginkgo Leaf in front of the large library. Myro. Myro said it like it was a matter of course. Although it was something usual, Carol wondered how Myro knew that. It was as if she got used to him already. Well then, shall we go there instead? Carol. All right, Myro. The two walked toward the main gate. Here's your order: original blended tea, celery tea, fried dumplings, and grilled cheese. Thank you for waiting. Waitress. When the tea and snacks were arranged on the table, the waitress bowed her head. Is the order all right? Waitress. On the small table, there were 2 empty cups and 2 pots full of tea. There were 2 snack dishes that came with the tea. Speaking of the service here, the customers needed to pour the tea by themselves. It might be the way for 2 or more people to enjoy when there were different kinds of tea. Ah, thank you. Carol. When Carol said it, the waitress was surprised for a moment, and then she smiled. Please take your time. Waitress. The waitress left. Still, there aren't many people. I thought there were a lot of liberal arts students because this place was fashionable. Carol. Carol said it while looking at the surroundings. She didn't think that this place was empty. There were several middle-class couples talking in a distant seat, but this shop didn't look like a big hit. Well, to tell the truth, this is the trend of the last year. The Far East Cafe is now popular, so everyone should be there. Myro. Is that so? Carol. That should be it. While thinking of that, Carol said it. Yes. The change in the trend of the liberal arts is very intense. Myro. The matter that this shop was popular was heard about 2 weeks ago. Carol didn't think that it was already outdated. She was somehow surprised. If you knew, why didn't you tell me? Carol. I was wondering whether there was a need to follow the latest trend. Myro. Carol. Besides, I'm sure that place is noisy, that we can't calm down and enjoy tea. Myro. Yes, I guess that's true. Carol. Carol was convinced. As Myro said, if the trend of shops changed frequently, then it wasn't necessary that they were better. This vogue wasn't inferior to the Far East Cafe. It was just the changing of the trend because it was outdated. In that case, if they were going to coffee shop for the first time, it didn't make sense no matter which one they chose, since it didn't give difference in feelings. However, Carol felt like she still had some regrets. She wanted to catch up with the trends and try to be like an ordinary student. But then, when she thought about it, if she went to a place where there were many students, her disguise might be discovered. After all, she was wearing a school uniform now. Oh my, this is the first time I see you here. Who might you be? It couldn't be said that those words wouldn't be said casually there. There wouldn't be any reply from her. Well then, shall we go? Myro. Myro said, so as she put her hands together in front of the chest. Somehow, it was a girlish gesture suitable for the age. Well, yeah, let's go. Carol. Yes. Myro. Myro took the pot, lifted it quickly, and tried to pour tea into the cup casually. Ah, Carol. Carol suddenly made a small voice. Myro's hand stopped. What is it? Myro. No, it's nothing. Carol. Ah. Myro. Myro nodded, as if she was convinced of something. Ah, yes. I'm not familiar with the tea ceremony. Myro. Then let me do it. You'll be my guest. Carol. I'm sorry, thank you. Myro. Carol took the pot that Myro had placed, and also Myro's cup. Then, she began to pour tea. The tea slid at the edge of the cup, without making ripples. As for celery tea, the taste would become astringent if air was mixed in. Therefore, it wasn't recommended to pour hot water from high position that could create foam. Myro was trying to pour tea casually, but to tell the truth, that way wasn't recommended. Of course, astringency didn't mean that one couldn't drink the tea. On the other hand, there were people who prefer astringency and intentionally do so. It was a trivial matter. I see. What a wonderful tea ceremony procedures. As expected of someone who was born in the royal family. Myro. Did she know after all? Carol was surprised. The matter of the Shiyalta's royal family practiced tea ceremony procedures wasn't a well-known matter or anything. It was hard to invite someone to tea nowadays. Rather, she wondered where Myro had heard it. This isn't much of a tea ceremony. Carol. A cup containing celery tea was placed on Myro's saucer. Carol then added a little blended tea to her cup to check the fragrance and swallowed it. Celery tea was a single-taste tea. It was hard to tell what was in mixed tea with various flavors until one smelled the aroma and drank it. It was a blend that emphasized sweetness and less bitterness when it was drunk. It seemed to be more delicious to mix it with air to make it mellow. So, Carol poured the tea from a little higher height so that it would be airy and foamy. Myro puts her mouth on the cup and, "It's really delicious." "Myro." She said so. Carol also put the tea in her mouth, which she was expecting. "Yeah, it was delicious." Carol. However, in her heart, she thought that it wasn't much at all. Tea mixed by her Okasama was definitely better. It seemed that perilla root mushroom was in the scent. The taste was too strong, and it had destroyed the harmony which various kinds of tea brought out. Speaking of authenticity, she only drank what her mother brewed. After all, her mother was skillful. This situation made Carol reconsider again. That reminds me, when is it likely that Her Highness will be graduating from the academy? Myro. Myro suddenly began to chat. That's right. She could enjoy chatting at a coffee shop. If it were something not nonsense between women, it was all good. I wonder if I can graduate next year. Carol. Yeah, that is unexpected. You can graduate early, isn't it? Myro. Carol would turn 19 next year. Considering the fact that both schools that she enrolled, it was enough to say that she could graduate early. Well, I could speak half of the ancient Shan language from an early age, and I didn't take the Kharal language like you, Myro. Carol. Carol had learned basic education since she was a child because the learning of the ancient Shan language was essential when speaking with the intellectuals of the 7 great witch households. Most of the honor students who graduated at the age of 16 and 17 were 1 step or 10 steps ahead from the beginning compared to the other students. However, even though the Kharal language may be easier than the ancient Shan language, there would be subjects related to laws. Myro. The law theory is also a subject of the School of Knights. So, it's not really learning twice as much. The fundamental part is almost the same between 2 schools. Carol. Oh, I see. Myro. That's why, for me, the School of Knights is a lot harder. Carol. That's right. After all, we are at disadvantage because of our physique. It would be the opposite if I have physical strength like Dalakoan. Myro. That's true. Carol. As for Dala, he compensated it with the practical skill subjects. Dala's academic achievement had been slightly below average due to his effort and guts, but she wondered if anybody could manage watching the struggle with a desk every day. That was what she thought, since that guy got extremely nervous when Carol approached him so that she could teach in an easy-to-understand manner. She couldn't teach him. If it's you, Myro, I think you can do it if you want to, even if you may not be able to do it now. Carol. This seriously didn't seem impossible. It wasn't that she couldn't enroll in the School of Liberal Arts. Plus, if it were here, it was possible to learn subjects from both schools quickly, so she should be able to graduate by 20. After all, while Myro was in the School of Knights, Carol was so talented in the ancient Shan language to the point that people asked her to teach them. No. I'm only good with the School of Knights. Myro. Myro shook her hands and hurriedly denied it, probably because she didn't think that Carol was joking. I wonder, if it were you, I'm pretty sure you can do it without problem. The classroom lecture is perfect for you. Carol. The School of Liberal Arts was all about classroom lectures. So, if she attended the lectures, she could graduate, just in case there was a practical skill class. However, it was a minor training, so it was good enough for Myro. Is that so? I certainly feel confident in class lectures. In doing so, that can help me study the Kharal language. Myro. Is that subject difficult? Carol. Myro was always studying the Kharal language. Even in her spare time, she spoke and recited it. Carol wondered whether it was a harder language than the ancient Shan language. It was because as someone who was smart like Myro, she still had a hard time learning it. However, if it was harder than the ancient Shan language, It meant that it was too difficult as a language used in daily life. The ancient Shan language was a difficult language to be used in daily life during the modern period of Shanti, and it was abolished during the turmoil period. The popular Shan language, which was the spoken language of common people, was established in the evolving form. Rather than being difficult, I feel like it doesn't suit me. I gradually became far from being one. Myro. Carol. That meant that Myro wasn't good in that language. Can such a thing happen? It's the same as music, and I'm not suitable for it. Even if an untalented person practices instruments for 10 years, he would remain untalented. On the other hand, a talented person can play an instrument well for about a year, even if it is his first time. Myro. That's true, but, Carol, it's the same. Yes. There was a child from the liberal arts who had only started to come to its lecture for a year and was already able to speak fluently. I was surprised. By the way, I'm not smart. It's a situation that I couldn't help but to feel that. Myro. This seemed likely to be true as Myro started to show a slightly weary expression. However, Carol couldn't just accept it. If it was a language that could be used as a spoken language, the amount of words should be more than the ancient Shan language. That meant that another limitation might be created by the wording. I'm interested. Can you speak for a bit? Carol. All right, but I'm not good at Kara. Myro. Please. Carol. Nabla section, airplane Nabla. Section scissors, dash times Myro. The words had a sound that Carol had never heard. If it seemed easy, she should study it. She remembered the feeling of dry sand being smoothly blown away by the wind. What did you mean by those words? Carol. Even if you have a quarrel with your wife, you shouldn't be indignant at night. Yes. It seems to be the teaching of God on the other side. Myro. The first, how should I say it? Which one means the word wife? Carol. Yes. It's Nabla. Myro. When Carol heard it, she moved her mouth, but didn't feel like she spoke in the same way. It was completely different from when the mouth was moved. It seems difficult. Carol. That's right. But if you have the talent, you will get it in no time. Myro. But why are you trying so hard? Is it interesting? Carol. From Carol's point of view, it was strange. It wasn't a subject that she should take. In recent years, if one learned Kara, they would be able to find employment in the public relations of the royal castle. She heard that a daughter of a small witch family, who wanted to go for that role, was studying it. However, Myro, who was enrolled in the School of Knights, didn't have the future of working for the royal castle. Unless the person found the language to be interesting, Carol didn't think that there was a need to learn it otherwise. It was the subject that Yuri was most interested in. I was also interested in it. Myro. Oh, I see. Myro. Carol smiled as if she had guessed something. It's not I see. There can't be anything like that in the School of Liberal Arts book. Myro. Myro said it while showing an angry expression. Perhaps Yuri told her that he became the main character of a book there. Carol had lived a life that had nothing to do with the liberal arts while studying in the academy. However, she decided to read a book because her younger sister strongly recommended it. According to her sister, when Yuri was the main character, it seemed that Myro would usually appear. Her role was mostly to interfere with Yuri's, mainly sexually distorted, love path. It was said that the role was a wicked woman. For example, trying to butt in by having illicit love. For the liberal arts students' view, they weren't tied with the custom of the liberal arts. Therefore, Myro, who was getting closer to Yuri and flirting with each other, was somehow thought to be a person who tried to get a head start. However, for a person who had a unique standpoint like Myro, she had never been in a good relationship with the main character. Thus, it was said that the flow was a fresh element by the masses. By the way, Carol, what is it? Myro. Myro listened while munching the fried dumplings. Why did you decide to enter the Knights? Carol. Myro. Myro replied with a short sigh. No, you don't have to say it. Carol. Carol said it in a hurry. Oh, no, it's fine. Well, if you're interested, Myro. Without the feeling of being reluctant, Myro was surprisingly calm. Honestly, I can't help but to feel concern. It seems to me that you don't like to move your body, Carol. Myro was so eager to train today, but he didn't like to exercise at all. It seemed to Carol that Myro's hard work was in the sense of an effort to fulfill her duties. Besides, when she entered the academy, she shouldn't have met Yuri yet. It's true that I don't want to talk about it to people who aren't very close, but it's fine if it's you, Your Highness. Myro. Of course, I won't tell anyone. Carol. However, there is a condition. Myro. A condition? Carol. Before I tell you that, I would like a cup of tea. It's going to be a long story. Myro. All right, let's talk about it. Before that, I would like to ask you, Your Highness. Do you know that I was born? No, not that. I mean, I am wondering whether you know about our Gudenveer situation. Ah, you only know about the name of grandmother, is it? I see. Then, it seems better to explain from the beginning. My mother is the first child of my grandmother, but my father was born as a knight. However, he wasn't actually a knight. He graduated as one, so he held the certification of knight, but it wasn't enough to call him a knight. Yes, it is as you imagine. Be that as it may, he didn't hold any title. To put it simply, well, he was almost in the same position as an average person. My father is dead, so it's fine. Aren't you in the same position? Well, anyhow, let's talk about the time when father and mother were the academy students. Father was a knight student of the same cohort as mother. Needless to say, mother was a liberal arts student. Father's household, the Guy household, is a household that has been given a title baron by the Boff household for generations. Since his relationship with the household was cut off afterwards, I have never met the people of the Guy household. No, it's fine. Nowadays, I also don't have a need to meet them. Father used to associate with mother while at the academy. When I remembered the story, it seemed that it was mother's love at first sight. Apparently, mother thought she would draw attention from surroundings because she was a child of the big household, like the Gudenveer household. She used an alias when associated with him. Of course, Gudenveer's daughter was a famous person, so father would know who she was if he consulted his friends. However, father hid the fact that they were associating from his friends. Perhaps the idea of associating with a witch didn't look good among his friends. The relationship between the two lasted for 3 years. There were many things going on during that period, but I'll skip that. On a day when father was about to graduate, mother was pregnant. It could be said that father's life began to turn upside down. For the first time, father knew that she was the daughter of a great witch household. Until that moment, mother lied to him, telling that she was a daughter of an insignificant witch household, so he was very surprised. If it's about marrying someone with a low rank, a man can just marry and get a wife. However, if the other side is the eldest daughter of a well-known great witch household, of course, the matter would be different. If the daughter is impregnated, he has to take the responsibility, enter the daughter's family, and becomes the son-in-law. I don't know what kind of quarrel father and mother had at that time, but eventually, father gave up and agreed to become the son-in-law. He had to give up almost his entire life. This incident has been treated as a scandal by father's household. It was also the same with the Gudenveer. As a woman, who was thought to be the daughter and the heiress of the household, got impregnated while attending the academy, such a matter was inexcusable. It seemed that grandmother was furious, but when mother's tummy grew bigger to the point she couldn't hide it, they got engaged. But she had a miscarriage. Just because of that, it didn't mean the engagement was broken. If the pregnancy wasn't known, it was possible for father to leave it all out, but mother herself was the one who spread the news, so it was impossible. Father spent a cold-like school life and got married after graduation. At that time, he was already disowned by his household. He had been abandoned by his friends, cut off from his household, and started living in the Gudenveer's mansion. Since he hadn't graduated from a school of liberal arts, he couldn't get a job, and he just spent his life aimlessly. While sometimes showing his face in high society meetings, he spent his days by doing nothing. After 15 years of marriage, I was born. Yes, they couldn't have a child for 15 years. Father loved his first child so much. The household members hated father, who was close to me, probably because they thought that he would influence me badly. But I didn't stop them even if I complained. After all, I had father take care of me. No, I wasn't overlooked with human kindness. I wasn't expecting much because mother wasn't a good mother. Hee, that's strange. I was breastfed by a nanny and raised by father. Father read me bedtime stories, played toys with me, told me funny stories when he was in the school of nights. He taught me basic reading and writing. However, as I became a somewhat excellent child, I was gradually separated from Father. Even so, Father came to my room and spent time with me. Yes, I really love Father. He hadn't forgotten the spirit as a knight, even after 15 years. Then, from the early age, he taught me the readiness of a knight. Myro. Did you enter the School of Knights because of that? Carol. No, how could that be? At that time, I was still planning to enter the School of Liberal Arts. Myro. As for knights, hunting in the forest is irresistibly interesting, you know. Carol. Even if you say so, he wouldn't want to abandon the knight's path and became a hunter. Eventually, I went through all resistance and got to enter the School of Knights. Of course, I was affected, but anyhow, I wasn't really thinking about entering that from an early age. The event that caused me to enter the School of Knights happened when I was 8 years old. Father protected Mother, and he died. That night, I went for an evening party together with the household. Along the way, a group with a grudge against the Goodenveer struck our carriage. Yes, that kind of thing is common. The witches are supposed to kill each other, but for those who have been deprived of everything in political and business disputes and remain humiliated, there is nothing they can do. Needless to say, the Great Witch households create a lot of grudges. At that time, a witch household who had their members killed by grandmother and a merchant who had his business crushed completely joined hands. They hired people and attacked us. During that time, the carriage where grandmother and I were riding was far behind from the carriage my parents were riding. My household took 2 carriages and headed for the evening party. It was my parents' carriage that was running ahead that was attacked. The bandits killed the 2 guards' escort first, killed the coachman, and attacked the carriage. Father had a sword, went out alone, guarded the carriage door, and fought. When I think about it now, it was probably because those people were gangsters. Father was struggling a bit, and he managed to kill 5 of them. However, even if they were gangsters, there were 10 of them. So, it couldn't be helped. The carriage we were riding rushed in, and our guard escorts helped. But it was too late when they wiped the bandits. His clothes were ripped up, and his body was slashed. So, he couldn't stand anymore. Father was immediately taken to a doctor and had his wounds sewn. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a lot of blood loss. His face was pale, even though he was breathing. Mother fainted in the carriage and was taken to the mansion. Grandmother was occupied, trying to control the situation. So, I was the only one who was on his deathbed. At the corner of his death, he told me, "I want to die as a knight." And I said, "I didn't protect Oka-san. In that case, I'm not protecting that woman." He said it. If I'm going to die, I wanted to protect someone and die in that way. It's a bit like a knight, but even if I protect her and die, who would think I die as a knight, right? When I think about that now, I don't think Father loved Mother anymore. Father said, "I'm sorry, but I don't feel bad about it." He stroked my head and died after that. Wouldn't you feel moved? Myro. Carol. No, that's not what I meant. Of course, Father's last words remain in my heart, but that didn't make me want to become a knight. At that time, I still wanted to become a witch. I still thought the witch's life wasn't that bad. Even if I heard his words, there's such a way of life. The way of life isn't that bad. That's what I thought. Father didn't deny witches. Yes, as a human, he didn't tell his child how bad they lived. For me, witches are usually a respectable job that people respect. I also thought of that at that time. That's because I was told that way. Father didn't make it sound bad because he was indirectly making an example of himself. If he put it badly, maybe I thought the life as a witch would be bad. I grew up completely in an environment where people rarely talked bad about witches. That was a matter of course. Even if it's a bad person, he wouldn't tell his children that I live by doing bad things. Because of that, I wanted to become a witch of the Goodenveer household. I thought it would be great if I became the head of the household. Well, you should understand when I told you this far, but after that, there was an event. I was sad that Father died to the point I couldn't even study. Since he was the one who died, I didn't know how to accept the fact. I was crying every day, and finally, I fell sick. One thing happened after another. I think I was on the sickbed for 3 months. Both grandmother and mother repeatedly came in my room, trying to do many things like encouraging me and telling me that it was fine to stay like this for 2 months. Other than me, as their family member, they gave cold treatment to father's death. Perhaps they were afraid that his death would turn me to be a useless person. I understand their feelings. Mother seemed really loved him at the beginning of the engagement, but when I was born, their relationship seemed cold. Well, grandmother considered him as an obstacle from the beginning. Father wasn't needed by anyone but me. Perhaps they wanted to say that I should get back on my feet immediately and I didn't have to be sad pointlessly. So before that, it seemed no one was paying attention. No, since everyone in the witch households knows about it, it doesn't matter who to ask. Then, let me continue. One day, my mother visited my room, even these days also, and she said, "You're not the child of that man." Phew, were you surprised? I was also very surprised when I heard it. My heart might have stopped for 10 seconds. Myro. Carol. Of course. So whose child am I? I asked that. I was confused, so I don't remember well. But to cut it short, she said, I slept with many men and was pregnant. Well, she didn't feel ashamed about it. After that, I was completely disappointed and couldn't say anything. There's no way to confirm it now, but perhaps father lacked the ability to conceive a woman. Yes, such a person exists. No, it might not because his manhood was struck and couldn't function. It might be because it was by birth. I asked Yuri casually about that, and he said he had some idea of that. Yes, that's right. Men have a tendency to ejaculate outside in order to prevent women from pregnancy. Well, yes, it's reasonable. Perhaps even when she was in the School of Liberal Arts, or even if she wanted to marry my father and got pregnant, she couldn't do it easily, so she slept with other men. Or maybe she was just having affairs. I checked it later, and apparently, father and mother weren't their first partner respectively, and they had various sexual encounters. During 15 years, they sometimes quarreled due to father's affair. However, even though he had many encounters with housemaids and bar waitresses, no one got pregnant. There was no such a rumor. Anyone who has a relationship with an unspecified number of women for more than 10 years can have 1 or 2 children. That's why I think of what was the reason for it. Speaking of mother, she had intercourse for 15 years and she didn't get pregnant. I suppose she became impatient. It's not that I don't understand. When I thought the result was myself, I didn't feel good. Well, yes, I'm now able to see it, but of course it was different that time. I don't feel bad about it anymore. Yes, I vomited everything I ate. I was hungry all the time, but I couldn't swallow anything. My mind was angry, and it felt like a plate was broken. When I think about it now, it feels interesting. Yes, that's right. It was like breaking a plate. That's what happened to me. At that time, I had never held anything heavier than a spoon. That's because I was an 8-year-old girl who was raised like a princess. The furniture didn't break when I hit it. I was sleeping in bed all the time, and when I got angry, I tried to tear the sheets and blankets as a kid. However, the blanket was torn a bit. Even the thin sheets couldn't be torn by my strength. Speaking of the furniture, all of them in the mansion were luxury and sturdy. So, when I was angry and hit hard enough, it was so painful to the point I was rolling around the floor. That wasn't the time to get angry. The only damage I could do as a child was to throw a plate on the floor and break it. After that, I once threw a candlestick with a burning candle on the floor, and it became a mess. In the end, I got worried as it became worse, so I went to grandmother. Yes, after all, she's a family member and she is the head of the household. What I didn't do until then was telling grandmother about mother's wrongdoing. I was worried about what to do if mother was severely punished, but I decided to say it eventually. To me, at that time, grandmother was a fair leader. As a result of my worries, I will have my mother judged. That's what I thought. Yes. After listening to my story seriously, grandmother said, "Why do you say that?" Then, she said, "I don't really care. It's a small thing when it's about who it was." No, I didn't think that was terrible. There was a feeling that she was trying to comfort me. At that time, I was thinking that I also didn't care who my real father was. But what I wasn't convinced was that father was betrayed. It was that. Well, yes. Father was also having affairs, so I think they were to be blamed respectively. At that time, I didn't know about affairs. But even if she had an affair, having another man's child be falsely raised as father's child was another problem. Father loved me and raised me. However, the love he poured while he didn't know was the love for his real child. Mother didn't only betray him once, but she told him lies, and that made Father express his pure love and dedication to me. That seemed to me a despicable misdemeanor that made me nauseous. I told Grandmother sincerely, but she didn't seem to understand. Father died without knowing anything, and no problems appeared on the surface. So what was the problem? That was her opinion. That's that, and it's true. For the point of view of someone innocent like me, who didn't have a knowledge of the world, it wasn't a big problem. In the first place, I thought Grandmother was a good person. Well, yes, I was naive. That being said, what made me feel uncomfortable at this time was because of the knight's way of thinking, which Father taught me. Without him, I would have accepted Grandmother's words. This story is getting longer, isn't it? That's about the end of the story. After that, for the first time, I had the opportunity to rethink my household businesses. As a result of various investigations, by the time I was 10 years old, which was 2 years later, I had no intention of succeeding the business. Yes, one thing after another, I wanted to enroll in the School of Knights and live the way that Father wanted so much. Then, when it was time to prepare for administration, I did a lot of work. I went into Grandmother's and Mother's office and rewrote the documents cleverly. Myro. Carol. Ah, yes. It's a disgraceful way of talking. But, well, that's right. It is more obvious than seeing a fire that the household cannot accept. I tricked them into admission. They weren't still convinced of the Knights. I got the documents of the School of Knights myself, clearly replaced with the one for the School of Liberal Arts, and I checked the letters that arrived at the mansion every day. So, the letters asking was it really fine not to enter the liberal arts or something like that. I burned them all in the fireplace. I came to the academy during the examination of the liberal arts. Once I entered the building, I hid and went back to the time when it was over. So, the next day, I sneaked into the Knights exam. It seemed that Grandmother didn't notice it until the day of the entrance ceremony. Your Highness, you were angry with Yuri for some reason. Then, you took him away when he was talking to me, didn't you? Actually, at that time, I was afraid of being caught by the people of the household and put under house arrest. Yes, if they arrested me, it wasn't impossible to use their power to urgently make me enter the School of Liberal Arts. Of course, it will be difficult once the semester begins, but if you haven't moved into the dormitory yet, it isn't difficult to force it. It's kind of nostalgic. That day, I disguised myself like you are right now, Your Highness. Then I walked in the School of Knights. I hid the disguise in advance when I came to the castle for business. Yes, I still remember it. It was in the 5th office on the 1st floor. It's a place where cleaning tools that are rarely used are placed. I investigated, well, even though I was a child. So, I changed clothes and secretly left the castle, and then I went to the School of Knights. However, I didn't have to take that risk if Yuri invited me for lunch at that time. Yes, he did, but I refused. Yes, of course, when it came to lunch, he would be with Roxama. As expected, it is possible to kidnap me while being surrounded with a lot of people who were nobles. So, if Yuri and I could act together in the School of Knights, it would be the safest. However, well, I was able to disguise well and managed to arrive at the School of Knights safely. Then, Yuri beat up Dora that same day and made a big fuss. Ahaha, when I think about it, that was the only time I've seen that Yuri completely dejected. Myro. Carol. Yes, that's right. You weren't there, Your Highness. Yuri was depressed that you couldn't see his former self because of that bloodshed incident on the day of entering the dormitory. After I talked to him, he left the academy on the same day. He said it's over. Of course, it was impossible for the son of the whole household to have his future abandoned because of such a trivial incident. After I gave him that advice, it seemed like he was relieved a bit. With that kind of feeling, I was able to enter the dormitory safely, but for the next 6 months, I didn't go home. I was reluctant. I knew if I went back home, I would be scolded relentlessly. It doesn't matter if lingering enthusiasm cools down in this world. It happens a lot. But, well, in my case, even if the enthusiasm cools down, I won't get a big welcome if I go home. Because of that, I still try not to go home even now. At the end of Myro's long story, Carol had an indescribable look. Yes, I understand very well. Carol, is that so? Myro. After all, you explained it clearly. Carol. Carol took Myro's hand. The palms of each other were a bit hard compared to girls. It doesn't matter. Now is now. The past is the past. I'm happy now. Myro. I guess you're right. Carol. Right now, I'm worried about my job. Depending on the situation, it may be more tragic. Myro. Myro said so. Hee hee. If you're in trouble, you can look for me or Yuri. Either one is fine. Just let me know. If you do that, most things will be manageable. Carol. Yes, it is. Ah, the tea has finished. Shall we go now? Myro. Yeah, we've talked a lot. Carol. Yes, we've stayed here for quite some time. Myro. I will pay for it. Thank you for telling me your story. Carol. Carol paid, and the two left the shop. After that, they returned to the academy, took off their disguises, and returned to their daily routine. At the age of 17, in the early spring, it was a very cold day in this country. I was about to turn 18. On that day, I was watching wooden boxes being transported one after another from a sailing ship that was bigger and better than any other ship anchored in the port of the royal capital. It was a three-masted mast with one horizontal sail on the front and two vertical sails at the back. The contents of the wooden box were cotton. Unspun cotton could be used to make futon and clothes with cotton padding. It seemed to be a big hit in recent years in the royal capital. It was a complete seller market. Clearly, the amount of profit made from that hard labor was laughable. It wasn't a matter of making easy profit. It was rather to monopolize the trade. That kind of feeling. Perhaps this profit would continue until the cotton was oversupplied and the price collapsed. This was the second ship. The first ship was behind the second ship, and it was waiting for unloading. It was an accompanying ship. The third ship was under construction in the Republic of Albio. It had been a little over a year since the trade with Harold started. It had expanded so far in no time. At the beginning, the trade used the port in Suomi. By negotiating with the preferential delivery rights for rare, imported goods, the port of the royal capital became available. I was sitting at the wharf, and, without realizing it, I was lost in thought while watching the two ships and the cargo being unloaded. They were all my private properties. While I was in Japan, I only made quick money and I had never earned a decent income, but now I was a businessman who raised a business for less than 10 years. The money moved as if it buys human life without further ado. For how many times? What is human life? I also want to think of that. There was no one at the wharf. It was a quiet place. All the sounds except the sound of the waves were nothing but the distant hustle and bustle. It might not always the case, but the dock workers were busy unloading and had no time to relax because of my ship coming in. "You're a Yuri Ho, right?" said the voice from the back. I rolled to the side, pulled out my dagger, and prepared my posture. I looked around quickly. There was only one person, and I wasn't surrounded. That person was a plain woman with long hair tied to a ponytail. The reaction that seemed overkill was because my instinct was warning me. "Who are you?" "Yuri," I asked with a sharp voice. There was no footsteps. No matter how much the sound of the waves was, I didn't notice her until she stood on my back. If she was an assassin, she had a considerable ability. Nonetheless, I put myself on guard. She didn't have weapons, and she looked like a normal person. It was rather ominous. Maybe it's better to jump into the river regardless how you pretend to be? No. What if she is a better swimmer? Shouldn't she be able to catch up? If I do so, it will be a checkmate. "Why are you being on guard?" "Woman," the woman mysteriously asked. "You didn't make any footsteps." "Yuri." "Ah, woman. She seems to get that point. Who are you? Did you come to kill me?" "Yuri." "You got it wrong." "Woman." She made a regrettable face. "I came here to invite you to the castle." "Woman." "Are you the royal family's liaison?" "Yuri." "It's something like that." "Woman." "If you want to contact me, it's good enough with Her Highness Carol. They did that in the past. So why are you here?" "Yuri." "It would be foolish to be kidnapped easily. Besides, I don't understand why they didn't ask Carol. Up until now, they send Carol even if it's for patent calls. More importantly, I don't like not hearing footsteps. It's a direct order from Her Majesty the Queen. Please come immediately." "Woman." "Answer me." "Yuri, you think badly of me. I'm the Queen's sword." "Woman." "The Queen's sword." It is the assassination unit under the order of the Queen within the First Imperial Army. I see, she's an assassin. They are people who kill the head of the general households, who seems to rebel behind the scenes. In other words, they are a specialized unit for dirty works that worked under the royal family, who don't own armed forces and can't respond to civil war. From my view as someone who is from the general household, she is a very uncomfortable opponent. The Queen's sword, is it? I see. Is that why they didn't send Carol? Yuri, don't drop the Her Highness. Woman, she knows. Show me the Queen's sword. Yuri, the woman took out a black sheath dagger from the chest and pulled out the sheath to the middle without any sound. There was a single blade dagger inside. The blade part glowed ominously, and the body part was black, as if it was covered with soot. The features were the same as the rumored Queen's sword. That is certainly like the Queen's sword. If that's the case, I'll accompany you. Yuri, she put the dagger she had back into the sheath. The woman silently turned around and started walking. I will follow you. When I caught up, I quickly kicked the back of her knee from behind. In martial arts and dagger training, the basic combination was to kick the back of the knee, grab the collar or armor, drag it backward, stab the neck, or give a crushing blow with fist. I was trained many times, so I was confident that no one around here could evade it. However, the woman swiftly avoided the kicking at the back of the knee, turned around, and repelled the hand that tried to grab her body. Then, she looked at me. What are you trying to do? Woman, she said with a harsh voice and cold eyes. It was a test. Yuri, testing the Queen's sword, is it? Do you want to die? Woman, if you were a Yakuza, you won't be able to avoid that. If you're the Queen's sword, you probably can. Her Majesty asked you to bring me, so you can't hurt me. Yuri, I said it nonchalantly. Woman, her cold eyes were unchanging. I'm trying to confirm it. Don't be angry. Yuri, don't you think that she'll be satisfied if you're in good health? Woman, since we're not in a close term, you probably will kidnap when I'm sleeping. Yuri, if the Queen is trying to kidnap me, I'm sure she will use tougher measures. As for this person who isn't talking as it is now, she probably will fight fiercely to capture me if persuasion is impossible. It's strange for the Queen to deploy the Queen's sword, so this mission should be irregular for her. Woman. The woman turned around again and started walking, as if she couldn't find a counterargument, or it was too bothersome to think. To tell the truth, I wanted to see the Queen's sword and their abilities. As expected, they are an elite unit, or rather assassination unit, and their abilities are authentic. Is her age around 20 to 25? For those at the same level as Carol, they probably can't catch up with this woman no matter how hard they try. In the first place, I can feel that her talent is different. Even women can be strong, isn't it? When I entered the royal castle from a place like a back door, we walked in an empty hallway. Then, the woman stopped in front of a room and opened the door. The room looked like a small guest room, with thin curtains hanging over the windows. The room was nicely decorated, but there was no one inside. So it was awkward. Have a seat. Woman. I sat down in a chair as I was told so. The chair was like a sofa for one person and was very soft. A square knee-length table was placed in the middle of the two legs, and a tea utensil was placed on it. When I sat, the woman stood against the wall near the door, with her back resting. She didn't seem going to sit down. I sat there as it was for a while until I yawned. Then, the door opened. Her Majesty the Queen came in alone. For some reason, she had something like a steamed kettle in her hand. Greetings, Her Majesty the Queen. Yuri. I stood up and bowed. I'm sorry to bother you. Queen. She replied with a broad smile. After all, it wasn't a hostile atmosphere. No, I was just spending my spare time. Yuri. It would be very helpful if you say so. Have a seat. Queen. Her Majesty the Queen sat in front of me. I sat down in the chair again. I haven't heard anything about the business today, but is it for a cup of tea or something? Yuri. Let's probe lightly. The fact that she sent the Queen's sword is not really a small matter. No, that's not it. Queen, I guess it's not that. Well then, what is this all about? Yuri, before that, I'll brew tea. Queen, tea? Is that why you have a kettle? Her Majesty the Queen began to brew for the tea, as she said. Yuri-kun, are you interested in classic works? Queen, what's this about? I'm not really interested in classic works. I'm also not good at the ancient Sham language. Yuri, because the publication doesn't develop, the translation book of classic works are only available at the super famous place. In order to study classic works, it is necessary to learn the ancient Sham language. Therefore, I'm not familiar with classic works either. In the olden days, there was a technique of brewing tea between us women. Queen, I didn't know about it. Yuri, is it like a tea ceremony? Of course, it was an education. All noble women did it. Queen, is that so? I can't think of it now. Yuri, nowadays, it is usually brewed by the maids. In a place where maids aren't available like in the dormitory, I may boil and brew tea myself. But there's no culture of noble women brewing their own tea. That said, the noble woman I know is Satsuki. Tea is brewed usually to entertain someone or to give appreciation to night's work. The manners to brew tea are also neat. But that kind of culture has disappeared with the end of the Great Empire. Instead, I don't know who imitated it, but it seems to have become popular among common people. Queen, come to think of it, Suzuya was always brewing tea when Rook came home from work. I thought it was her hobby, but now I wonder if there was such a cultural background. I've been taught by my mother, but this is about our royal family. However, I'm not sure about other royal families. Queen, I see. This has been in the past, but when I was called regarding the patent, Carol brewed tea. I suppose it's because of the old culture. I thought it was strange for the royal family to brew their own tea. Her Majesty the Queen continued to speak while handling the utensils silently. In the days of the Great Empire, there was such a relationship between men and women, witches and knights. I wonder, was it something like trust? I think they were so strong because of that. I wonder why we are in a situation like this now. Queen, it doesn't seem I'm invited for a history discourse. What's she trying to talk about? Well, let's just get along. That's why we lost. Losing to the great Khanate of Kanjar, our country was destroyed. The knights lost their face, and the queen and the witches respected them. Queen, the imperial army was a terribly strong army at that time. At that time of this world, the country called the Holy Xerxes Empire was a large country that united the countries with Isis religion. They had many battles with our country's great expedition force and easily defeated them. It was battles that invited them to the cold region in the north, so there was no doubt that we had ground advantage, but as I expected, they were strong. However, they were defeated by a large army of horse-ridden warriors. A man named Kanjar, who was called nothing but a child of war, came with 5 to 10 times as many armies as our imperial army. As expected, our imperial army couldn't withstand them, and the whole army collapsed. Was it because Kanjar was relieved? He died immediately after winning the battle, and his army pulled back. But then, the Crusaders came in and took the opportunity of the situation. The imperial army couldn't resist decently, probably because they were defeated badly by the Kanjar's army, so the rich southern region, including its capital, Shantinyan, was deprived. It seemed that the treatment toward the knights became terrible after that. Both the queen and the witches decided that the country's destruction was due to the knights. In other words, there was nothing wrong with people as long as they weren't knights, and the country was destroyed because of their weakness. It was decided that way. In fact, it was taught that way in the history class of the School of Liberal Arts even now. The remaining knights were thrown with stone, and their pride shattered. It was at that time the knights rose up, naming themselves the general households as they grasped territories, and the queen and the witches also had their own armies. As I expected, you studied hard. Queen, yes, well, Yuri, if you have been in the School of Knights for 8 years, you are a fool if you don't know about it. Regardless of how to understand that, it would be normal to have a knowledge. Her Majesty the Queen poured the hot water from the high place in the old teapot. I could hear the sound of hot water filling the teapot while mixing in the air. So, is that story related to this? Yuri, perhaps Carol is getting married? Don't be impatient. The time to wait for the tea to come out is something to enjoy chatting with. Queen, a chat, is it? That was a very informative chat. Is it one of the reasons for brewing tea? I'm sorry. I'm a bumpkin. I'm not good with manners. Yuri, it's fine. I thought you'd like this kind of history, but it was boring, is it? Queen, was it one of hospitality? I didn't notice it at all. No, that's not it. Yuri. Really? Queen. I'm concerned because you're not going straight to the point. So, I was wondering what's this all about. Yuri. When I said that, Her Majesty laughed. The laughing gesture was exactly the same as Carol. Brewing you tea is a sign of welcoming you. Perhaps it's an appreciation or favor. In any case, I'm not going to brew tea if I call you, just to scold you. Queen, I'm relieved to hear that. I will enjoy the tea as well. Yuri, I want to say that she doesn't have to send the Queen's sword in order to welcome me. Although I'm not terrified or scared, they usually aim at the general households. This also means of being vigilant. Her Majesty lifted up the teapot and poured tea into a teacup with a handle on it. Here you go. Queen, thank you. Yuri, a teacup on a plate was presented. I held the handle and put the cup on my mouth. It had a complex and gorgeous scent with a light bitterness. Then, as the tea slid through the throat, a slight honey-like taste remained on the tongue. Is it a kind of blended tea? It's a taste that I had never tasted before. I don't know how good the tea is or how it is brewed, but it's very delicious. It's very delicious. It calms me down. Yuri, oh my, thank you. I'm happy to be flattered. Queen, it's not flattering, you know. Yuri, it is really delicious. You can have more. Queen, as she said that, she handled the teapot. Ah, thank you. Yuri, when I lifted the teacup with a feeling of receiving the drink, the teapot was inclined, and I received another serving. I prepared some snacks as well. Please eat it. Queen, there were some baked sweets on the small plate offered. I'll eat it. Yuri. Then, I put my hand on the baked sweets. I wasn't particularly hungry, but the baked sweets were also delicious, so I flattened them quickly. When the baked sweets were flattened and my tummy was full, Her Majesty the Queen. Well then, let's get into the main subject. Queen, finally said it. Yes. Yuri, now, what's this all about? Although I was thinking about it, the warm tea and sweets made me feel much better. Actually, a war is about to start in the neighboring country. Queen, I see. Yuri, oh my, aren't you surprised? Queen, no, I was surprised. Could it be that is the latest information? Yuri, yes. It is a story told by a courier from Kilgina who came 4 days ago. Queen, said the Queen in awe. I was about to sigh. Had I not been served tea, I might have really sighed. I knew it since July of last year. Yuri, now is April 2318. I received the report in July 2317. Could it be? Yes. Queen, since I had reported to Setsuko Bayasama, I'm sure the report should have been up. Yuri, I was surprised since it was said as the latest news, even though I had known about it for 10 months. I haven't heard it. What do you mean? Queen, Her Majesty the Queen frowned. It seems she doesn't know anything. Did the witch households interfere somewhere and stop the news? I know that they really think of themselves only. But is it possible since this news involved the future of the country? For the last decade or so, their invasion has been slowed down because my uncle killed the king of the Tyrone Godly Empire in the previous war. As a result, the Tyrone Godly Empire had an internal dispute over their successor, and they had been unable to attack Kilgina. I'm sure you know that. Yuri, yes, I know. I heard it from the asylum seekers. Queen, if she doesn't know this, it would be strange. Although it corresponds to Her Majesty's story, I first heard this story a long time ago. I heard it from Issa-sensei. She had fled through the Tyrone Godly Empire, which was in turmoil over this event. Since it was the information that everyone knew in this other world, it should be talking in response to the questioning of the asylum seekers. The former king of the Tyrone Godly Empire was a man who was just 50 years old at that time. He had the confidence from subordinates. He was also a talented person who was admired by his people. As for the Crusaders, their public stance is put up splendidly, and that is to eradicate evil. But the actual purpose is looting and plundering, which is essentially like making a large-scale pocket money earning. Aside from the soldiers who participated in the hunting for life, it seems foolish for a commissioned officer to die in such a war. The former king also had no intention of dying in the Crusades, and although he was old, he didn't think he would die because he was physically and mentally not ill. However, he was killed Gook's special operation, like it was a sudden accident. Hence, There was no time to leave any kind of will or last request, so the remaining people were fighting for the throne. Since the Tyrone godly empire was the forefront country, they couldn't send soldiers to this peninsula if there was a civil war there. As a result, the Crusades have stopped for 10 years. But in June of last year, there was a tentative settlement in the succession dispute. The one who won is Alfred, the third son of the former king. To make matters worse, in the process of succession dispute, Alfred tempted the vassal lords with a debt of deferred payments. Yuri, deferred payments? Wait, I don't understand that. Queen, she looks like she doesn't get the gist of it. Simply put, he had tempted opportunistic nobles to become his allies, and he promised to repay a debt if I become a king. Yuri, did the royal family have a debt? Queen, if this applies to you, your majesty, it will be something like this. After your death, Her Highness Carla enticed the witch households and the general households with money so that she can take over the throne over Carol. Then, Her Highness Carla must pay the money when she becomes the queen. Yuri, I see. Queen, it was a bit imprudent example, but it seemed that she got the point. But is it all right to do that? Queen, I thought so at first. Rumor has it that the amount is tremendous and the mortgage is the royal territories. The Tyrone Godly Empire is a country similar to the kingdom of Shiyalta, where the lords are stronger than the royal family. As the royal family tries to develop their power, the lords are trying to reduce the royal power. In other words, Alfred made a great deal of concession to the vassals to become the king. It also means that he cut himself from the foundation that the ancestral kings have steadily built and handed it over to the vassals. It's not all right, but he has no choice but to do so in order to be the king. The fight for power over there is fierce. It is possible that if he doesn't become the king, he will be destined to be killed. In that case, he can't be choosy. Yuri, pride is more important than life is only in a story. In fact, in most cases, one's life is more important. It's not possible to look away if the power struggle may take his own life. Really? I don't know about that. Queen, well, then Alfred immediately consulted the Catholic Pope to establish the crusade. If he does it well in the invasion of Kilgina, he can get a lot of money. Yuri, I understand that. He wants money immediately. Queen, that was in July last year. The notification to each country has been completed. The time to convene the military varies from region to region, but it was done for February to the beginning of March this year. It's April now, so the Shiyalta Kingdom must have noticed the movement of the troops that gathered early. So, how did you find out about this? Queen, my company trades with countries across the sea. After crossing the sea and reaching another country, the sailors first go to a tavern for drinks, or having dinner with local merchants. Then, there will be conversations at that time. Even if you don't spend any money, this much information is something that you can learn from that kind of conversation. Yuri, espionage may sound exaggerated, but the reality is that much. Even if you aren't trained spies, if you're over there, you will naturally hear about the general situation. There is some information that can't be concealed no matter how much people want to hide. Such information can be obtained by putting a bit more effort. The crusade information is one of the best pieces of information. If they want to bring a war to only one country, they can hide a little bit. But if it includes the Pope, they have to consult with many countries to conceal the information. This is not a secret information for merchants that operate across the sea, since it is normal to know about it. I see. Queen, this matter is also supposed to be raised since I have submitted the documents to my father. As for me, I have the obligation to the Ho household, but not to the royal family. The Ho household handles the information I reported, and I didn't tell anyone else except them. It is a well-known fact in the Ho household, but it hasn't been declared to avoid confusion. However, I heard from Rook that Satsuki had raised the issue to the royal family. It's definitely something that you shouldn't hide, and since this act can score some points from the royal family, it's definitely going to be raised. I think there was something wrong. I will look it up from our side. Queen, it might be rated as information with low accuracy. That's unfortunate. Yuri, it's not amusing if that happens since the ones who involve in this kind of practice are idiots who are busy with corruption. Now, that Kilgina actually observes the movement of the enemy army. Clearly, the information is correct, but when these people read the information, it was only like, I heard it from a bar in a foreign country, but it seems they will attack next year. It is inevitable that the information might be ignored in the past. I guess it couldn't be helped. I understood the matter. Queen. Yes. Yuri. But I'm calling you today for another matter. Queen. Well, of course. That matter started suddenly, and I don't think she invited me to tell her about the start of the war. That is something that will be transmitted naturally in a few weeks, and there is no need to tell me, especially early at all. In the event of a war, we will send out reinforcements, which are jointly issued by the other 3 general households. Queen. Other 3 general households are probably those excluding the Ho household and the Ed household. It is a promise that the Ho household will not be sent as a reinforcement, but there are circumstances in the Ed household. The Ed household is a unique existence among the 5 general households, and the household protects the island of Isa. The round trip between the island of Isa and the continent will definitely risk people's life when there is no astronomical navigation. Even if they have it, it's not a good idea to do so since it costs a lot of transports just to send the soldiers. Is that so? Yuri. Well, I understand that. In a sense, it seems to be a very bad move because the right to command is confused, but each has their own circumstances. There aren't many general households who would like to come out here since they may lose their military force, so it can't be helped to jointly issue. But the matter of reinforcement has nothing to do with me. I'm not a knight or anything because I haven't graduated. In addition, I'm a man of the Ho household, and we have nothing to do with the reinforcements. In other words, I'm in a position that is irrelevant to all this. Perhaps she wants to borrow the company's ships for resupply. But this time, apart from that, I'm thinking of forming an expedition with you and the academy students. Queen. My head went blank for a moment. I don't know what that means. Child soldier. Why? That is why. Yuri. It's my daughter's proposal. Queen. Daughter? Is it Carol? Is she a fool? I don't understand. Yuri. I let out a voice filled with indignation. Please listen until the end. Queen. I was scolded. Yes. Yuri. Well, I wonder if there are any circumstances. For now, let's just listen to her. Now, in the School of Knights, there's my daughter and the successor of the Ho household and the Rube household. Huh. Yuri. I gave a dispirited reply. One of them is you, of course. Queen. I understand that. Yuri. Even if you didn't tell me that, I am well aware of it. These 3 people. I mean, you all will fight to protect this country if Kilgina loses. Queen. I see. That's how you think about this. I've almost guessed it. Fortunately, all 3 of you are doing well, and you're not sure of academic credits. It's not a loss to see who we're going to fight. Queen. Is it something like an observing military officer? Yuri. I immediately grouped the Shan language to create a coined word. Observing military officers. That's exactly what it is. Queen. Is Carol a fool? It's troublesome. I was sighing inside. Speaking of observing military officers, there's no such international accord with the Qurans. From the other side, they are basically like the Shani. Of course, if they are caught, they will not be immediately released based on the accord and repatriated to their homeland. Considering Carol, blonde Shanti are bought and sold at super high prices in the Quran world, so they will change their intention and attack. It's full of risk. However, Carol and I, and maybe the senpai of the Rube household, can also ride the Eagle King, so the situation is completely different from the soldiers who go on foot or on horseback. If it's just a look and to return home, there will be a little risk. Therefore, we will not be told, it's a miracle that you're alive and able to come home. However, the risk is big enough, and it's like treading on thin ice. We will select those with best grades in the School of Knights and take them with you. Queen. So, Yuri, what do you mean by that? Queen. I mean the reason for calling me here. If you want to tell me only that, you don't have to see me directly. Yuri. I would like to ask for your participation. Queen. Yua. As I expected. Come on. No, seriously. That would be an optional participation. To begin with, it's for the convenience of the household. Yuri. The children of the nobles aren't just living for themselves. When it comes to the matter of life or death, it's necessary to inquire the household. That's about it. In that situation, I will ask Roxanne. Queen, I see. Rook wouldn't stop if I wanted to go. I've been doing whatever I want to begin with, so if it's for this matter now. So what do you want me to do? Yuri, if she just wants to get a consultation, there's no point in calling me here. Normally, it would be fine if it's something like telling, want to go, to Carol to invite her for a summer vacation. Then, I would say I won't go and that's it. However, the fact that she prepared such a place, purposely had an audience with me, and gave it priority to me, wouldn't she want me to take the role? You've got a guess, haven't you? Queen. She said it while smiling wryly. She was certain that I was aware of it. Is it to babysit Carol? Yuri. Yes, it is. Queen. As I expected. She is a mother after all. Wouldn't she worry about her daughter? I understand that Carol's position is difficult. Since her position is way too high, there is no one who can hold her back. It seems that the good bodybuild guy from the Rube household will also participate, but he may not be able to stop if Carol runs out of control. They probably don't know each other. Who can stop Carol when she makes the wrong decision that can lead to death? The queen must have thought that I would have managed to do something about it. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. You can't imagine what is happening on a battlefield, am I right? Yuri, oh my, you also haven't been on a battlefield, yes? Queen, I see. You're right, but I can imagine it. That's the big difference. Yuri, what kind of imagination that I don't have then? Queen, it's scenes where the citizens who are chased in a desperate situation in the summer forest, the women and children who are kidnapped while they are crying, men who are tied up on a tree and their genitals are minced for fun, and women who are raped. Yuri, that is what war is all about. Queen, she said it with a flat face. Well, yes, if she is the country's queen, it should be possible to imagine that much. She also knows that war is terrible. I don't mean to preach to the queen, though. Yes, but when Carol sees it, she couldn't even imagine what she would do. Since surviving is the first priority, she has to abandon them. She must overlook the tragedy. However, she isn't a person who can think that way. No matter who tries to stop her, she would shake them off and go to help. Then, she will bring many troops, and they will die. Yuri, queen, and I will also die. And if Carol got killed where the rest survived, only slanders are waiting for the knights who have left the princess and returned. Don't you think it's too cruel? Yuri, that's the problem. We can use the Eagle King to observe from the sky. Certainly, there's a little risk if you just look back. However, if Carol tries to commit suicide because she got angry, what should others do? It's fine that she dies. I mean, it's fine. Not that I'm glad if she dies. The young knights are hot-blooded, so I'm sure many people would die in the same way. But in the case of Carol, if she dies, it doesn't end by paying for her own mistake. The people who accompanied Carol would continue to be cursed for the rest of their lives because they let Carol die. Why, think about it. This expedition is too cruel. In the worst case, Carol, the guy from the Rube household, and I will all die. Then this country would really be over. You're right, Queen. Now, please make her give up. If she gives up, everything is good. Yuri, I can't do that. Queen, Yua, why? What on earth is she aiming for? Speaking of Carol, she is someone who people look for. As for that, she doesn't need a ruthless war experience, and she doesn't need the ability to make cold decisions in the battlefield. War is handled by the knights. So it's fine to leave it that way, right? Yuri, this country, or rather the country of Shawnee, has been doing that for 2,000 years. Carol will graduate from a school of knights, but that is not to strengthen the unity with the knights, but to build a close relationship and not to become a frontline commander by mistake. Now we need heroes. Queen, heroes? Another outlandish story comes out. When you and the rest come back, you will be celebrated as the next generation of heroes. We will also give a special medal. Queen, huh? Yuri, I was stunned and couldn't say anything. That's what it is. If my daughter doesn't participate, the implication is completely different. Queen, well, that's true. Yuri, however, just to have a look at the battlefield doesn't make you a hero. Are they anticipating something will happen because you were there? No. If it's an observation with no special achievements, which should be fine. If something goes wrong and you solve it, you can make it exaggerated. I'm not sure which one is good. To be honest, it doesn't click to me when it comes to being a hero. However, if you get the medal of proof that you have actually visited a battlefield and watch a battle, in some cases, the treatment toward you from subordinates will change when you actually become a knight. I feel that it has significance. But a hero is not someone who you can create. They aren't artificial. They are born naturally. Since it's not artificial, people will see heroes in someone. When I think about it, the attempt to create an image of heroes doesn't make sense. Well, a hero is probably a catchy word. Even if you ignore that, it is a matter of not thinking the war as something negative. It seems like a good endeavor to take it positively, even if it is unfavorable. For the royal family, it is natural in this situation that they want to strengthen the relationship with the general households. And to do that, they want to make use of Carol. I don't think that they are rushing it, but the effect is understandable. When I think about it, the royal family has innumerable advantages in conducting this expedition. I'm not clear which of the merits the Queen wants to focus on, but the expedition is not without merit. But still, if Carol dies, that's it. Considering the risk, she shouldn't bring Carol into the battlefield, but to protect her carefully for the rest of her life. I see this war as very disastrous. Of course, I expect that our side will have bad results. Carol may not be able to come back alive, and even if she manages to survive, she may become traumatized with the battlefield. Are you saying that after putting all matters into consideration, Yuri, if I'm afraid of the danger, I will not achieve results? I think you also understand it well. I don't think this country will be able to keep progressing without taking any risks. Queen, well, I don't know about that, but hey, I know you're worried, but I wonder if you worry too much. As I said earlier, you will use the Eagle King, and I'm planning to have her to stay with my daughter as well. Queen, then, the Queen looked over my back. There's no way I would forget about her, but it's the Queen's sword. I see, this lady's going with her. Is that why? That's why the Queen had her invited me, just to let me see her face to face. That does make sense. Of course, Carol will be the commanding officer, yes? Yuri, yes. Queen, needless to say, the fact that a royal family becomes subordinate to someone is unthinkable in a monarchy nation. Since a queen is a queen, and that's the highest position, a royal family falls under a royal family, but they don't fall under a knight. That's because the queen doesn't follow anyone's order. The problem is that Carol is leading. For example, even if the queen's sword accompanies her, if she orders the soldiers to charge, it will be difficult to protect her. Yuri, the leader's command in the war has such a characteristic. If it's a job to do in town, it's something that she can give up and stop if she doesn't like it. But that's not the case in war. At that time, if you object, my daughter will reconsider. Queen, Carol doesn't care about me. She also has her own sense of justice. If I mention her weakness, she will just despise me. Then, she will proceed with her consideration into action, even if it's suicide. Yuri. But if Yuri Kuin says something, it has a certain effect. Queen, I'll admit that. As much as I'm concerned, she may listen to me more than the young master from the Rube household. But that's it. Yuri, as for you, you don't think that my daughter will make a decision that will kill her allies, right? Queen, that is for certain. However, on a battlefield, there are many occasions in which judgment ability is lost. For example, if less than 10 of them are sacrificed, there's a high possibility that 1,000 citizens will be saved. When it comes to such a situation, can Carol decide to abandon the citizens? There's no way she could decide it cleverly, and my persuasion won't change her mind. That's true. However, we don't know what's on the battlefield. Yuri, I know there's a risk. I won't get angry even if my daughter dies. Queen, that's not the problem. Carol has the desire to be involved in the expedition, but if she dies, she will not be the only who dies. I understand that I'm being rude, but I'm not sure if I can abandon her easily. Speaking of her as a noble, babysitting matter is life-threatening. Yuri, that's why I'm asking you to meet me in person like this. I want you to accompany her no matter what. Queen, even if you say that, Yuri... No, seriously, even if she says that, I'm not sure what she's aiming for. If you have conditions, please say it. Queen, wait a sec. Does that mean I have no other choice? Asking me to tell her the conditions. I can feel the stubbornness in this matter. It seems like no matter how much I try to turn this matter away, I still have no choice but to go. Anyhow, I will never go. I think she will drop the matter if I insist on it. So Yuri, yes. Queen, first of all, make me the commanding officer of the expedition. Of course, it means that Carol will be my subordinate, and she will absolutely follow my order. Yuri, and Queen, and I thought this condition was impossible to accept, but why don't I just say everything else then? The expense will be enormous, but please pay it full with the royal family's money. If I am asked for compensation when members of the expedition die, you will pay for that as well. Yuri, of course, we will pay from us. Queen, well, that is a matter of course. This is my last request, but it is for the reward of my personal affairs. I would like you to change the head of the Patent Inspection Department, Fitch and Phil, to whoever I want. Yuri, yes, does it have to come to that? Queen, the Queen looked like she was going to have a headache. This is not just about me. If this continues, the patent system itself will be in a mess. Although it has become busier, Yuri, the Patent Inspection Department, in other words, is a point of contact for patent infringement claims. The patent system created in this country was full of problems from the beginning, but it was especially a problem here. The fact that someone can hold a claim for patent infringement means that it is a huge loophole in the system. It would do with money. If such a person sits at the top position, it becomes a mess at once. I am well aware of this matter, but if I asked the court to do so, they would be neutral because there wasn't even a basic legal system prior to the patent system. However, when I created the system, I couldn't complain because I was in a position to ask for it. Still, the Patent Inspection Department has managed to fulfill the required function because the royal family has been keeping an eye since the system was established. But then, a year ago, a woman from the Phil household, one of the 7 great witch households, became the head of the department, and the day was over. The patent infringement was only done in a messy manner until now, but now, if you bribe her, the system will become like Ant State. It won't be a problem if I bribe her so that the patent infringement claims are crushed. Then I can produce paper openly and distribute it to the market. However, when it comes to this country, even if you try to create a system and run it clearly, the witch households will come along and mess it up. Is it so bad? Queen, it seemed that the Queen wasn't aware of it. There is a product called the Hoe paper, which has much lower quality and cost available in stores for low-income people. Because of that, my reputation has deteriorated and the Patent Inspection Office pretends not to see it. Not only the Hoe paper, but also the inventors other than me are also having a lot of problems. Yuri, this is far from applying for a patent. I mean, originally, if the patent is approved, it will be published. But then, contrary to the original intention, it will be something like I made this kind of invention. Please copy it. Then, there is no merit in obtaining a patent. It will be far better to keep the secrets as they are, rather than using this stupid system of patents. Understand. I'll do something about it. Queen, are you talking about doing everything? Yuri, yes. Queen, it's troubling me when you accept the conditions without due considerations, Yuri. It will be as sweet as honey when you have put your interest in this matter. But if it's taken away, it hurts as if your arm is torn off. I understood this because it was the existence of the witch households. What I said was to tear one arm off from one of the 7 great witch households. This is a request, and it's not an easy thing. I will definitely do it. Now is not the time to appease them, but Carol has to be the vice commanding officer. Queen, that is obvious. She would be a better person than some random soldier. I don't mind that, but no one would agree with me being the commanding officer. Yuri, it is helpful that she accepted it, but compared to the patent, it's a very difficult order that I am the commanding officer. That's not going to be all right. How about the Rube household? From a standpoint, we are equal, even though he is older, but if it goes in this way, I'll be the commanding officer, and he'll be the subordinate. Then, the Rube household is at the lower standpoint compared to the Hoe household. There's no way they would agree to that. No, before we touch that matter, it's fundamentally weird that I'm the commanding officer, let alone Carol. Carol hasn't graduated from the School of Night. In fact, she is nothing more than a knight apprentice. You're Gukdano's nephew. You're not his son, but there is no doubt that you are the successor. And Gukdano is a hero in Kilgina. It's reasonable enough. Queen, I see. I didn't have that in mind. Certainly, if there is such an excuse, large portions of problems might be gone. I understand, but I don't plan to overdo it. Don't expect me to achieve the success of heroes. Yuri, I understand. That's true. If I have to put it in layman terms, it's a good bet. I don't expect gambling, you know. Queen, gambling? She is really a carefree person. When I think about it, it may be fortunate that I could come out on favorable terms because the Queen might feel uneasy with the idea to let Carol go alone. Let's think in that way. Let's think positively. Anyhow, there are some people that need to be informed about this matter suddenly. I left the royal castle and headed to the main office. Then I called Cuff. What is it? Cuff. He came down the stairs with a drowsy face, probably because he didn't have enough sleep. Call Harold. Yuri. He's busy unloading, but is it an emergency? Cuff. Ah, yeah. Harold was busy unloading the cargo. Only Harold knows all of the cargo on the ship, so if he isn't there, the work stops. When I think about it, I don't really have to leave by tomorrow. I don't have to be in a hurry. No, it's fine. Call me once he is done. Yuri. Understood. Please wait here. Cuff. For the time being, I left the company and went to the academy. Now, Yuri, when I came near the silver birch dormitory, I entered the forest nearby and wrapped a cloth around my face. I picked up a dead branch with an appropriate size and went to the desired place. The place of interest was under the room of Shemu and Lily Senpai. Their room was on the second floor, so I threw a dead branch from the forest so that it couldn't be seen from the window of the first floor. Since I was used to it, I threw it with a knocking sound. Although I didn't have to be accurate, the building was made from stone, so if I threw it a bit away from the window, it wouldn't make loud noises. In the meantime, the window was opened, and Lily Senpai showed her face. When she saw my face coming out of the forest, she turned around and disappeared from the window. Then, she came running from the entrance. It looks like you were in a hurry, Yuri. I felt like I had done something bad. Ah, it's fine. What is it? Lily. Oops. She's really out of breath. It seems she's not good at exercising. So why did she run? Where's Sayamo? Yuri. There's a supplementary lesson today. Lily. A supplementary lesson? Should I give up for now? Lily-san, are you busy now? Yuri. Feel Lily. Lily-san wiped her sweat with her handkerchief. I'm free. Lily. Then, why don't we go to a coffee shop for a while? Yuri. Nice to... Lily. Lily-san easily agreed with her bright expression, probably because she was staying in her room and was hungry to go out or simply wanted to ease her fatigue. So how about it? Will you go ahead first? Yuri. Recently, we often met at the main office, but if we planned to meet at a coffee shop near the school, Lily liked to wait in time. No, it's all right. Lily. Yuri. It's fine, OU. Lily. She's almost graduating, so she doesn't know about the politics of the dormitory. In particular, it's just about reputation getting bad, and there is nothing like being killed or not able to graduate. Well, let's go to the usual place. Yuri. Sure. Lily. The usual coffee shop is the coffee shop with a private room near the large library. The name is the Ginkgo Leaf. I don't usually remember the name of the shop, but since I use it every time when I meet Pina and Kamami for publishing matters, I remember the shop's name. Leaving that matter aside, it is better in this way. The two of us walked together and headed to the Ginkgo Leaf. When liberal arts students passed us, they stared at us up and down. They seemed to be concerned that I was walking with Lily-san. As for the Knight's students who were my acquaintances, they looked at us as if they were making fun of me. But when it came to the liberal arts students, they were obviously curious when they looked at us. Somehow, I felt like Lily-san didn't feel good if there was a rumor. Regardless of being a senior student now, if there was a rumor because I met Lily-san, she might lose her reputation in the dormitory. We strolled around and entered the Ginkgo Leaf without having any particular conversation. When I opened the door, the bell on the door rang with a familiar sound. Ah, welcome. Is it a private room? It's available. Since I was used to this, I was led to the private room from the beginning. Thank you. Yuri. Then we entered a room. I placed an order for the waitress who came in at the same time as we took a seat. Both of us ordered our usual menu. Are you still not drinking? Lily, until I'm 20, I'm a follower of the theory that alcohol is poisonous. Yuri, if it comes to my current age, I feel that there's no adverse effect even if I drink a little. That's difficult. Lily said it while pouring tea. Come to think of it, were you able to create the prototype? Yuri, yes, I just made it. Lily. Then, Lily Senpai took out a lump of metal wrapped in cloth from her pocket. Let me take a look. Yuri, since I stopped her, I extended my hands to reach it. When I took the lump of metal, it was light, and I could see the inside was hollow. There was a streak that separated the top and bottom, and when I opened it, it split into two pieces. There was a device inside, something like a thin, rough rope, shielded by a thin plate with holes. Next to it was an igniter. It was a lighter. Rope lighters. Until now, it wasn't possible to make such an ignition device. The reason was there was no highly volatile liquid fuel. No matter how much sparks were scattered on oil made of plants or animals, it didn't set fire. However, when it was possible to fractionally distill oil, such a way of utilization became possible. Unfortunately, this was about twice as large as the lighter I knew. I wasn't sure if it fit my hand. That was the feeling. The quality of the flint was also involved in making this device. The lighter scrapped a flint stone with a file gear to produce spark, but the amount of spark was insufficient unless it was increased. Because of that, the ignition device became huge. In other words, due to the material problems, it was difficult to solve it with the current technology. I was aware of the problem, so I wasn't satisfied at all. When I applied force to scrape the flint, the core ignited and a flame of appropriate size appeared. It was a splendid lighter. I knew how difficult it was to light fire with a flint. This made me moved. As expected, I just have to train to do that. I tried to do it, but it didn't fire. Lily, so the ignition is bad if the strength is weak? That's the problem. It might be difficult if you don't think the flint stones will not create sparks. There may be some room for improvement in how to sharpen the gears. Yuri, yeah. Lily, so how much does this cost? Yuri, 1 gold coin, 2 if you sell it. Lily, 1 gold coin? That's expensive. Is it that much? Yuri, the casing is made of silver. Lily, silver. I noticed it now. It has different brightness from iron. Ah, I see. Silver, is it? If you use iron, it will tear up when you want to shape like a pocket. Incidentally, it's also hard to use copper and lead. Lily, of course, the softer the metal, the easier it is to process. The defects will appear when it is dropped from the shoulder level or the mouth of the casing opened during the refilling oil purpose. On the contrary, if it is as soft as lead, it will melt even at a temperature as high as the lighter's fire. It would be nice to press the metal, but there is no such a facility. In that respect, silver may be a strong compromise. Well, some people will buy it for a piece of gold coin. At least, I think. Lily, well, yes, if they are rich people. Cigarettes aren't in this country, so they wouldn't carry this around, but this is useful for things like lighting a lamp next to the bed. Even if it's not an essential item, some people would buy it for the sake of prestige. If you say it made of silver, it will give a sense of luxury. Well, I guess so. Lily, in that case, you can have one for your parents' house. Yuri, that might be true. Lily, it's fine to use silver from the silver coin. Yuri, actually, I made this by using a silver coin. That's because pure silver is too soft. Lily, I see. It's not an offense to use coins as material. Silver coins are alloyed to have a certain degree of hardness because there's a functional problem where it seems to be shaved and worn while putting in the wallet. It's partly because of that. She must have thought that it's good material. Knock, knock, and the waitress came in. Teacups and teapots on a tray were placed on the table, and sweets were placed in the same way. Is the order all right? Waitress. Yes. Thank you very much. Yuri. After saying that, the waitress turned around. I put the hot tea in my mouth to moisturize my throat. After drinking the tea brewed by Her Majesty, I felt as if this was even worse. I'll give this patent to Lily Senpai. Please apply it. Yuri. Her Majesty would keep her promise, so the value of the patent would be revived. Yes. Lily. It's the patent for the igniter. Yuri. Lily-senpai had a puzzled look. Why do I get it? Yuri-kun is the one who thought about it, right? Lily, I don't think I'll have the time to apply. Yuri, I don't want it. I'm not poor enough to receive charity. Lily, charity, huh? Did I make it sound that way? It seems that I've made her angry somehow. Actually, I'm going to war in the near future. Yuri, Lily, in some cases I may die. So, I decided to give this patent to Lily-senpai. If I die, I will lose the patent. So, it's better not to waste it. Yuri, under the law, which couldn't be called the current law, the patent right is supposed to be inherited, but if the applicant dies during the application, the patent becomes free. It is not possible to give a patent to the dead person, and once an application is filed, it cannot be accepted even if another person later applies. A patent is a right granted to the first inventor, so the second issuer is not entitled to it. The technology would be published, and no one would be able to patent it. If I die while filing for it, they won't accept if Lily-senpai says I invented it. It's a waste of time that one patent is wasted. WWR? Yuri-kun hasn't graduated yet, right? Lily-senpai panicked. Since I am a young man of the next generation, it was decided that I need to go see the battlefield. Well, I'm just looking at it from the sky, though. Yuri, even so, it's better not to go, you know. Lily, I also think the same. I was requested by Her Majesty directly, so I have no choice but to go, Yuri. But Lily-senpai looked really worried. I'm glad but sorry. Well, I'm going to look only not to fight or anything, so it should be fine. But if I don't return, Yuri, don't say such an ominous thing. Lily-san frowned. I would like to thank you for taking care of Sayamo. I will tell the people of the company as well. Yuri, it won't be good if you don't tell your family. Lily, well, yes. It's troubling even if I'm forced to do this. From a standpoint, the whole household can't be told openly that they run away. In case of emergency, please have them to bring you on the ship. Yuri, Lily-senpai knows the people of the company, so she should be fine. Or rather, she is the company's staff. No, you will definitely return. Lily, that is if I return. Yuri, no. If you say it's all right, I can say with confidence that you will not return. Lily, it's not like that. I'm happy that you're hoping for that. Yuri, it's not hoping, Lily. Lily-senpai is a person who will do the task even if she says something different. She refuses by the mouth, but if she says so, she will take care of Sayamo if something happens to me. No, I suppose she will take care no matter what happens. My life is also important, so I will definitely return. Before that, you might tell me that I don't have to go at all. Yuri, that's because I'm not sure. Lily, well, let's assume it that way. Yuri, goodness. Lily, she nodded reluctantly, but she didn't dislike it that much. Even though she wasn't good at socializing, we had been together for such a long time, so I understood her. Then, I'll bring this lighter with me. If I have it, it may be convenient. Yuri, when are you leaving? Lily, it's about a month later. Yuri, in that case, give that back. Lily, Yuri, I have no choice but to return this lighter. Is it? I can't help it with it, I guess. You're slow. I'll make something better in a month. Lily, is that so? When I finished talking about the situation, Cuff and Harold shut up. It's because of your lineage, so it can't be helped. Cuff said it with a difficult face. It can't be helped to worry since this is restricted to you. I'll take it easy at best. Cuff, you have to think about the possibility of dying. Harold, when Harold said so, Cuff smacked his tongue. Are you a fool? Cuff. And he added further. Harold, as for the limbs, if the head died, you don't have to think about it. Cuff, I am not with you. So shut up. Harold, they were in the fighting mood. They couldn't get along well. You both make sense. Well, listen, Yuri, when I said so, both of them shut up. What Cuff said is normal, but it's no wonder that Harold is worried. Therefore, I write a will and leave it to Father. If I don't do this or give it to him before I die, it will become a source of contention. Yuri, it's a mystery why I should seriously think about inheritance at this age, but there is no doubt that I should do it. So, don't worry about it, all right? Yuri, when I said so, they didn't say anything but both nodded. This is especially with regard to Harold. Since Issa-sensei is involved, it is better to make him feel relieved. In some cases, it is normal for Harold to worry since the vow is tied up for the rest of his life after I die. The problem is the operation while I'm away. Cuff should be fine. Except for Harold's part, do everything at your discretion. Yuri, understood. Cuff. Cuff nodded with that reply. What a reliable man. Harold, when can the third ship be completed? Yuri, Harold. Harold bent his upper body and looked at the ceiling, as if counting the days in his head. He was thinking for a while. 1 week later. Harold, I see. Then, bring on the next round trip. First, bring the second ship to Suomi and go to the island of Isa. Yuri, the island of Isa? Harold, yes, just go there and explore again. Yuri. Harold looked a bit unpleasant. He doesn't seem to be reluctant, though. The third ship is currently being built in the Republic of Albio, and it is an exploration ship. It is a compact ship with all 3 masts in vertical sail, and it can be operated by a small number of people in exchange of speed. Caravel. The lack of high speed means that it will take a long time to go far, but if the manpower required for the ship is reduced, the cruising range will rather increase. The reason is that the consumption of food and water, which becomes a part of the shipment, is reduced. In other words, it's the difference between a small car that has good fuel consumption and can travel a long distance, or a large car that has poor fuel consumption but can travel fast. In this situation, the former is better. Is there really a new continent? Harold. Harold seemed unhappy with my decision. When I looked at Cuff, he didn't look at Harold, but he seemed to agree with him. Yes, I'm sure. Yuri, I said without confidence. Even if the shape of the continent is so similar to the Earth so far, it would be rather abnormal without the Americas. But that's all I know, and it's not a confirmation. There's no way to confirm it, so it's unavoidable for them to be skeptical. Is it something that I have to do now? Cuff. Cuff asked. When the second ship was still under construction, he departed from the island of Isa on my order. However, it ended up being a miss. He couldn't find a good continent. It was bad that I didn't give detailed instruction, but according to the nautical chart, Harold went to Caribbean Sea in a smooth wind and came back when the food and water supplies became low. He couldn't find any of the islands, so there was nothing to prove that they existed, and it ended up with a complete miss. At that time, while doing intelligence work through the Republic of Albio, I was aware that there was no military movement from the Kara side. I was making light of the situation as the second ship was completed. It wasn't possible to afford to build a new ship for exploration at that time. As I've said before, the discovery of the New World is a big project, and it's no exaggeration that the purpose of the company's establishment is to establish the discovery. I think it's reasonable for you to be skeptical, but I would like you to do this once. Yuri, it's the same as Columbus was looked upon disapprovingly. And this looks like a matter of grasping the cloud to the person other than me. It's normal to think that it is time to do something like this in an emergency. However, it is necessary to get it done, even if it looks unreasonable. Yes, even if I have to force it a little bit. Besides, the luxuries brought from the Republic should be the first to have the price drop once the war is known. From now on, the business will not be as good as it used to be. Yuri, knowing the war is about to begin, people will start to look at the future and save money. No one will spend money on luxuries. Beyond that, I can buy cotton, which is not a luxury item, and can sell at a high price to make a profit. The business that I can make money from should be impossible in the future. Well, yes. Harold, I suppose so. Cuff. The two seem to agree on that point. If we can't find a new continent, diplomacy with the Republic of Albio will be very important. If I don't return, Harold may have to meet with Her Majesty the Queen. Yuri, I'm all right. Harold, he gave a troublesome look. Is it not good? Well, you could do what you want, maybe to worry about that age until you die. Cuff. Cuff said it. I'm not so worried. There should be nothing happening in 8 or 9 cases out of 10. Yuri, after all, we will return from the sky. Moreover, we will return immediately if it becomes dangerous. If I bring tens of people, 1 or 2 may die, unfortunately, but that's it. I won't be held responsible with the supervisory responsibility if people die, and in extreme terms, as long as Carol returns, it doesn't matter how many people die. The only thing I'm afraid is that Carol is running out of control, but that is also an unfounded worry, and it's more likely that it won't happen. Anyhow, come back safely. Without you, nothing can start. Cuff. I don't want to die either. I will definitely return. Yuri. For now. I guess the matter ends here. Well then, I have some other business to attend, so I'm going. Yuri. As I said that, I left my seat. The moment I stood up, I remembered that I had forgotten the important thing. It didn't matter whether they would understand it or not. I forgot to say that. Harold, I want you to get something in the Republic. Yuri. Yuri Quinn. Myro. When I left the head office, a black-painted carriage stopped, and Myro was standing in front of it. At her back is the main gate of my secondary residence. Is this it? Are you working part-time as a guard in my residence? It can't be, right? Please add me as your subordinate. Myro. Myro got on one knee on the spot and soiled her uniform. It was the highest salute. This is too much of a historical drama. No, it's not. Stand up. Yuri. When I said that, Myro stood up obediently. There was rather traffic here, and the public might look suspiciously. This might be a bit embarrassing to me. We will talk here. Let's get in the carriage. Yuri, please come in. Myro. Myro, like an attendant, opened the door of the carriage and welcomed me to get on. What's this? I'm not sure how to say this. To have a girl of the same age doing something like this, I feel it is unbearable. Well, shall I just ride it obediently? There are a lot of meanings to this. I'll talk about the academy. Yuri, while saying that, I got on the carriage. Myro probably should tell the coachman where to go, but he began to run his horse quietly. That was probably why Myro didn't ask him to stop. I was thinking about Myro's treatment when I was in the carriage. Then, we headed to the academy. There wasn't a single word of conversation. Myro didn't even talk to me. When we reached the academy, we got out of the carriage. Myro told the coachman to return, and the carriage went away. Myro, where did you hear that from? Yuri, I said so while walking down the street to the dormitory that I was used to walking. Myro, her words stopped. Is she wondering whether she should talk about the source of information? I don't want to know who you heard it from, but if we go to the dormitory, it's going to be troublesome if I'm swarmed by foolish idiots. Yuri, no, there's not such a thing. Myro, it seems that's not the case. I heard it from Her Highness. I was consulted yesterday, so I knew what was going on. Myro, what the? Is Carol the source of information? Even so, yesterday, was it? Did Her Majesty give her permission yesterday? As Carol said, I can't guess what kind of discussion there was, but maybe Carol prompted Her Majesty. There's a way to talk with Carol to have a clear picture of what's going on, but there's not much meaning even if she knows the truth. Well, does that girl already know about it? I mean, I'll be the commanding officer. Yuri, yes, she knows. She returned from the royal castle just a little while ago, and she was moody. Myro, so, when you heard about it, you immediately came to the secondary residence. I see. Yuri, I'm somewhat tired when returning to the dormitory, but since this matter will be known someday, I guess I can't help with it. Yuri-kun, what are you going to do over there? Myro. Myro asked me, as if she was interested. What do you mean? Yuri, is it to save the people of Kilgina? Myro. What is this girl talking about? Are you reading too many novels? This is way too much of a historical drama, you know? Why do I have to save them? Yuri, is that so? Myro, hey, that's not something you should ask. Do you think I'm some kind of almighty god? If I'm going to do that, I will never bring you. Yuri, yes. I also don't mean it that way. Myro, it seems she didn't mean it. It's suspicious, but I know Myro isn't a philanthropist. If she means that, she will work hard for it. It's likely that she had heard about my plan. You know what? I was told about being a hero by Her Majesty, but at this time, being a hero candidate is the most annoying. People are going to misunderstand the objectives in the first place. Yuri, yes. Myro, you're not convinced, is it? Well, do you want to take a short interview? Yuri, when I said so, Myro looked excited. Yes. Yuri, what is the highest priority of this operation? Yuri, I think, is to bring Her Highness back home safely. Myro. Myro replied immediately. That's right. All right. What's the biggest concern to achieve that goal? Yuri, Um, it should be the Quran's projectile weapons. Myro. Well, certainly that's true. Stray bullets are scary. It's scary, but the biggest concern is that Carol is a hero candidate. Yuri. That is, I may be so. Myro. If it's other people, even if they are running wild because of their ambition, they can die on their own. All I have to do is to kick them out from the unit. However, in the case of Carol, her return is the highest priority. Yuri. Yes, it is. When I think about it, it makes sense. Myro. If you understand that much, I'll bring you in. Yuri. I gave permission easily. It's a brief interview, but there is no way not to bring her in. Thank you very much. I'll do my best. Myro. Myro firmly said it and made an honest, happy face. Since it's Myro, she won't lie about it, and she probably would give her all. But don't drag my feet, all right? Yuri. Yes, that's definitely my plan. Myro. Do you understand what that means? Yuri. When I asked that, yes. Myro. Myro replied blankly. Do you understand the meaning of not dragging my feet? Yuri. It is as it is, right? You mean in a literal sense, is it? Myro. I don't want to bring you, if possible. Nobody wants to bring something important with them when they get into something dangerous. Yuri. When I said that, Myro had an indescribable, complex expression. If I have to emphasize it, it's probably a sad expression. From her point of view, my worries must be a great nuisance. Yes. However, in that dangerous place, that important someone could be useful. Myro. Yes. You're useful. You're the most reliable and capable person. Yuri. I have no doubt that Myro is competent. Rather than being competent, she has something that I don't have. She is meticulous and has a different perspective from me. It may sound that I favor him, but there is no doubt that she is useful. It's an honor. Myro. Myro, who is purely happy this time, bowed decently. But at the same time, it's also my weakness. If I have to bring Carol back home, I'll abandon anyone but you. For me, instead of having a reliable and capable person, I simply double the number of people I have to bring back home. Yuri, do you think that because I am a woman? Myro. Myro looked reluctant. It's understandable to consider me thinking that way. That's not it. Yuri, is that so? Myro. Myro seemed skeptical. What do you think if we are in different positions? I'm a man. So if I drag your feet, would you simply discard me like throwing dirty gloves to the edge of the road? Yuri. When I said so, she quieted down. Myro. There was silence for 10 seconds, and the only sound heard was the sound of shoes stepping. Then, Myro opened her mouth. I don't think I can do that, but I think you need to do that, Yuri-kun. Yuri. Yes, certainly. That was a strange and convincing answer. That's if you're in a different position. Yuri. Yes, it is. Myro. Even if I need to do it, I can't always do it. I'm also not bold enough to do that. Yuri. Yes. Yuri. I don't want to be able to do it easily. But, as you say, I probably need to do that. Yuri. That will be difficult. If it's something that makes me wonder how to decide, I have to keep it for later. It may come to that situation later. I also don't want to be under someone that bold. It's too bland. Myro. Myro said it and laughed a bit. When she said so, I felt relieved somehow. Myro understood what I meant. That's certainly true. It's a boring life to work hard under that kind of bold person. Yuri. I was able to understand what you were trying to say. So I'll be careful. I won't drag your feet. Myro. Myro quickly concluded the matter by saying so. It might be because the entrance to the dormitory was just around the corner. That would be helpful if you do so. Yuri. When I entered the dormitory, there was a lifeless atmosphere, as usual. After all, the information might not have spread yet. I parted with Myro, and then I went into my room alone. There was a person here. Even though the person was the source of troubles, there were wrinkles on the face. This lady, what are you trying to do? Carol. Carol was cross-legged on her bed, puffing her cheeks. Yuri. I looked away. Don't you like Her Majesty the Queen's decision? Yuri. I sat on the chair at my desk. I needed to talk to her a bit. That's not it. Carol. Don't get me wrong, but I didn't ask for it. I don't want to do such a troublesome thing. Yuri. I know that. You're not the kind of person who wants to take responsibility for yourself. Carol. What? You know me better, huh? If you don't like it, shall I stop from going? I don't mind at all. Yuri. No, really, I would be happy if I can do that. I'm unwilling that you're the commanding officer. Carol. It's fine that you're unwilling, but if you don't listen to me after we go there, I'm going to bring you home even if I have to tie you up with a rope. Yuri. I have to say that. I understand it's not good for me to endanger myself with careless behavior. Carol. Do you get it? Then, I would like to tell you not to be ridiculous. Well, I acknowledge you. WL, I'll be the commanding officer. Yuri. As for me, I don't want to be the king of the castle from the beginning. No matter who the commanding officer is, the meaning of the action doesn't change. Carol. It would be rather remarkable to have that mindset. Let me tell you now, I'm not going to rescue the people of Kilgina. Don't misunderstand that part. Yuri. I understand. My body is for this country only. Carol. She seems to understand that. The queen might have told her that again and again. Then it's fine. Well, wait for the news later. Yuri. I'm looking forward to your way of handling things. Carol. Even if you look forward to it, it is said that there will be a public announcement for the knights, students 2 days later. It's going to be busy from there. Do your best. Carol. Hey, have you all decided that far already? April 4th, 2318. In the defensive war held in Kilgina Kingdom, a unit will be dispatched in order to see the battlefield and deepen understanding of the strategies of the hostile country. This year, 8th grade, Yuri Ho will be the commanding officer, while Carol Fulchartra will be the vice commanding officer of the unit. For this purpose, the participants of a night students are invited. The requirements set in the attached sheet shall be fulfilled when applying for this unit. Refer to the attached sheet to confirm that you are a qualified person. Applicants must submit an application form for participation, signed and stamped by the parental guardian's consent. The form must be submitted before the waking up bell on April 14th. The signature of the participation application form shall not be made by the royal capital guarantor. Applicants who are in a remote location should go back home immediately so that you can submit an application form with plenty of time. Please submit the form in a special mailbox in front of the first dormitory of the 8th grade this year. After April 14th, which is the deadline of the submission, an individual interview will be held in room 305 of the School of Knights building. We will notify whether you will be invited for the interview later. Special notes. The signing of the application form has legal effect, so only sign it after careful reading. In the observing military unit, the participants are bound under special military law, which came into effect on an ad hoc basis during operations. The contents of the military law have been stated in the participation application form. The effect of this military law is recognized in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, and the person in charge is legally not responsible for any action conducted under military law. The disclaimer includes fatal accidents during operational operations and executions for serious violations of military law. So those who wish to participate should decide to participate after careful consideration. Attachment. The conditions for qualified participants are described below. The candidates must fulfill the number of credits according to the following grades, and do not lack of academic credits and physical abilities. 6th grade, 200 credits 7th grade, 220 credits 8th grade, 250 credits 9th grade, 270 credits 10th grade, 290 credits above 10th grade, 310 credits or more. A person who is physically healthy and has no concern about is her health, that a person who can bring a single galloping bird for riding, a spear, a dagger, and a piece of armor, a light armor mainly made of leather. The above 3 requirements are absolute. In addition, it is preferable to meet the following 2 requirements. As a general rule, observing the military operation is limited to viewing from above. Those who have taken the Heavenly Knight course are preferable. A level of proficiency, a flight license, or a third-class independent flight permit is preferable than a person who can prepare an Eagle King by him/herself. If the 5th requirement can be met, it's not necessary to procure the bird mentioned in the 3rd requirement. All right, it should be fine with this. Yuri. Yes. Myro. Myro agreed. Are you sure? Liao. The one who asked that was the eldest son of the Rube household, Liao Rube. This guy, who is going to be 22 this year, would of course join this unit. The 3 people, including me, had a secret meeting in a vacant classroom after leaving out Carol. If she heard this, she would be furious because she was left out. Sorry, but I'm going to call you without honorifics. Liao. Yuri. It's fine. Liao. Normally, I used honorifics, but for now, I can't do that since he will be a subordinate. Frankly speaking, do you have complaints about being a subordinate to me? Yuri. What's this? An interview. Liao. I can't afford not to let you into the unit. However, we need to be united. Yuri. He is the next most disturbing factor after Carol. Speaking of the night students, it can be said that they are a collection of children of the retainers under the general households. Roughly speaking, about a quarter of them are under the influence of the Rube household. Calling this guy at the 11th hour is... I can't trust you at all. After all, I have deceived Her Highness Carol. So, those who agree with me should be put under me. Yuri, for me to say this, that's because it will be very troublesome if he is agitated for being a subordinate. I'm a man who hasn't graduated at this age, so I don't plan to act like a king of the mountain. Liao, I heard that. You're also planning to graduate this year. Yuri, I heard about that information from Iro. It seemed that a man named Liao Rube is a man who likes to play around. He is also a regular in the Knights martial arts demonstration. Surprisingly, he has also won the demonstration. When he was 19, he got 280 credits, and when he was 20, he had 310 credits. He reached the level where he could graduate, but he hasn't graduated. He hated graduation and didn't take the last required credit. If you get 300 credits in the School of Knights, you'll be able to graduate, but that is after you have acquired the required credits for the specialized subjects of the School of Knights. If you don't acquire those credits, you can't graduate even if you have 400 to 500 credits. Otherwise, the Knights students will be able to graduate by only taking the classical literature and law subjects, even though they haven't learned everything of war tactics and martial arts. Rather than dropping the subjects, Liao didn't register for it from the beginning. It would be reasonable to think that this was completely intentional. By birth, immediately after Liao graduates, he needs to join the vassals of his household and wields his skills as the successor. If I have to put Liao's current situation in different words, he is like a college student who has decided to work with his family, but he is repeating a year deliberately by not submitting the graduation thesis. It seems that there are many Knights students who delay their graduation because they are too comfortable to stay in the dormitory. Apparently, he is one of them. If you had heard the news about the formation of the Crusades early last year, were you graduating this time? Yuri, I probably wouldn't be here. Liao, as I expected, if he knew, he would have graduated. And if he did, he would be a part of the regular reinforcements, going on for an expedition and leading units of the Knights from the Rube household. But I don't feel it's a serious matter. It's foolish of me to risk my life for Kilgina idiots. Liao, I see. Yuri, I'm sorry. Liao, why did he apologize? About what? Yuri, I didn't make a fool of Gukdano. Liao, I see. I don't mind. Yuri, when I think about it, it's a considerably abnormal action for Guk, the head of a general household, to conduct the assault of the Eagle King. A general household is a spear dedicated to Her Majesty the Queen, so it would be normal to die for the kingdom of Shiyalta. There is no need to die for the kingdom of Kilgina. Of course, it can't be helped if you accidentally die during normal military service because going to the battlefield is basically walking next to death. However, he didn't have to be a member of the suicide unit voluntarily and to die proactively. As for the Kilgina's royal family, they wouldn't have wanted it that much. Guk wasn't the only person who died against the 14th Crusade. Before that, he was in the reinforcement for the Kilgina. Perhaps he felt a kind of camaraderie with his comrades who fought with him. Does the Rube household know more about the kingdom of Kilgina? Yuri, we're not fools. We know better than anyone in this kingdom. Liao, ow. As expected, his territory is adjacent to the kingdom of Kilgina, and it seems that they're conducting military strength analysis. So what do you think? Will they lose the war? Yuri, and I asked while looking interested. Of course, they haven't learned anything. They only replenished their military strength. Liao, Yuri, even now, They are pulling the feet of their brethren. At this rate, there is no way to win. Liao. The Rube household seems to be pessimistic about the war situation. Well, that's probably fine. I have already considered that possibility. Yuri, I don't think that the winning rate is high. Did you? Liao. Kilgina will be done in the north. Once the territory is invaded, it's a common trait of Shawnee countries to have disturbance in their government and not being able to do anything. Yuri, most of the Shawnee countries have adopted the same political system as the Kingdom of Shiyalta after the separation. The serious problem with this system of government, the largest unit of the military is dispersed among the vassals, general households. Vassals are loosely connected by the central government, but this system of government is weak when they are attacked. Even if the country is attacked somewhere, the vassals definitely don't want to lose their forces. Unless they are being attacked, they don't seriously bring out their army. Therefore, as a result, every general household will be destroyed. I've learned about this recently about how hard it is for them to bring out their forces, but even so, there's a way to solve this substantial vulnerability. It would be a shame for the Rube household. I would like to express my sincere condolences to them. Yuri, yeah, we can't protect everything. Liao, that's sad. Yuri, the royal family is easygoing. Only the general households will put out reinforcements, and not even a single soldier from the First Army would join in. They also put out a good face to my household. Liao, if Carol hears this, he would be angry, but it's only normal that the Rube household thinks so. The royal family does nothing but take the lead. They take taxes from the general households. If they're seeming to rebel, they will send assassins, and if the assassination fails, they will instruct other general households to gang up on the one who rebels. Ordinary knights won't have any idea about this matter, and they swear loyalty to the general households who only look up to the royal family. However, from the view of the top positions within the general households, it was nothing but harm to fall onto them. If they go as the reinforcements, they will be given only a small reward. As for the Rube household, they will be the next target the moment Kilgina is destroyed. The one who wants Kilgina to do its best is definitely the Rube household. Even now, they have decided to preserve as much as they can, even a single soldier. Well, why do you want to participate? Yuri, of course it's for the prestige. Liao expressed it simply. That's right. However, rather than the prestige, there's a possibility that it will be a disgrace. Yuri, I told him about the possibility of Carol's death. I've heard about your reputation. You're not so incompetent that you can't bring a single woman back from the battlefield. Liao seemed to have understood immediately and gave a decent answer. I don't know what will happen on the battlefield. Even if you're on an Eagle King, you will die if you get hit by a stray arrow. Yuri, then I'll give up if I'm out of luck. There's no such thing as a certainty on the battlefield. Liao, indeed. Yuri, if you know that much, he won't say that he will regret later. However, if Carol were to die, I don't think I would return. Now, it's the matter of manpower. Yuri, yes. Liao, this person is Myro Goodenveer. You know her. Yuri, Myro lightly bow while sitting. Let me introduce myself. I'm Myro. Myro. Yes, I know. Liao, it's probably due to bad rumor, but it seems her name has reached his ears. She is the chief of staff. Yuri, chief of staff. Liao, the term chief of staff was a word that I thought of in Shan language. There's no position of chief of staff in this country. She is responsible for general affairs and advice. I'm the only one who has the right to order her, and no one else will have it. Yuri, is that so? Liao, yes. I wanted her to be the vice commanding officer if I could, but in the end, it will only cause confusion. Yuri, it is hard for her to gain the trust of the knights because of her lineage. It would be no problem if she leads commoner-born soldiers, but this time, the unit consists of young knights. Their good sense should be questioned, and there are many of them who won't want to obey Goodenveer's command. If she becomes the vice commanding officer, of course, she can dispose of them according to military law, but she isn't physically strong. If more than half of them hold antipathy against the witch households, Myro would be killed even if she tries to carry out the sentence. You will be the vice commanding officer. Same goes to Carol. Yuri, That's obvious. I humbly accept the position. Liao. I see. Then, please do your best with Myro here from tomorrow. Yuri. And I easily gave him miscellaneous work. What did you say? Liao. We need to find out if the people who posted the participation form are really qualified. Besides, if possible, I want them to replenish themselves with their own money. The three of you, including Carol, will discuss it together. Yuri. 3 people. What about you? Liao. Liao asked with a suspicious face. I wonder if he would say that I'm going to sleep in my room. I'm going to kill Gina tomorrow. Yuri. Kill Gina? Are you going out all the way until the departure of the expedition? Liao. No. I'll be back by the time of the interview. However, it's also necessary to actually look at the site. If I don't do preliminary observation, it will be dangerous. Yuri. This job takes time. It's not a job that can be done after the war is about to begin. Plus, I can't leave it to others. I see. Well, in the meantime, should we do what we can? Liao. Yes. Myro is someone who is good in the matters around here. She is better than me. Yuri. Without saying anything, Myro bowed to Liao. Please take care of me. She probably meant that. I have full confidence in Myro, and Carol also trusts her. I don't mean to force you, but it would be helpful if you could trust her as well. Yuri. I'll decide that myself. Liao. Well, I suppose so. After all, it would be weird for others to say anything about trust. Anyhow, it can't be helped if he has a preconceived notion. There is also such a case. Don't doubt me from the beginning, all right? Just don't worry about it. Liao. Please do that. Well, is that it for the time being? Do you have anything else you want to talk about? Yuri. No. We haven't recruited anyone yet, so we don't have much to do. Liao. That's true. Well then, today is over. Let's dismiss. Yuri. When I parted from the two, I headed to the secondary residence. I was called. After passing through the gate of the second residence, Rook and Suzuka stood by the entrance, waiting there. They weren't smiling, and it wasn't a friendly atmosphere. Yua. I felt like turning around and went back, but I held up and headed to the entrance. Yuri come. Rook. Rook said it. Yes. Yuri. Rook opened the door and entered the house. I also followed him. While I looked at Suzuya, I saw a face that seemed to be missing a soul. We went to the reading room. Rook silently sat in a chair. Sit down. Rook. I quietly sat in a fluffy chair. Rook seemed discontent. Why didn't you say a word? Rook. As I expected, after I was called to the royal castle, I was going to come here and meet them. That was the plan. No. I don't think it's important to bother you, father. Yuri. If you think it's not important to go to war, I'll stop you from going there, you know? Rook. It was an argument that I couldn't rebut at all. No. I mean, Yuri, did you intend to keep it hidden from us until you left? Rook. No, Yuri. There is no such a thing. It's just that I thought it would be easier to speak after having conversation with Her Majesty the Queen. Rook-san, I have something to tell. I was asked by Her Majesty the Queen. Yuri. When I thought about it, it seemed that the matter would go through. To Rook, my thoughts were something he had expected. I'm not against it. But why didn't you tell us? Rook. That is, Yuri, do you think it is unnecessary? Rook. Well, yeah. I didn't think I had a choice. Yuri. Don't try to decide everything by yourself. Rook. Rook is right. I am the heir of the whole household, and I can't do anything by myself. From my own point of view, it is not something that I am aware. Although I'm thinking in that way, from Rook's point of view, it's the other way around. With that in mind, I might have put a reply on hold and had a talk to Rook. I'm not telling you this as the head of the household. I'm telling you as a parent. Rook, it's painful to hear that. I wonder how much Oka-san was worried. Yuri. Rook had a sad look. Yes, this family is worried about their son. Yes. A decent parent worries about their child. When I was in Japan, my father was a man who didn't care about his son. He didn't have a chance since I died before him. But even if he hears the obituary, he wouldn't have shed tears. He should have forgotten about me in a month. He was that kind of person. I'm sorry. Yuri. Rook and Suzuya will cry when I die. Rather than a month, they will never forget me until they die. That's because they love their son properly. When I think about it, my actions were really bad. If you understand, go to your mother. Rook. Yes, Yuri. I left the reading room. When I went to the room where Suzuya was, it seemed she sat on a chair and laid her face on a small round table. When I entered, she raised her face. Yuri. Suzuya. Mother. Yuri. Suzuya seems to have been crying. Come here. Suzuya. As I was asked, I approached her. When I reached in front of Suzuya, she stood up from her chair and hugged me as if she was touched. I was already taller than Suzuya. Still, she stretched out, put her arm around my neck, and hugged me tightly. Be sure to come back. Suzuya. I promise. Yuri. I promised something that I couldn't do. It's all right. You've heard it from father. It's not a job to worry about. Yuri. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Suzuya. Suzuya put up a firm smile. I knew she wasn't completely relieved. Yes, I'll definitely return safely. Yuri. I said that I wanted a girl, but if you die, I will have no child. There are so many people waiting for you, Yuri. Suzuya. TLN. I think Suzuya is talking about having a daughter-in-law. I understand. It's not that dangerous, you know. Yuri. I try to reassure Suzuya as much as possible. Really? Suzuya. Yes, really. I will never go near dangerous places. Yuri. Well, if that's the case, it should be a bit safer. Suzuya. Yes. Please don't worry. Yuri. My heart hurts. I really have to come back. I thought of that again and again. After leaving my parents' house, I went back to the dormitory and took the luggage I had prepared. Then, I headed to the stable of the Eagle King. The sun had already gone down, but I wanted to leave today. I had already notified the office of the School of the Knights. During the preparation period, lectures and training would be marked as attended. When I entered the stable, I pulled out Stardust and gave her the meat I had bought. Stardust put the meat cut by the butcher into the stomach. Kuru Stardust. When 90% of the meat had been eaten, Stardust stopped eating. She was probably full. She was smart. She might have adjusted the amount she ate since she knew that she would fly. I threw away the excess meat into the stable to dispose of it. Next, I put a saddle around the back of Stardust. It was a saddle with the crest of the whole household, which I brought from the house. I tightened the belts one by one. All right, Yuri. Finally, I rocked the saddle and checked the condition of the wear. It was well tightened. I gently stroked Stardust. When I pulled the bridle, Stardust entered the takeoff position as soon as my intention reached her, without applying much force. Stardust fluttered her wings a few times. Then, with me on her, she danced to the sky. I'm not sure if it's all right to ask, but why are you traveling this way? Don't you have travel expenses? Yuri, I finally asked. I know the Toga household only by name, but I can't imagine someone from a general household having to go this far. Even if something happens, if you bring out some money from your household or sell the house, or rely on relatives if you're not capable of doing that, you should be able to afford the travel expenses. I think you know this. I'm a knight in this country. Jin said while holding the roasted iron skewers and often flipping the meat. Among them, it's fine to say that I am a loser. And now this nearby inn is full of refugees. There's not enough food. Jin, the number of refugees is increasing around here, probably because the talk of offensive is beginning to spread in Kilgina. However, is there any connection between being a loser and the crowding refugees? Does it have something to do with him? Certainly, there are so many inns here, but the inns are fully occupied. In addition to that, the food stockpiles aren't a lot after winter, so it would be difficult to secure food. That reminds me, the food that I bought was also quite expensive. When I entered an inn, I took one bed of the people who evacuated and took their meal. I'm a loser, and I'm also an unimportant knight. I'm traveling like this, thinking that I don't want to bother people, at least since the refugees are running away as no knights lead them. Jin. Well, yeah, he looks so tired. No, actually, that is a splendid consideration. That's amazing. Yuri. Is that so? Jin. He isn't happy about it. Jin smiled as if he were in trouble. No, that's amazing. It's not easy to do it. Yuri. No, Jin. But why did you come up with that idea of traveling? It's not that there's no talk of fighting. Do you come to dislike the battlefield? Yuri. If you think about the country or the people, I think it's best to be on the battlefield if you're a knight. I'm not someone who thinks deserters are garbage, But even though he has such a good intention, it doesn't feel right to turn your back to the battlefield and escape to the kingdom of Shiyalta. I was dismissed by the knights, and I have been removed. Besides, even though I have graduated as a knight, I have no territory. Jin, I thought the Toga household was one of the general households. Yuri, I suppose you know that. Jin, well, yeah. Yuri, yes, the Toga household is surely one of the general households. No, it should be that way until now. Jin, what do you mean? Yuri, the last war deprived me of most of my territory. In addition, there were outward flows of the people in the territory. Because of that, there are no people to be governed. Officially, the Toga household has a territory, but it feels like we have none. Jin, I see. No, how did that happen? Although they lost in the last war, the territory is officially under the Toga household. So if you take it, you can claim ownership again. Or maybe he couldn't. He needs to move his army to take it back, and that will take a huge amount of money. That if he still has an army. However, since he probably doesn't have it, taking back the territory is not free of charge. The territory of the Toga household would be divided among other general households or taken over by the royal family. It's not too difficult for the royal family to confiscate the territory. For example, they can't leave it to a household who can't protect it. Even so, I think it depends on how hard you try. However, if you look at the big picture, it's obvious that the Shanti are inferior. So even if you try hard, it's unlikely to bear results. And it could be said that all hard work will end up in vain. Please excuse my lack of knowledge, but was the Toga household based in the northeast? Yuri, yeah, we govern that area. Jin, as I expected, the northeastern part of the kingdom of Kilgina has been almost occupied. Occupation doesn't mean that the Quran have already settled in. However, since it has been completely scorched, the people can't return to their original lives when they return. The weakness of the Quran's offensive is it's not unsustainable because it is a coalition of each country, and it could be said as a temporary measure. At the end of a single crusade, a counteroffensive may be made and the territory may be regained. Therefore, they burn the land that may be reclaimed. Before burning it, they allow unrestricted plundering, leaving only the trampled fields on the rest of the land. By temporarily making the land worthless, the feeling of reclaiming the territory is eliminated. They don't want to use the Shawnees' housing tools as it is, so basically it's not a loss. For them, scorching leads to the purification of dirty land. In other words, since the territory has been effectively controlled on top of being badly done, it's similar to a territory that doesn't have a general household to manage it. I guess it might have become that. Then, in the Toga household, you're Yuri. For now, I suppose I'm the head of the household, but it doesn't mean anything anymore. Jin, the head of the household. Huh? Well, he is in a similar position as Rook, isn't it? Please excuse me for being rude. Should I call you Jindano? Yuri. No, I have returned that title. I'm not under cavalry ranking anymore. Jin. I see. The cavalry is the minimum level of the knight status. Although it's different from the knights, if you were a knight of the general households, the minimum level of the cavalry would be given. It's almost like an honorary title of the court ranking. So, without that, you can't get a job even if you're a knight. Well, I don't have to hold back. Yuri. Yes, by all means. Jin. I feel better that way too. But even if you don't have the territory, what happened to the knights of the Toga household? Yuri. Was it literally wiped out? It has been disbanded. After all, a lot of people were lost in the battle in the south, and the old land couldn't be recovered. It's a situation where there is a concern about strength. Jin. The battle in the south might be a field battle which took place in the vicinity of the Verdun Great Fortress. After the battle, the defeated army was absorbed into a relatively healthy combat unit of the Verdun Great Fortress. I can't be sure, but there may have been the knights of the Toga household. If so, the Toga household couldn't respond because the troops invading the north would have bypassed the Verdun Great Fortress. That's also possible. In that way, the other general household would also have to help the Toga household since their territory is invaded. That's why they rushed to defend the place. But I suppose they didn't do it. The sense of camaraderie between the general households is only demonstrated when saying bad things about the witch households, and it's actually low. If the majority of the territory is taken, you can't draft an army even if you are a knight. Most of the common soldiers are men of the non-noble commoner. For starters, if most people of the territory flee, no one will come to rebuild the army. It could be possible to build an army of knights only, but that's scary because the number is insufficient. All the enemies were invading for high-value targets, so it will just make them happy. Unfortunately, there is no help for the dissolution of the army. So did the other knights of the Toga household ask to join the other cavalry unit? Yuri, that's right. I don't have income to take care of them anymore. Some people told me they didn't need a salary, but I kept them away. Gino said it in a sorrowful voice. He is probably happy the fact that the knights admired him as someone from the general household. It must be heart-wrenching to keep them away from him. I see. I wish they were hired collectively to become the Imperial Guards. Yuri, as expected, there is no general household that employs the head of another general household, but there should be no problem in incorporating the knights all together in the Imperial Guard unit. Well, I'm sure by doing that, it will create a lot of confusion in the military organization, so that probably doesn't happen. Disbanding the knight unit and having each of them find a new job seems to be an unavoidable option. Well, I'm an incompetent man who couldn't protect his own territory. Of course, no one want to hire me. I don't think that's always the case. Yuri, is that so? I don't really know. I can't tell whether he has a military talent in such a small talk. Perhaps the only merit he has as an incompetent man is kindness. But they're much more troublesome than a mechanical bow. A mechanical bow is a crossbow. This too has been used long before the gun. Is that so? Yuri, yes. The actual number of casualties is not so much, but if it is unilaterally struck from a long distance, the army will inevitably pull back. Especially when that loud noise is troublesome. That's true. Yuri, I also knew that the reason why guns are so powerful in the battlefield is because of the sound. The threat of firepower isn't so much because it takes a long time to load. Of course, the power of the bullet is high. There's no mistake that it is an excellent weapon, but in terms of continuous fire, there are some difficulties, and in some cases, the bow is stronger due to range and rate of fire. Still, when you see the loud sound of explosives and the smoke rising, people feel more threatened than they really are. It's like a roar of a beast. Even if you make a fence and stab your spear, you won't lose to that beast. There's no need to be afraid. Most people will say scary thing is scary in front of the intimidating beast that lets out a loud roar. Unlike beasts, some people actually die. So it gets a lot worse. Even if you instruct the soldiers out loud by saying shooting will kill some, but don't be afraid. It might be loud and some of your companions died, but in reality, it's not so much. It only gives a false impression. The soldiers won't be convinced. A gun unit can be easily crushed if they are attacked, but in reality, there are situations in which that couldn't be done. But you still look young. Have you ever experienced the battlefield? Yuri, Jin is youthful, but since he has the cheat of Shawnee, he is probably around 25 years old. The war that Uncle Gook died was 10 years ago, so it doesn't make sense. Is it possible to enter the battlefield and kill Gina, even under the age of 20? Yes. My father was injured in the war 10 years ago, became bedridden, and died 5 years ago. Since then, I have fought several times, moving the soldiers to recover the old land that I had lost in the north. But I'm ashamed to say that the outcome of the war wasn't good. Jin, I see, that's what it is. Yuri, it seems that there were no battles in the last decade. Jin was doing his best in a local battle. I guess he had lost his money while struggling to do so. The money to hire the soldiers to reclaim. I guess he got it by selling his properties. From the experience of actually fighting, what kind of tactics do you think is effective against guns? Yuri, a moat and surprise attack. Jin, the answer came back immediately. What is moat? Yuri, we will make an instant moat for this camp by digging the soil. Jin, as expected, he seems to say something like a trench. The trouble with guns is that the shield can't go against it. Unlike arrows, the gun easily pierces a large wooden shield that is easy to carry. You can do it with a thick iron plate, but it's not realistic to put it in front of the whole army. Jin, that's true. Since the weight is heavy, the slow infantry will quickly become like a snail. Plus, iron is expensive, so the cost is too high. It's possible to make a wooden shield even thicker and make a wall with logs to fight, but that's not realistic either. It would be possible with the army with strength, like a gorilla, but there's no way it would be like that. So dig the soil and go into the hole. The weakness of the gun is that the bullet can only fly in a straight line. Jin, but if you go into the hole, you can't attack. Besides, Yuri, is it a siege? Jin, I was told ahead of time. Yeah. Yuri, if you're not mobile, you'll be surrounded. The situation of siege in the field can be said to be the worst situation in a tactical situation. You will be alone, the soldiers are scared and confused, and the general is confused. In addition, simply once besieged, the area that wraps the outside is larger than that of the inside, and the area that can be taken on the inside is smaller. In other words, the inside can't take the front of the battle. On the battlefield, there's a rather big difference. Even if you have more and well-trained soldiers, you can fight 5,000 people in the front line, but only 3,000 people can fight. Such a thing will happen. Speaking of which, while being gathered at one spot, it would be mysterious that each individual will perish in some circumstances. And the most typical factor in the siege is the difference in mobility. If there's a difference of 5 or 10 times in the speed that you move, you will surely be surrounded. I'll make up for it with the galloping birds. The only thing that works against guns is the charging of the galloping birds. Jin, Yuri, this is also fundamental of old and modern tactics where soldiers use cavalry to stop the siege. However, this tactic can't be used to attack from here. The moat can't be used if your enemy pulls you in. I wish I had actually used it first. Jin, on the battlefield where Jin fought, it was a battle to regain the old territory, so it would have been an exceptional attack. Did you propose that? Yuri, yes. However, I ended up being a nuisance. There's no way I can do it. Jin, that's right. It's funny to say that he is an associate, but even if the Toga household is not responsible among the people who are in the same profession, it can be said that they are losers. Unfortunately, if a young man who is the head of the household makes a strange proposition at the conference, it will end up being laughed at by hard-headed people. But it doesn't seem unreasonable. Yuri, is that so? Jin, Gina looked a bit happy with my approval. In a military gathering of knights, it wouldn't be possible to propose. Only mediocre measures will be taken. Yuri, if there is only one person at the top position, you can do it. As long as you persuade him, it's possible to prosecute the plan. The success of persuasion itself may be miraculous, but the possibility is there. However, the Kilgina's army, like Shiyalta, is a coalition made up of a group of general households. Even if someone is appointed as head, he will be like a chairman and he has no dictatorial command. If there are 5 or 6 top executives, letting them all agree with a strange plan is just a dream story. If somebody agrees, the debate of no, I'm against it will happen. This isn't really feasible anymore since it's not enough to persuade one person to earn their approval. When a bunch of competent, incompetent, and mediocre people mixed up together, only a mediocre plan can come up. I knew that too, but to me, Jin, he must have proposed it even though he knew it was impossible. And the result is this trip. Yes, there are things in the world that you know it's stupid, but you can't do anything about it. Yuri, indeed. Jin, as a result, there is an encounter like this. Yuri, I took bread out of the bag and sliced it into 2 with a knife. I handed it over. The meat at Jin's hand was burned more than enough. Let's eat. Yuri, Jin immediately put the meat between the bread, pulled out the skewer, and ate as much as possible. Nom nom, he chewed. It seemed he enjoyed it. If necessary, I will write a letter of introduction so that you can serve the whole household. Yuri, but, cough cough. Jin, he choked. It is a matter for us to decide whether we will hire you, but at least you could meet them first. Yuri, let's keep quiet that I am the son of the head of the household. That is, I can't believe it, but I really appreciate it. Jin, I see. Then, I'll write it when the meal is over. Yuri, when the meal was over, I wrote a brief letter of introduction. The next day, while seeing him off in the woods, I flew back into the sky. On April 9th, I finally reached the sky above Reform, the royal capital of the Kilgina Kingdom. When looking from the sky, Reform, the royal capital of the Kilgina Kingdom, was quite different in shape. There was a wall around the castle like Sabayaku, and the royal capital wasn't opened, and the entire capital was surrounded by walls. In other words, it was a magnificent castle city where the whole circumference was covered with walls except the sea. The city walls were packed with buildings, but the city area was rather small compared to Sabayaku, which had no walls and spread openly. To me, who was used to seeing Sabayaku, it looked a bit cramped. After taking a quick look at what seemed to be important, I approached the royal castle and brought down Stardust in a nearby vacant lot. Phew, Yuri. I quickly removed the belt and got off Stardust. For the time being, it was necessary to leave Stardust in the Eagle King stable, but I didn't know where I was since it was my first time here. And before I was able to do that, a person came up. Oi, what are you doing? It was an old man. It seemed he was a knight. Hey, I'm a traveler. Could you lend me an overnight inn? Since it wasn't a situation where I could say that, it was a bit troublesome, but I had to explain the situation. This isn't the place for an Eagle King to descend. Ah, is that so? But this is the only place like an airfield when viewed from above. Sorry, I'm a knight student of the Shiyalta Kingdom. It's my first time to come to Reform, so I'm not used to this place. Yuri, knight student. The old man frowned. Let me put this eagle in the galloping bird stable. Yuri, we're in a wartime. We can't afford to lend a place to a student who comes for sightseeing. There's none, huh? I wonder if I said it inappropriately. I have been given a special request and am on official duty. I'm not coming for sightseeing. Yuri, no. Put it outside of the castle walls. What's with this guy? It's troublesome. If I'm Demon Musashi, I'd be killing him. Read. Yuri, I took a piece of paper from my pocket. Listen. Read it. It's a letter of introduction. Yuri. The old man received the paper and began to look through it. And when he finished reading it, I don't understand the circumstances, but if you're the messenger of Her Majesty, the Queen of Shiyalta, I can't refuse you bluntly. He said so. What I gave him was the identification that Shiyalta's ambassador and official messenger would have. It's weird to say passport, but with the Queen's name on it, it says, please treat this person with respect. However, it's not something that someone like me usually have, and it wasn't easy to give it to anyone. So it's no surprise that the old man looks confused. If you're related to Her Majesty the Queen, it's best to put the eagle in the Imperial Guard's eagle stable. I guess the Imperial Guard is probably similar to the First Army in Shiyalta. If you claim to be the guest of the Queen, you should be taken care of by the First Army. There's no need to refuse him. Apparently, I descended at the wrong place. I see. Could you guide me? Yuri. All right. The old man started to walk while looking as if he was in trouble. I held the rein and pulled Stardust. I wonder if I walked for a long time. Then, I reached the eagle stable. What do you want? The caretaker, who wore something like coveralls, said it. The cloth was more rugged than people usually wore, especially when doing hard labor. It was a dirty cloth that kept the cloth clean by layering on top of your everyday clothes. I'm from Shiyalta for official business. I wanted to take care of this eagle overnight. Yuri. Understood. Does she have any habit? Caretaker. The habit is probably the habit of the eagle. If there is a bad habit, such as pecking, the caretaker must wear a helmet when entering the stable. There are no bad habits. She is a well-trained eagle. Yuri. Well then, I'll take care of her. Caretaker. Yes, please. Yuri. I handed the rein to the caretaker. The caretaker immediately removed the saddle. Oi, the brat over there. I heard a voice from behind. I turned around. Next to the old man who guided me was someone who was about 30 years old. Another man, is it? It was a handsome man with long hair that extended to the shoulders. He was wearing fashionable clothes that looked like military uniforms with some kind of gold thread. I wonder if it's the arrangement of military uniforms. This is probably not a regular one, but a mixture of hobbies as no one likes it. Are you talking about me? Yuri, I said while pointing at myself. Yeah. It was quite a fresh experience because I didn't remember being called a brat since I was born. What do you want? Yuri, I wondered if I did something that offended him. Well, actually, I have an eagle injured the other day, so I want that eagle. Is that so? Yuri, I see. While thinking about it, I had a bad feeling. So, give me that eagle. Well, that's what happens with a direct catchball of words. I've had a stomachache for a while. Hey, I'm going to the bathroom. It's something like that. I could read it somehow. Are you for real? I refuse. Yuri, what kind of stupid thing to give an eagle to the person who you meet for the first time? The man stroked his beautiful, smooth chin without a beard. I'm not saying it's free of charge, you know? I'll pay you enough. Man, that's why it's stupid. Dala is also a fool with a different direction, or he may be just a misunderstanding bastard. No matter how much money you have, I won't sell it. For me, this eagle is like my sibling who was born and raised together with me. She's not something you can sell for money. Yuri, I don't get it. Our country is going to be at war. Looking at your age, you're coming here for sightseeing, right? Right now, a friendly country's knight requires an eagle. I'm going to use it from now on. Think about priorities. It would be normal to give it away. Man, this guy is really retarded. He is a man who can only think for his own convenience. That's none of my business. I have received the royal order from the Queen of Shiyalta. If you keep talking like that, it could break the relationship between the two countries. Yuri, if you don't want to take that risk, you better shut your mouth and give me that eagle. Man, nope. No matter how you think about it, Shiyalta doesn't really mind breaking the relationship, and you'll be the one in trouble if that happens. It's already a hassle. Should I ignore him and leave Stardust to the caretaker? No, if I do that, the ownership may be claimed and it may be stolen. As I expected, this is troublesome because it's not my home country. No, Yuri, what are you? I told you I'll pay for it. Man, seriously, here's a topic loop. What kind of conversation is this? If you have money, you can buy it somewhere. Yuri, it's wartime. Where's the remainder of the eagle? Man, there is no stock. Well, he said that he had his eagle broken. Perhaps he isn't very good at handling eagle, so he couldn't get it from the knights. I don't know where the knights are. I thought that I would get on Stardust and escape from this place, but when I saw her, the saddle was already about half off. I can't fly like this. Do I have to give up running? At any rate, I refuse. Just listen. Yuri, you should listen to me. Why don't you know your position a little bit? Man, it's too much trouble. Are we going to just keep arguing back and forth? What a persistent guy. I will keep refusing you, so give it up. Yuri, listen, get that eagle. Man, somehow they got closer. The rein was held by the old caretaker, who behaved suspiciously. He probably wants to take her away. I let go of a front kick with the weight and kicked the man's navel. Gah! Caretaker. The man was kicked, hit his back, and fell. Are you a brat? Bastard. Man, the people, who were watching the turmoil from a distance, gathered and reached for the weapons they were carrying. The man I kicked also stood up, venting his anger. You bastard, caretaker. No. Aren't you the one who acts funny? I'm a victim, all right. Oi, get him. Man, the man pulled out a sword, shouting as he looked around. People around me also gathered. Are you going to capture me? No matter how hard it is, there's a limit to my patience, you know. And what's with this country? Bastard, do you know who I am? Yuri, I yelled with anger. They reluctantly stopped by the sudden loud voice. My name is Yuri Ho. I'm the eldest son of the Ho household, one of the general household of the Shiyalta Kingdom. Did the Knights of Kilgina forget the name of the great Ho household? Yuri, when I shouted as I stared at them, they were uniformly stunned. Rather than despise me for being a brat, you should be ashamed of yourself for trying to rob an eagle, which is the soul of the night, just because of ruthless destiny. Yuri, I pulled out my sword. Then I walked up to that man and pointed my sword at him. If you really want my eagle, why don't make this official duel? If you pulled out your sword first, of course, you're going to do it. Yuri, even though he pulled out his sword first, he relied on the knights who were familiar with him to catch me. He's not going to fight me for a murder. Cool, man. Come on, get your dagger ready. Yuri. The man slowly lowered his dagger. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yuri. Tisk, man. He looked embarrassed. If you're not motivated, just disappear from my eyes. Lowlife. Yuri. I shook my arm to make him go away. Tisk. Man. The man clicked his tongue again. What the? Is it a habit? Stupid brat. I'll remember you. Man. And while saying so, he turned around and left. Boy, you there. Yuri. I called the old man, who was standing next to the man. He was the one who guided me here. Tell me the name of the person just now. Yuri. Well. He didn't seem to want to say it. It's too much trouble. No matter who he is, and if he is a noble, there's no way he wouldn't give his name. Or is the person earlier someone who can't be named in this country? Yuri. There's no such thing. Then, there's no problem if you tell me. Say it. Yuri. That man claims to be the Imperial Guard is Jocko Yoda. Jocko Yoda, is it? I will remember you. After that, while I was putting my eagle under the caretaker's custody, a person ran from the castle. Please excuse me for interrupting your conversation. Are you Yuri-ho-sama? Yes, I am. Yuri. It seems this person looks like a civil officer. It looks like he hasn't trained his body and has left the liberal arts school to work at the royal castle. I will guide you to the royal castle. It seems he came here to guide me. Thank you very much for your hard work. Yuri. He bowed his head. I wonder if someone mentioned the fuss earlier. I've done something bad. He doesn't have to run, though. Well then, please excuse me. Yuri. I said to the caretaker who had been talking to me earlier. Yes. I'll take care of the eagle properly. Caretaker. I waved my hand lightly and parted. Then, I followed the guide and began to walk with my luggage. There wasn't much in it because it was a reasonable weight for stardust. We entered the Aro. Y'all castle as it was. The royal castle of Reform was much calmer than then outside of the castle, where everyone seemed to be busy. There were some people who were busy, but not that intense. Apparently, they were bringing in materials for the castle from outside. Please have a rest in this room. It was a fairly very good guest room. Yeah, I stopped by Reform because I felt the need to take a quick tour of the geography of the royal capital. I also wanted to have a proper meal after a long time. In other words, I wanted a place where I could safely leave Stardust with peace of mind. I didn't want to have luxury in such a luxurious room. Certainly, I thought about my eagle in a bed, but I think it would bother a busy country that is on the brink of war. However, it would be rude to say I don't need to stay in this room. So, I will definitely refuse the hospitality. About the dinner, Yuri? Yes, of course. We will prepare here. It's fine if I can eat in the capital city. I wanted to say that. Well, since I was led into such a nice room, I guess they are preparing for dinner. After all, I intended to collect information at bars. We'll take care of the batch and change of clothes before meals. Well, I guess I have to accept. I haven't taken a bath for 5 days, so I'm in a bad condition overall. I don't look like a vagrant because I took a bath in a river, but it's unseemly. Aside from underwear, I didn't wash my outerwear or pants. From the standpoint of an attendant, he may want to say that I shouldn't sit on the bed or sofa before taking a bath. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yuri. I bow my head lightly. I also felt reluctant to use this room with these clothes. Well then, let me guide you to the bathroom. It was probably the bathhouse, which seemed to be for general purposes. Even when I looked at the dressing room that was separated from the bathhouse, it was clean enough to think that it wasn't used for people such as low-rank soldiers. As I took off my clothes at the dressing room, the person who guided me left. I got naked and went into the bathhouse. Inside the steam-filled bathhouse, there was a bathtub about the same size as the one in the dormitory. It was like the large bath of the dormitory, but there was a cast of block in one corner of the stone bath that was structurally the same as the Goemon bath, and there was a burning fire underneath of it. Goemon bath. The material of the casting might be iron or copper. Copper seemed to be excellent for its high thermal conductivity. The one in the bathroom was made of iron. It didn't get hot as the one made of copper. 2 people would sit back to back in a block of the hot water, heated the hips, and it was better to give the heat first. Every night, there was a ritual that I had never seen, like a stupid chicken race. I poured the hot water on my head by using a nearby bucket and took a bath. Phew, Yuri. I took a breath of warm, breathing air to fill my lungs. Ah, this is it. I have to try it myself. Even camping where you can't take a bath, it may not be a bad thing if it suits your preference, but it's still nice to take such a luxurious bath. About 5 minutes after soaking in the bath, when the heat finally began to seep against the bone. Hey, there's a person who called from the other side of the steam bath. I was aware that there was a guest, but I didn't think I would talk to him. Hi, Yuri. I don't mind answering a little bit. I don't think we will get along, so it's fine even if it seems rude. Aren't you Yuri Hokuin? Why do you know my name? Scary. Yes, I am, but who, Yuri? It seems that my man was rude earlier. What? The information has been. I think it's been less than an hour since the fuss. No, I don't really care. Yuri, as long as I don't steal stardust. I've received a lot of reports that you were very angry. Aren't you? The one who made the report was foolish higher-ups? Did he ask the maid or someone about the situation in advance and waited ahead of time in the bathroom? What is going on? Well, it's not strange to know the story in advance, since it was the public officer who guided me here. I just saw I didn't get angry. I wouldn't give up. After all, if you are too nice, there will be people who take advantage of you. Yuri, oh, that's difficult. He laughs bitterly, but it doesn't seem to bother him. I guess he's a man who had problems with this behavior. I'm sure it's uncomfortable. Even if it's not too angry, I'm still angry. However, if it's such a thing, I'll be fine after sleeping one night. I'll forget it tomorrow, even if I'm not in a good mood. Yuri, it doesn't matter because half of it was just an act of looking angry, but I'm not an important person for some higher-ups to come to the bathroom to curry favor. I'm not a head of the country or a royal family. You can't do that. There's a thing called the face in the country, too. Even if you say that you don't need an apology, we will bow our head down and request you to accept our apology. That is diplomacy. Well, what a pain. I understand that it's for diplomacy, but I don't need that. There's a point that the man was saying. Yuri, ooh. The mysterious old man reacted with great interest. It's natural to be treated as a hindrance if a young person came to see the battlefield at this time. On top of that, it's like just coming to disturb. That would be the shame of a night. Yuri, is it correct if I say so? I see. If it's a victory celebration, I'll accept as much as I can. Yuri, even if I get something, I have to load it on Stardust, so it becomes baggage. Even if they send it, the land route is in the middle of the refugee blockage. If they want to pay with money, I probably can accept it, but since it becomes a burden, it feels awkward. Well then, at least we will invite you to dinner. What is happening? The higher-ups invite me to dinner to apologize for the mistake that the subordinate made. Well, that's not impossible, isn't it? Even if you don't do that, I'm fine. Yuri, he said that the castle would serve the meal. This is not something about you getting the benefit or about us losing something. Yuri-kun, what? What is going on? You want to know the situation of the war, even a little, and you don't want to get in the way. You may think that, but it's a mistake. If we let you go away as it is, we are being rude to the nephew of Gupdano, who we're greatly indebted to. It seems foolish to risk one's life to protect such a rude people when the reinforcements of Shiyalta coming after another to hear the situation. It's not people who don't think it, but there are always people in the crowd who think that way. Is that it? It's a huge loss for us. However, we would do our best to entertain you. If we don't do it, it won't go the way we want. In other words, this is going to benefit us as well. Apparently, my considerations weren't enough. Understood, if that's the case. Yuri and I agreed. I don't care, but it can't be helped. That being said, what he says is right. I don't mind about the hospitality, but as someone who has caused problems, you need to take responsibility. Since I'm more or less the commanding officer, the correct answer is to do it here. I have to decline the dinner prepared by the royal castle. After all, I'm not familiar to the geography of reform. So who should I ask? Yuri. What? Ha ha ha. What's with that sudden laugh? Did I say anything strange? Yuri. Oh, no, there's nothing strange about it. Come to think of it, I haven't told you my name yet. Yuri. Who are you? No, I guess he's a high-ranking noble. I'm a husband of this country's queen. Yuri. The husband of the queen? In other words, he is the prince consort. So, you may wait in your room. I'll send a messenger later. After all, this is my house. Ah, I guess so. What the? Is this old man the prince consort? That reminds me, Kilgina's prince consort is still alive. Carol's father died at a young age, so this is the first time I meet a prince consort. At any rate, being invited by the prince consort I'm fine with it. When it comes to eating with the royal family, he seems to be a man with a connection. I returned to my room and had my clothes changed. Then, I was taken to a corner in the interior part of the castle. As expected, it seemed to be a private area for the royal family. The design was similar to the royal castle of Sabayaku, or something similar. A simple gate was attached to the passageway on the way, and there was a gatekeeper in front of it. It was different from the castle of Sabayaku, and it was probably off-limit from here on out. Of course, I was invited as a guest, so I went through the gate and went inside. When I passed the room, there were 3 people there. First of all, there was the old man that I had seen earlier. The other was an old woman of the same age as the old man. She was a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her appearance gave a little psychological resistance to be called an aunt. The last one was a girl who was next to that 5 blonde hair and blue eyes woman. That 5 was probably the daughter between that 4 and His Highness Prince Consort. I immediately guessed that. The facial parts were very similar. She looks a bit younger than me. However, unlike Carol, she tends to look down and doesn't even look at my eyes. If it were Carol, the impression is quite different, considering that she would be staring at me with sharp eyes. She looks like a shy person, and it seems to be awkward. That reminds me, I called into mind that 4 or that 5 when I think about it, even though I know the name of Her Majesty the Queen and her daughter, that I once asked the carpenter the name of the daughter. Her Majesty Jacoba and Her Highness Teller. I see, these 2 look alike. It's my first time to see you. Yuri. When I entered the room, I gave an informal thanks. This was done by a person who didn't need to kneel, or done by a person who was often in contact with the Queen. Although it was my first meeting, I was invited. This place wasn't a throne area, so a respectful bow in the environment of friendly dinner might be strange in terms of TPO. It shouldn't be considered as rude. When I thought about it, getting invited by Her Majesty the Queen at the beginning was a bit exaggerated. I'm Yuri from the Ho household. I'm extremely grateful to be invited to the dinner today. Yuri. And I gave a polite greeting. All right, at ease. Jacoba. As the Queen Jacoba said, I finished my informal greeting. Then, the Queen gestured to a seat in front of her. Please excuse me. Yuri. I pulled the seat and sat there. The greeting was over, so I looked around the room again. It seemed to be a surprisingly small room. It didn't feel like a dining room, and the table was a round table for 4 people. The high-quality wallpaper had an oil painting on it, and a candle holder chandelier was hung on the ceiling. This might be good enough for the dinner meeting in the private area that didn't invite a large number of people. After that, the prince consort opened his mouth. I'm good with the introduction. I don't need to introduce myself like my wife. The one sitting on the left side is our daughter. Come, introduce yourself. And he urged Her Highness Teller. Teller. She began to talk with a voice that seemed to disappear. Why, yeah, I wonder if she's shy. After all, this isn't the type in our royal family. I know who you are. You are Her Highness Teller, right? Yuri. While giving a bitter smile, I supported her with a rescue boat. I was the type who wasn't good at talking friendly to people who I met for the first time, so I understood how she felt. Why, yes. Teller. As expected, you're enthusiastic at studying. Jacoba. The one who said that was the Queen Jacoba. I know that much. Her Highness will be the Queen in the future. Yuri. Well, yes. By the way, I have to say this before we talk. It seems that our Imperial Guards have done a great deal of rudeness. Jacoba. Ah, yeah. That was the main subject. Considering the motive that I was invited in the first place, I think it would be unpleasant to say an apology after eating. Even so, Her Majesty the Queen is kind of sharp. The type is different from our Majesty the Queen. Carol may look like her when she grows up. I told His Majesty the Prince Consort that I don't care about it. It seems to have become a big deal, but I haven't lost anything specifically. Yuri, is that so? If you say that, it will be helpful for our country as well. Jacoba, I think it's a delicate line whether or not it becomes a diplomatic problem, but, well, consider my household status, it's a splendid lineage, so I guess they want to take care of the issue immediately. This is probably the right answer because it's not a time when diplomatic mistakes can be allowed. No, we should be the one to express gratitude. If we don't lend us support when coming to see the battlefield, that would be troublesome to our country. Since Your Majesty the Queen forgave me with a generous heart, I'm really grateful. I have no right to get angry. Yuri. And I also gave a suitable greeting. This is probably the greeting to the lead of the observer group. However, I don't intend to stop by reform to have an audience with them. I'm going to take a detour on the crucial moment. I didn't come here for sightseeing, and this actually interfered with my unit in the first place. Due to the nature of the operation, I go, see, and return on a route that doesn't make contact with the army that actually fights. That would be ideal. Her Majesty the Queen will pay a lot of money to send out reinforcements to others, so there's no need to worry about that. That's the opinion, but my opinion is different. Anyone who imitates such a military service officer will not be welcomed by anyone because it causes trouble. I mean, if you use the large city as a stepping stone by acting like a hero who doesn't read the air, you will create trouble and will be scorned. Even so, the unit that you lead will gain benefits by learning a lot. You don't have to hold back. Yes. If anything, I will ask you. Yuri. More importantly, enjoy your meal today. I'm telling the chef to put more effort into making it. Yakoba. I'm looking forward to it. I wanted to say that, but I don't know the taste especially in this situation, but since I haven't had a proper meal of a person, I am really looking forward to it. As I was eating the appetizer, the main meat dishes came next. It's stewed reindeer meat. What I was served was a dish with some sauce on top of the stewed meat. This seems to be reindeer meat. Reindeer is an animal that is rarely seen in the Shiyalta Kingdom, so I have never eaten them. It looks like lean red meat and venison. No, reindeer is also a kind of deer, so this is also venison, right? Well, at least, it is unlikely to be able to distinguish between the deer and elk meat. This is really delicious. I'll have it. Yuri. When I cut it with a knife and put it in my mouth, the oil had a unique taste, which was slightly different from ordinary venison spread in my mouth. It was well stewed, and the smell of alcohol remained slightly in the sauce. There was a taste, but no smell. The flavors and simmers might have eliminated the delicious taste. How is it, Yakoba? Her Majesty the Queen asked. Yes, it tastes great. Yuri. After answering, I thought that I should praise a little more. I hadn't eaten reindeer meat for the first time, but it had a wild flavor unique to the north. Yuri. Yes, it should be fine this much. In fact, quirky meat isn't bad if the smell disappears. I can enjoy the unique pleasure of satisfying the nourishment that was lacking in a long cultural life. I see. It seems you like it. By the way, it's a continuation of the previous discussion. Yakoba. Yes. Yuri. I answered while putting a small piece of meat in my mouth. Slicing meat into small pieces is more about necessity than eating etiquetely. This will reduce the time of munching and will allow me to have a smooth conversation while having a meal in between. From the content of the previous talk, it seems that you stayed outdoors and came out from the forest. Queen. That's right. It was very cold because of the season. Yuri. I see. The people of the whole household, they are bold. The old man said. Bold. It's the first word that came to me after my consciousness occurred. There is no such a thing. It's something that every merchant does, as much as inns. Yuri. Or rather, camp preparation is a part of the march, and the higher ranks will watch the lower rank knights to set up the encampment. So we practice it in the School of Knights. Indeed, at that time, the encampment tools such as tents and others were full equipped, so it wasn't hard unlike a random encampment. Anyhow, it's embarrassing if I can't do it alone since I almost become 18 years old soon. However, it's rare to hear an heir of a general household travels alone in a field trip. Come to think of it, I haven't heard of it either. No, rather than heard it, I have seen it. By the way, I met that guy recently. Gino Toga, whom I met along the way, was on a tougher trip than I was. Yuri. When I say it, the couple opened their eyes lightly and closed their mouth exactly like they should. It was similar. Did you meet him? Queen. Yes, when I was making a bonfire in the forest, he came through the trees and asked me if I could set it overnight. Yuri. That is, they look somewhat bitter. Ah, Isn't this similar to how Gino sounded bothered? No, it's not like he didn't have a bonfire ready. However, if two people surround a single bonfire, they can use twice as much firewood, which would be beneficial for each other. It was a good encounter. That's it. Well, after that, we talked all night. Yuri, I easily defended myself. After all, I didn't need to talk about the details. I see. It would be nice if he was in good health. Even if he was in good health, he didn't take any lodging along the way. He seemed to finish his meal with the meat hunted with a bow. Yuri, is that so? Queen, I easily distracted them. It seemed that they weren't having much interest. They were surprised that I saw Gino, but they didn't care that Gino was traveling. For them, he might have nothing to do with them anymore. He didn't look particularly bad. Please rest assured. Yuri. They became silent. It might be a topic that they didn't want to talk to people from other countries. It seems that he was heading to Shiyalta, so I gave him a letter of introduction to my father so that he could get a job. He may end up working in the whole household. Yuri, they might have not notified me about this, but I said it for the time being. That was because I didn't want to be in trouble later. That's fine. We put a lot of trouble on him. I want you to go easy on him if you can. There seems to be no particular problem. Well, I'm not sure if Rook likes him, though. I'm glad they didn't say something like, that's why he knows the information he shouldn't know. I want him to deliver the letter as soon as possible. In any case, he could be a dead body. Gaha. Yes, I'll try. Yuri. Excuse me. The plate of meat dish was taken away, and a new dish came. The next one seemed to be a fish dish. This is a giant trout dish with salt and herb. Without being said specifically to anyone, the maid brought a cart. When the lid opened, there was a salt dome-like object on the platter. When a maid poked the salt on the spot, there was a whole giant trout in the dome. She cut the fish as it was with a knife and a flat spoon. Then, she served on each plate. Is it grilled with salt? Every time I think about it, I feel that the countries of Shani are devising a lot when it comes to cooking. Despite the fact that they can't get spices easily, they can cook delicious meals with spices, fruits near the equator, and green onions with a strong scent that can be counted as 5 pungent roots. Her Majesty got it first, then the Prince Consort, then me. In a word, it was prepared in a clockwise order. A plate was set in front of me. I remember eating the same dish with Gukdano. The old man said it. When I looked at him, he had a serious look. It wouldn't be strange that Guk was treated in the same way. Or rather, it should be natural since Guk came with a lot of reinforcements unlike me. At that time, Gukdano looked at Teller and said that she looked like his daughter. Speaking of which, is her daughter your cousin? I almost tilted my head involuntarily. I looked at Teller. Yeah, she looks like Siamu, isn't it? What's this? Teller was surprised when looking in my eyes, and she looked down. Siamu is certainly not the type who is super friendly to the people she meets for the first time, but she isn't a shy person. From Guk's point of view, did he mean that she was similar because they were the same super indoor type? What's wrong? I'm sorry. She's my cousin. Her name is Shemu, and we get along very well. Yuri, is that so? You probably know this, but Guk and I have known each other since the 2 previous crusades. However, when we first met, he wasn't leading the army yet. The 2 previous crusades are probably the 13th crusade. That was 40 years ago. At that time, the country called the Shiyalta Kingdom, which was located further east of Kilgina, was put to end and destroyed. I hear that a large number of people came out, just like this time. Guk should have been a youth at that time, but he seemed to have participated. I see. That's interesting. Yuri, the next time I saw him, he was a parent. He said that he was able to earn time to have a child. I didn't think it would happen at that time, but was there such a motive? Indeed, it was exactly as Guk said, and thanks to Guk stopping the 14th crusade, they were able to spend a peaceful decade. They have to thank you. What would have happened if he failed? In light of this point, even if Guk dies, Rook succeeds, and the knights are being rebuilt smoothly. Thus, Guk's intention has been completely achieved. However, it's a matter if everything ends well, but I can't help wondering why he was considering the assault of Eagle King, which is risky. Actually, my cousin and I enjoyed an easy school life, thanks to Gukaji. I believe he would also be hoping for it. Yuri, if you say so, it will be easier for us too. I also want to help you in your battle if I can afford it. But it seems difficult when I'm not experienced. Yuri, for the time being, how should I express my intention without making the other side feel bad? It's troublesome to talk to unfamiliar people. You don't have to overdo it. Since it will involve those lives of precious people in your unit, we can't apologize if something happens to them. Needless to say, this is about Carol. I would like to say that everyone is precious, but Carol would still be exceptional. Rather than saying sorry, if there's a possibility that Carol would be kidnapped or become a prisoner, the army would also have to send out troops. Then, from their perspective, it would be a huge burden. Don't do anything unnecessary, because you'll be in trouble if that happens. That would be an honest fact. By the way, this fish dish is splendid, Yuri. Then, I changed to a topic that didn't really matter to the main subject. Well then, thank you very much for today. Yuri, be careful on your way home. Take a good rest, all right? Yakoba, tell her. And then, I left after being sent off by the three. If necessary, I'll have someone deliver liquor to the bedroom. No, I'm sorry. It's true that I don't drink, Yuri. Whether they thought it was my abstinence for the public, I said something like that and declined politely. I will never drink until I'm 20 years old. If I drink here, they may tell the people in the dormitory that they have seen me drink it. Well then, Yuri, I bowed again and returned to the guest room. This is the start of Volume 7. On April 14th, I returned to Sabayaku as scheduled. I got off an airfield. When I landed softly, Stardust looked really tired and fell into the state of exhaustion. Unlike the way to go, there was no place to stop on the way back. So, I returned in a straight line, so the flight distance per day became longer. It was because of that, fatigue seemed to have accumulated. I have to give her a good rest for a week. Yuri, Sayamo. A voice was calling me, and when I turned toward it, Sayamo. Dawn, a dull impact ran on my chest. I felt like I was hugged. Hey, Sayamo. I haven't taken a bath for 3 days. Yuri, I don't want you to push your nose on me if you can. Asterisk Mugo Magomio asterisk Sayamo. She said something while pressing her face against my clothes. I couldn't hear anything. She thought Yuri-kun was going to die. So please forgive her. Lily. A laid-back voice came from somewhere. It was Lily Senpai. She was wearing a large wool sweater over her uniform. It was nice to wear a sweater with a plump chest. It's been a while. Lily Senpai. Yuri. When I bowed. Welcome back. Lily. Lily Senpai made a bitter smile. Welcome back, is it? I'm back. Yuri. I see. Were they both waiting here all the time? A sheet was laid in the shade of a tree a bit further away, and there was a small lunchbox on top of it. It was like a place to have a picnic. How about me? Sayamo. Sayamo gazed at me a bit. I don't remember being welcome back, even if I was told. Or did she say that while putting her face on my clothes? I'm back, Sayamo. Yuri. I said it while stroking her head. Well then, Lily Senpai. Please. Yuri. While explaining what happened during the trip, we reached the stable for the Eagle King. I said it as I left Stardust in the stable. After that, I took out the paper that had become a bit dirty. It was the observation data that I wrote down about 10 places in 10 days during the trip. Luckily, during the 10 days, even though it was a bit cloudy, there was no such thing that the sun position wasn't known. I understand. I'll try to make a map like that. Lily. Lily Senpai received the paper from my hand. Yes, please. I have a bit of work to do, so I'll entrust it to you. Yuri. Of course I will do it. I'm sure Yuri-kun doesn't have time to help out with such chores. Lily. Actually, it's true that I don't have much time. Thank you, sorry about it. It seems I'm forcing you to work. Yuri. I am sorry. No. I don't mean that I don't like it. Please don't worry. Lily. Is that so? Yuri. She didn't dislike it. Yuri-kun has a lot of things to do, so you can leave this to me. Lily. What a reliable word. If you say it that way, it will be easier for me. I'll accept your kind offer. Yuri. As for me, I wish you can accept my kind offer on other things too, Lily. Yuri. Somehow, she doesn't look shy, but she seems serious. How can I indulge in other things? Would it be fine if I say something like, Wani-chan, I love you? It feels different for some reason. Well then, I'm counting on you. Yuri. I decided not to ask. Yes. Leave it to me. Lily. Lily-senpai nodded while making a slightly gloomy look. Sayamo. Sayamo was looking at me with reproachful eyes. Why? Sayamo. Somehow, she says it like a child. Where did you learn that? Hey Sayamo. It's not like that. Lily-senpai said it in a hurry. I will do my best to. Sayamo. Sayamo said something. Well, as a matter of fact, Sayamo will come up with numbers. She would do her best too. Right, Sayamo-san. Yeah, Sayamo will do great. Good girl. Yuri, will you not rely on me? Sayamo. I definitely will have to rely on you. Yuri. Really? Sayamo. Saying really like that, huh? For some reason, Sayamo has a strange tension today. Well, I'm going to rely on coordinates, so I won't leave it to anyone who I can't trust. It would be a watery grave if it's done poorly. Yuri. Then, say that you're relying on me. Sayamo. Didn't I say it earlier? I'm relying on you. Yuri. As I said that, I crouched down and patted Sayamo on the head. Patting. I will do my best. Sayamo. It seems she would do her best. After all, the tension is a bit strange today. Yes. Lily-senpai searched her pocket and took out something. Yes. Yuri. When I received the package and opened it, there was a silver lighter inside. Did you finish it? Yuri. You're going to be busy again from today. So, I was thinking about working on it until today. Lily. The lighter was still big, but it was definitely smaller than before. When I opened it and turned the wheel to scrape the flint, the squeaky feel was transmitted to the fingers and it ignited much easier than before. It's getting better. Yuri. Yes. I'm glad. Lily. She has a great talent to be able to steadily improve something like this. Thank you very much. Now, you can go with peace of mind. Lily. That's so quick. Yuri. Lily-senpai laughed shyly. Welcome back. Mayuro. After parting from the two, I went to the dormitory. It was Mayuro who was waiting there. I'm sorry, I didn't pick you up. Mayuro. No, it's fine. Yuri. It's troubling if you pick me up. Unlike the two of them, Mayuro should be busy now. So, she probably won't have time to have a picnic. This morning was the deadline. Mayuro. Now that you remind me, that's right. Yuri. It is about 1 o'clock in the afternoon now. The application for the observation unit should have been closed this morning. She must have been busy with the process. Looking around in front of the dormitory entrance, the special post box that was there before I left was gone. The deadline has passed, so it may have been removed. Did you remove the post box? Yuri. I asked. I didn't do that. There was an incident where there was fire at the post box 2 days ago. Yuri. What is this? Who would harass something like that? Since then, we made a system for dormitory students and those who don't stay in the dormitory to submit it directly. The signboard that wrote this was removed this morning. Mayuro. Yes. That's fine then. Have you found the culprit? Yuri. I can't find it. Should I have looked into it? Mayuro. Mayuro asked me to confirm. She would have searched if she had the time, but I think there were a lot of things to do before that. It's like post-treatment of arson. Even if you look for a culprit, starting a fire at night when no one is watching is a sabotaging act that requires little effort, and anyone can do it. If you're a lightweight person, it's not difficult to cross the fence using something like a rope. Therefore, there's a possibility that it was done by outsiders. Well, the highest probability would be people who are motivated by the hatred of Lacraminus. But since Carol is participating, there's a possibility it was done by someone from the general household. There's no way the Rube household and the Ho household would do it, but the other two general households which are excluded in this may not feel good about this. That I can't confirm who is it. So even if I search and find the culprit, there's nothing special could be gained. Mayuro would have thought so and didn't devote herself to search for the culprit. No, it's fine. It was foolish to use a postbox. Yuri. Such mischief on a postbox isn't something done in the noble school. I unconsciously thought of that and made an opening. Yes. Mayuro. Are the forms inside burned? Yuri. In a sense, that's the biggest problem. The application form requires the signature of the actual parent. Unlike the liberal arts, most night students have their main house in a remote place. It takes time and effort to get the signature. Even if they make full use of 10 days, There are many cases where parents move to a different place at the last moment. So I'm really sorry if the forms posted by such people were burned by this mischief. In that case, I have to conduct an interview session again. That'll be too much. No, I had collected it the night before. So, only one form was burned. I found out who the mailer was. Myro. Is that so? That's really lucky. By the way, since the person has his main house relatively close to the royal capital, he had already resubmitted the form. Myro. Then that's fine. Yuri. Really, I'm glad. The damage was done only on the postbox and the amount of effort spent. I would be horrified if it had been done in the early morning of today. Myro. Maybe the peak of the submission should have been around today or yesterday. If there was no arson 2 days ago, the postbox would remain. And if there was a fire present at 3 o'clock today, a lot of forms would have been burned, and today will be spent to identify the owner of the forms. The total number of candidates is 179. Myro. You've gathered quite a bit. Yuri. Considering that there are only 258 qualified people who have fulfilled the requirement credits, I think it's quite a hopeful rate. Myro. Did you even look into that? I think that the number of qualified students is about 20%. I decided to pull the cutoff line. It could be said that there are almost 258 prospects. If 20% of the number of students becomes qualified, and if we take them all, 1 in 5 people will disappear for more than 6 years. Even leaving the Eagle King requirement aside, taking that wide range of numbers, about half of them would apply for a life-and-death job. That's what I think. 179 out of 258 people, that is about 70%. I'm not sure if that's because the resolution of the knights or the popularity of Carol and Liao, but it must be a miscalculation. Actually, there were 201 forms submitted, but 22 of them weren't qualified due to false credits, illness, or injury. The rest is Myro. Wait, Yuri. I interrupted Myro as she tried to keep going. Let's hear a detailed report later. Yuri. This was a matter to talk while standing up. Ah, yes. I have prepared hot water for you. It's at the bath in the dormitory. Myro. Amazing. The arrangements are very good. Thanks. That helps. Yuri. Well, if I'm Yuri Kuin's chief of staff, that much is natural. Myro. Myro was a little good at it. It seemed as she liked the sound of the chief of staff. I left the bath and changed into uniforms for the first time in a long time. All right, shall I have some meals? Yuri. I went to the cafeteria. Obachan, can I have a meal, please? Yuri. When I said to Obachan, who I was completely familiar with her face, all right, it's been a while. Have you been on a trip? She said it as if she didn't know the situation at all. Well, the common people of this country aren't checking the news, so it might be something like that. As you know, a war is about to happen again. Yes, well, that's right. Yuri. The meal was prepared in no time, and it came out on a tray after answering all of her questions. Here you go. Thank you very much. Yuri. After thanking her, I took the tray and sat somewhere suitable. Yuri-kun. Myro. Myro said it while sitting in the front seat as usual. Here's the list of people who will come to the interview tomorrow. Myro. Myro put a bundle of documents on the desk. It was made of paper purchased from the company, not parchment. I don't think that this much would be useful. I arranged them together so that the top is the most excellent candidate. So, you may not need to read it until the very end. Myro. I see. I'll try to read as many as possible. Yuri. I answered while eating the meal. Unfortunately, it's true that I can't take everyone. As Myro says, the people around the bottom may not need to be thoroughly reviewed. If they know that we're thinking of something like this, they may get angry. Even at the bottom of these forms, I think I would pick if I accept them, but those candidates are probably the type of people who can only be understood after the actual interview. The rest, we're not ready to prepare for the provision. Myro. Despite the urgent need, the number of people hasn't been decided yet. So, it's not possible to calculate the provision. This issue might be at a pending stage. As for that, I called the person who was in charge of the logistics at the whole household before departure. He can't accompany us, but he will give you some advice. Yuri. Is that so? Myro. Myro looked relieved, as if she had been worried about that matter. I should have told her before departing. If you're not the person who is actually in charge of the provision, there will be parts that you won't notice. No matter how much you think with your head, there's a limit. Yuri, regarding the provision, I was also taught in the School of Knights. But lecture is just a lecture. No matter how much you think about it, if you haven't actually done it, problems such as I should have brought that, and I should have devised it like this will emerge after departure. I was worried when I thought about it too. As expected of Yuri Cohen. Myro, somehow I was praised. At this time, that person should arrive at my secondary residence. Let's talk later. Yuri, all right. So, I would like to ask you, how many members are you planning to narrow down? Myro, well, it's a little over 60. Yuri, 60 is it? Myro, Carol and Liao will bring about 30 people each. Perhaps. If the number is more than that, there is a possibility that it may not be manageable. Considering that as the number of people increases, the provision scale will also increase. That's about the scale of a unit that can act without disturbing the main unit. With only 60 people, including the logistics matters, it's going to be a pretty large scale. Yuri, I don't have the confidence to manage beyond that. There may also be a way of thinking of handling 2,000 disorderly crowds compared to 1,000 armed forces. But if possible, I can't ignore that idea, since I want to bring all back home. Yes, Myro. Besides, out of more than hundreds people, how many of them bring Eagle King? Yuri, it's unlikely a wealthy household would lend an Eagle King to a child. In normal times, you may be able to rent it from a relative household, but that's not the case in war. The reality is that no one will lend it so easily. Indeed, I've been examining whether the parent's household is a Heavenly Knight household, but it won't be a consideration as to whether or not they can actually procure it. There may be a case where the parent's household doesn't lend it. Conversely speaking, even if a low-ranked knight who isn't a Heavenly Knight, there seems to be a way to procure it. Myro, I've been asked several times by friends in the same dormitory if they can borrow Eagle King. Myro, I see. There's a way to borrow from a friend, isn't it? Asking from those who can't participate due to poor grades isn't a bad way. If it's me, I would definitely lend them Stardust, but since there are also people who don't have enough tools, the lender will lend from somewhere else. But if that happens, there will be people who will not be able to obtain it by the departure date, even if they pass the interview. Yuri, it seems that there are many candidates who answer that they will bring an Eagle King because they expect that they could get it. There can be a case where they promise to participate in the interview with an Eagle King, but on the day of the interview, they may come with a galloping bird instead. Surely, we have to consider what to do if that happens. Myro, even if you participate with a galloping bird, it can be said that it brings little meaning because you can't participate in the actual observation flight unless it is with an Eagle King. However, it is important for them to have a track record of participating. The only way to deal with this is to not allow participation. If you allow one of them, you have to allow everyone, and we won't know how many of them will show up. This is also related to morale. Yuri, yes, you're right. I also think the same. Myro, I think you should tell them at the time of the interview. Yuri, well then, I'll add it to the question list. Myro, the question list. Has she made it up? In the end, even if I make adjustments, if that is done beforehand, it can be done easier. I'm glad that there's Myro. By the way, what about Liao? Yuri, it seems that he is procuring horse-drawn carriages and carts, as well as receiving consultations from applicants. Myro, I see. If I were alone, marching while buying food in the town would be simple, but it wouldn't be the case with a scale of dozens of people. No way. It's not possible to march into towns while forcibly seizing food, so you have to bring your own. The food will be brought by carriage. Since the Eagle King is not an animal that can walk long distances, the escorts or the overseers will have to do it with the galloping bird. In that sense, there must be a certain number of personnel who will accompany it with the galloping bird. It's a meeting tonight. He's going to have a lot of ideas, too. Yuri, indeed. This time, Her Highness Carol should also be called. Myro, ah yes. I can't leave her out forever. Yes, the place isn't, Yuri. The setting is difficult. The coffee shop is kind of weird, and the bar is bad since there's Carol. I don't want to use the dormitory too much. It's strange to say, but this time, There will be more people who have nothing to do with this, so I don't want to bother them. The academy building is fine. The academy is surprisingly supportive about this. The president is Liao Dano's uncle. Myro. Ah, I see. Yuri. Come to think of it, that's right. I knew that the president was from the Rube household, but is he Liao's uncle? Let's borrow the key. By the way, I will get some food and drinks. It will be delivery food. Myro. Delivery food, is it? From where? Well then, I leave the rest to you. I'll read this. Call me when it's time. Yuri. Understood. Myro. When Myro said that, she quickly left her seat and went somewhere. Yo, it's been a long time. Liao. Liao said it leisurely when he came in. Hey, Yuri. What? Are you in the middle of eating? Liao. In the room prepared by Myro. I was eating the meal I had in exchange for dinner. Have you finished it? Liao. I'm done. Yuri. I was almost done eating. As he walked in proudly, he was a bit wondering, and he sat in front of me. Since there were 4 chairs, he was likely wondering which one should be left for Carol. Here you go. Myro. Myro poured tea and immediately served it to him. Oh, thanks. Liao. It's cold, but please excuse me since there's no waitress. Myro. The teapot that came with the meal was wrapped in a cotton case, so it would still be warm. So for today, are we discussing the interview tomorrow? Liao. Liao asked while drinking the tea. Well, that's about it. Yuri. By the way, I need to discuss a bit. Liao. Do you mean that there are people who are in trouble if we don't let them participate? Yuri. When I said that, Liao blinked his eyes in surprise. Yes. It seems you are well aware about it. Liao. Considering Liao's position, it's natural that there are such people. I also have such people. If you're the heir of the general household, you need to consider the well-known household that served under your household. Moreover, it's not possible to exclude the other 3 general households. Since I have the right to decide who the participants are, I can refuse those who I don't like. However, if I do that, Liao would be caught between me and the Rube household, and they won't experience the participation in this expedition. I don't think we need to take the knights of the 4 general households equally. The Boff household and the Noza household are clearly thinking about protecting themselves. That said, it's not a good idea to personalize the observation expedition with the people from the Ho household and the Rube household only. It goes against the goals. Yuri. I said for a while. I understand that. However, there are some circumstances here on my side. But still, you have the final decision. Liao. As expected, he is anxious. Don't worry. I will respect your talking to the fullest. Yuri. Ah, I see. Liao. Liao looked obviously relieved. But I'm also worried. If you let people who join in, for example, when choosing the heir of the feudal lord, there would be a complaint if you choose people who aren't very popular or people aren't good with physical stamina just because they have good standing in your household. Liao. Speaking of feudal lord, they are 1 rank below the general household. In terms of the social standing, they will be based on the successive generations. However, even if the social standing is good, they aren't necessarily competent. They aren't necessarily to be burdensome. More importantly, there's a risk of dying. There may be cases where it doesn't do you any good. Yuri. I know. Of course, I wouldn't let the fools who are obviously inferior than the original participants. The ones I would like to bring in are those who I trust. Liao. Ho ho. Then that's fine. Well, the rest is after Carol comes. Yuri. Got it. Liao. Then, as they waited while eating several tea snacks, Carol came. Sorry, I'm late. Carol. Sit down. Yuri. When I told her, Carol had a slightly sulky expression, but she remembered that I was the general. She sat down on the chair obediently. Now, this is to select the participants. I'm going to adjust and narrow it down to about 60 people. Yuri. Is that so? Carol. Carol made a surprising voice. Could it be? You are not promising people all around you, right? Yuri. If the conditions are right, then that's fine. It's because the interview is almost through. However, if Carol was saying something like that, it would be quite troublesome. Don't make a fool of me. There's no way I would do that. It's just that you're dropping more than half. Carol. Apparently, she didn't. That's good. Liao is aware of this, but the situation over there isn't very good. No matter how I think about it, it seems unlikely that anything other than observing from the air with the Eagle King would be accepted. For example, I can't allow the act of observing from the top of a hill with a galloping bird. If it becomes a battle between scouts, casualties would appear. If so, there's nothing I can do except for those who have an Eagle King. Yuri, that is true, but Carol, it can't be helped. Even though that's not considered as experience, we're going to a dangerous place. Yuri, I understand. I'm fine with that. Carol, somehow she's convinced. Well, before we talk about choosing the participants, there are things we have to talk about. Listen carefully. Yuri, I made a forward and began talking. This is a rough journey. I think you have learned a lot during the lecture, but the army will always be limited to supply. Yuri, Liao nodded. People can't move satisfactorily if they skip meals for a day, and the Eagle King can't fly if it skips eating for 2 days. Food for 60 people isn't difficult to obtain anywhere in Shiyalta. However, in the chaotic land of Kilgina, it's very difficult to procure a stable supply every day. What I mean by this was we were taught a lot about this during the lectures as well. Yuri, fortunately, Carol was looking at me with serious eyes. It would be very troublesome if there were one person who didn't understand this. It means that if we don't get supply for 2 days after taking off with the Eagle King and arrive there, we won't be able to go home. If that happens, you will end up begging for help from a military organization that is busy during the war. Needless to say, it looks very bad to the public. We're going to be a laughingstock for the Kilginanites for a very long time. Yuri, Carol had an unpleasant expression, probably because she was imagining the situation. Liao was listening with his eyes closed. Myro had a normal face, whether I said that or not. In order not to let that happen, we will do the supply properly. Of course, we will procure it and bring it with us. Speaking of our primary goals, this can also be said as an experience. Yuri. Then Liao raised his hand. Talk, Yuri, and I gave him permission. My old man told me to rely on him if we don't get enough supplies. Liao, the head of the Rube household, he's so reliable. I really appreciate it. Tell him that we will rely on him in case of emergency. Yuri, is that all right? Liao, he asked with his eyes, asking whether that would be considered as a loan. I don't know everything in the world. Even if you prepare a new carriage, the shaft may break on the way and you may not be able to run, or the horse may break its leg and not be able to walk. Even if you bring extra supply, it's necessary to assume that the supply will not arrive due to an accident. Or rather, in reality, it's common for an allied army to borrow a little. Yuri, that would be a matter of degree. It's fine if the supply is watered down in case of an accident, but it can become a matter of carrying someone if his leg is injured. Teach that maybe be true. Carol, so yeah, those who don't have Eagle King, they will be in charge of the transportation with a galloping bird. For this, I would like you, Yao, to be the person in charge to oversee them. Yuri, well, I thought I would have that kind of role. Liao scratched his head. Of course, just because you participated with a galloping bird, that doesn't mean you shouldn't ride the Eagle King. All you have to do is get someone on your Eagle King and bring it. I want to be accompanied by familiar companions who are likely to be in the Eagle King unit. If so, that's fine. That's because it's a problem that's directly related to the organizational strength. Yuri, what I was going to say was, never mind. If that's the case, I'll take the job. Liao, I see. Appreciate it. Yuri, that's great. That's the most troublesome role. I can't do it because I have to travel with Eagle King. Of course, this job is difficult if you're not familiar even a bit with the geography of Kilgina. I can't ask anyone else but you. Yuri, understand. I'll take care of it. Liao, by the way, the destination is a town called Nuka. Yuri, Nuka. Liao, it seemed that Liao didn't remember. Is it natural? It's natural not to know. Nuka isn't a famous town. It's just a village. Yuri, it's not a tourist destination or it has a famous local specialty. So unless you're an expert, you will not know. The observation unit will be stationed here. I will give you the map of that place from Reform later. Yuri. Then I saw Carol raising her small hand. Speak. Yuri, why did you choose the town Yucca? Carol. Question, is it? Well, I probably should talk about it. 1. It belongs to the evacuation area, and the inhabitants have evacuated. 2. It's easy to approach the main battlefield site by an Eagle King. 3. It's slightly the main road that connects the royal capital reform to the Verdun Great Fortress. There is a little danger of disrupting the movement of the large army or getting involved in the enemy's offensive. Those are the 3 reasons. Yuri, I see, but I have one more question. Carol, another question? If there are no inhabitants, what about the provision for the Eagle Kings? Even if you decide beforehand the date to congregate here, Liao's side is going to have a long trip with the supplies. Won't they be a week late? Carol, she's someone who notices the small details. It has already been arranged. When I went there were still people in the village of Nuka. So I bought preserved foods, rented a house, and put inside it. We will be able to afford it for about a week. Yuri, I see. There's no oversight in this, right? As expected of you. Carol, somehow she's impressed. However, there's a possibility that the inhabitants don't keep the promise and get a hold of the food, or the village may be vandalized in the absence of the residents. Well, I would say that 9 out of 10 the food will remain, but obviously, luck is involved in this matter. Yuri, understand. That's all my questions. Carol, it seems to be the end of it. She's more straightforward than I expected. Who will procure the supplies to bring? Liao. Then Liao asked. Myro will do that. She is very good at making such detailed arrangements. Yuri. Yes, I will do it. Myro. Myro opened her mouth for the first time since she came here. Well then, is it all right to call you Myro? Liao. Yes, of course you can. Myro. Is Myro going to enter the galloping bird unit and follow me? Liao. Yuri. I didn't think that far. I'm going to follow Yuri Kuin's instruction. However, in this situation, I need someone to bring me my eagle. Unfortunately, I don't know any friends to perform that duty. Myro. Myro doesn't have an Eagle King, but she secretly planned to borrow one from the Ho household. However, it is pitiful that she said she had no friends. If that's the case, I'll do something about it. Liao. Liao said it. I'm going to have my subordinate doing it, but there is no one who is very smart. Besides, Myro seems to be Yuri's partner, right? So, I would like to get some advice on what to do when something goes wrong. Liao. I see. I suppose he would discuss the troublesome things when the times come rather than dealing it alone. In addition, this will be a joint responsibility. I may get angry if Liao chooses supplies that don't meet the purpose, but he couldn't do it if he doesn't consult with Myro in a timely manner. In that case, then, there's no other way. I guess that's probably it. If so, let's do that. It will take 3 days to travel by an Eagle King and 4 days at most. If you think about it, for a long journey, it's hard to oversee if you do it alone, but it is strange that it will be easier if there are 3 overseers. Yuri, on the other hand, traveling by land will take about half a month. It's obvious which is harder. Well then, I asked for that. Liao. Liao said it. Understood. Myro. Myro also nodded. Now, the discussion about the supply has ended. The rest is about the selection. Yuri, I cut out the discussion. Liao San's recommendation is these 15 people. Myro. Myro said so and put out a piece of paper. There was something like a serial number written on it. Speaking of which, the bunch of papers with an evaluation that was handed to me was numbered page by page. I'll check it later. The problem is this guy. Yuri, I put out a paper on the desk. The paper had the name of Dala Godwin. The page number was supposed to be 107, probably because Myro attached importance to physical ability. First of all, I was surprised that he had acquired more than 250 credits, but he was actually 2 years ahead of other dormitory students in terms of practical skills. I had been stepping through stages, so I thought I had managed to cover it. What's wrong with this guy? Liao. Liao, who didn't know the circumstances, asked. This guy's a guy in my room with Carol. Yuri. Liao. Liao nodded, as if he was convinced. Well, a friend is a friend. He is a serious man, waving a stick from morning till night. By the way, he's not aiming to be Heavenly Knight from the beginning. Yuri. Ooh, I see. The skill seems to be enough. Liao. Liao said it while looking at the progress of the credits. He seemed impressed. I leave this guy to Carol. Yuri. To me? Carol. Carol looked surprised. You're free to allow him or not. If you tell me that you don't need him, I'll reject him. And if you ask me to let him in, I'll bring him in unconditionally. Yuri. But Carol, he's someone who's going to die without hesitation for you. That's why I'll leave the decision to you, and you will deal with him. Yuri. That's what I've decided about Dala since I saw his name. He will die for Carol's sake, and that would be his real desire. Carol also surely feels that too. That's why, in order not to let Dala die, she has to put a restraint on herself from acting recklessly. The way I look at Dala is he could be a shackle that reminds Carol about her importance. Then let him in. Carol. Ho-ho, so easy. But then Carol closed her mouth as it was. When I was waiting for her to say something. Well, let's bring him in. Carol. For some reason, she said it twice. I was wondering if she was unsatisfied the way she said it. So, she corrected it. All right. Then that's it. Is there anything else anyone wants to talk about? Yuri. When I said that, no one raised their hand. There didn't seem to be any urgent talk. Well then, we're done with this. Tomorrow is the interview. I'm fine because I have two with me in my room, but Liao should watch out about oversleeping. Yuri. Seriously, I'm jealous of you. Liao. Before I entered the dormitory, I immediately gave Carol my first order. Carol, wait for a while in the dining room. Yuri. Is there something? Carol. It's because that guy is in the room. Let me talk with him a little bit. Yuri. While heading to the dormitory with small steps, Dala went out to the balcony and looked at us. As soon as he found us from a very distant point of view, he immediately went inside. Carol didn't notice it, but I noticed since I had good eyes. Ah, is that so? Carol, it is a fact that this is a preferential treatment, but it would be bad if he doesn't keep his mouth shut. Let me tell him beforehand. Yuri, please. Carol, all right, shall I go? When I entered the dormitory, I parted alone and climbed the stairs to the second floor. Dala was still there when I entered my room. He didn't run away, huh? Yo, Yuri. Oh, Dala. There are a few things I want to talk about. Yuri. Ah, yow. I wonder why this guy has an appearance like this. Even though he's an outdoor and brain muscle type, why does he look gloomy? This is about the observation expedition, and you're going to participate. Yuri. I see. That's great. Dala. He couldn't hide his joy. The expression softened. Of course, this is a secret decision, so you have to come to the interview tomorrow. I'm going to drop it halfway during the interview. Even though it's superficial, if I treat it specially, people won't shut up. Yuri. Understand. I'll do it. Dala. By the way, the one who made the decision was Carol. Yuri. Dala. Dala looked astounded, as if he was really surprised. Well, since you can't ride an eagle, you'll be in a different unit than Carol. If there's something wrong happened to Carol, you run to her first. Yuri. You don't have to mention that. If it's for Her Highness, I'll die first. Dala. I don't think you will die. I want to say who told you to die, but that's fine. It may be a consideration that is like the samurai code of chivalry. It may be better to have that kind of enthusiasm. However, he is a person with a lot of beliefs. Well then, sharpen your spear best. Also, it might be a good idea to practice riding a horse. Yuri. Actually, he may sit on the seat of the coachman, but there's a possibility of becoming unfamiliar with unexpected horse nature because he got used to galloping birds. I understand. I'll do that. Dala. He looks like a samurai. April 17th. By the time the last person of the 179 people returned and the interview was over, it was already dark. When the last one was over, everyone sighed, not just from anyone. It's finally over. Yuri. I was tired. Since the documents have been prepared, showing their determination to live or die young, I can't help but to finish the interview. However, I feel that my brain is paralyzed because I'm too tired. You were planning to finish today in the morning and relax in the afternoon, but that didn't happen. Myro. As Myro said, I had made such a plan, but now it's beyond my dreams. It's just finished by the end of today. So, it seems unlikely that we will be able to hold a meeting while looking at the selection materials of everyone. I also have conducted interviews for Ho and Associates, but I never interviewed more than 100 people at once. Since there were more than 20 people, Cuff narrowed the number down beforehand. I didn't think it was so painful. Or rather, was it impossible to have 50 people in a day? Let's shift the departure schedule by 1 day. Liao. It was Liao who said so. I was thinking of doing it along the way, but I think it's not good for the training to take less than a week. The unit may be overwhelmed, and I'm worried about the preparation of the supplies. Liao. The plan was for the supply unit under Liao to depart on the 24th, a week from today. The announcement will be delayed by 1 day, so it will be a matter of delaying the schedule for 1 day. Although there are holidays, it's not so difficult. I see. Then that's fine. I feel like I was too rushing. Yuri. Although reconnaissance can make some predictions, the war may started by a sudden collision at the forefront. So, when the main force of reinforcements departs, the bridge will be blocked by traffic jams. So, there's a place where I want to arrive early if I want to see it, but it can't be helped. There are circumstances that I would like to delay. Carol? What are you doing? Yuri. When I saw Carol, she didn't take part in the conversation. She enthusiastically looked at the documents on the desk and wrote something. I'm rethinking if there was any strange evaluation. Carol. It seems that she is reconsidering her own evaluation. However, I feel like she can't focus because she's somehow restless. It's a matter of course, after having 50 people in a row from morning until night. There's no way you can concentrate, as if you immediately wake up after having a long sleep. Goodness, she's a serious girl. Come to think of it, she had a very serious face when interviewing. Stop it. If you re-evaluate without looking at their face, it will only be counterproductive. Even if you just look at the text and think again, they won't like it. Yuri. If there's a photograph, it's different, but there's no photograph or caricature. You can't even remember a person's personality just by a list of letters. I think I will be the one who adopt it, but I still want an ID photo. It may be so. I'll stop, all right. Carol. Carol put down the brush, as if she remembered something, and rubbed her eyebrows as if she was really tired. Well then, shall we dismiss today? Everyone, take a good rest. Yuri. When I said that, I got out of my seat. I had nothing to do. After a little hesitation, I turned to Issa-sensei's lecture preparation room. To tell the truth, I hadn't greeted Issa-sensei yet. I didn't know what to talk about. When I knocked on the door, a gentle voice came back saying, "Come in. Please excuse me." Yuri. When I opened the door, to my surprise, there was another visitor besides Issa-sensei. She was a girl from the School of Liberal Arts. She turned around and looked at me. She was surprised as if she knew my face. "Ah, if you're busy, I'll come back later." Yuri. I said, "No, not really. Will it be fine if I see you after taking care of this girl's questions?" Issa. Yes, of course. I will wait. Yuri. I decided to sit in a nearby chair and waited. This verb should be put here. Since the subject is a third-person woman, the verb changes like this. That's why the relative adverb points to the sentences here and here. Do you understand? Issa. Girl. The girl seemed flustered because she didn't expect sensei would ask her question. Rather, since she had a surprised face, she may know I am. It would be nice if she didn't have a ridiculous impression in relation to the erotic book. When Nico meets Ro, she says that she was playing, but it was a lie. Is it? Girl. Yes, that's right. You understand well. Issa. Yes. Thank you very much. Girl. As the girl said so, she bowed down and said, Please excuse me." Then, she left the room like a rabbit. Did she say to me or to Issa-sensei, "So you have come"? Yuri-san. Issa. Issa-sensei put the book on the desk away and welcomed me again. "I haven't seen you for a while." Issa-sensei. Yuri. Issa-sensei's impression had changed during the 8 years since I met her. However, although there were changes in appearance due to aging, the personality remained the same. She was thoughtful and sensitive to things, but she didn't seem too fickle and become nervous. She was also in close contact with the outside world. Now, there wasn't even a sense of incongruity in the intonation of Shan language, and she had mastered more vocabulary compared to Shawnee. Sensei got out of her seat, passed by me, and headed toward the door. She opened the door halfway, turned the open tag around, and closed the door. It's rare, isn't it? There is someone who comes here to ask a question. Yuri. Well, these days, Issa-sensei sat in her chair again. They come constantly. The classroom has grown by one starting from this year. The lectures have been divided into lower and upper parts, making it easier to take the subject. Isa, what? It seems there's a sign of fad in learning the Kara language. It's hard to imagine that the class, where the sound of birds singing can be heard all over, is full with students. Is that so? Yuri. Yes. Thanks to Yuri-san and Harold-san's success. Yuri. I see. There's such a thing. It's a well-known fact that Hohen Associates is making a lot of money in trade. So, it's not strange for the auditing students who want to get a good job to attend such a class. It seems your room has become merrier. I'm sorry about that. Yuri. I bowed down. Isa-sensei looked suitable thinking about God and history in this room where people rarely came. It felt kind of lonely when I thought that this quiet room wasn't so quiet anymore because of the constant visit of students. And no, I didn't mean it that way. It's fun to teach, so I don't have any complaints. Isa-sensei seemed unusually flustered and denied my anxiety. It will be helpful when you say that. Yuri. No, really. Isa-sensei arranged her slightly disordered hair by hand. And I'm happy because my ex-student comes to visit me like this. Isa, is that so? It's probably not a lie that she is happy. At least, she doesn't seem unhappy or tired of work now. By the way, I have something to tell you. Yuri. Yes. I can generally guess, but what is it? Isa. Does she hear it since she used the word guess? Well, I'm going to see the battlefield a little, and I'll be away for a while. Yuri. I see. I have heard about it, even though I'm not very familiar with the world. Please be careful. Isa. Since it is unheard of for an active princess to go to war, it is likely to be quite widespread as information. It shouldn't be a bad rumor, but I'll manage somehow. But Isa-sensei, please take care of yourself. If the war begins, some hostility may turn to you. Please close the door strictly, Yuri. I see. I'll be careful. Isa, please. Yuri. I was wondering if I should tell Yuri-san. Isa, what is it? Isa. When I asked Isa-sensei, she looked a bit nervous and started talking. If you're caught on that side, you will meet the Catholic Pope. If you say that you know where Isa Wichita and you'll bring her with you if they allow you to go, you may be able to have some kind of deal. Since I don't mind, at that time I will, Isa, somehow, she comes out with something interesting. Is Isa-sensei an important person that can make such an arrangement? Unfortunately, rather than being just a knight, I don't think they will overlook an heir of a general household. Yuri, even if the other side is not smart and is not aware of my identity, such a deal can't be made without collateral, such as hostages. The more they release me without collateral, the more foolish they are. No. For example, if Carol is also caught together, will she function as a hostage? I don't want to think about it, but if that's the case, no. If you tell them my name, the priest will surely listen. They won't be able to harm you right away, Yuri-san. Isa, is that so? Yuri, what does that mean? I'm a very substantial heretic over there. I'm a heretic of the beast in the Papal States. Since I am of those who greatly threaten the faith of the Church, those who capture us will be canonized after death. Isa, she has done something big. What kind of achievement to the point canonization is promised? I see. Yuri, even if they refuse to negotiate, they have to contact the Gilmoresque Cathedral and ask for instructions from the Archbishop of the district. At least in the meantime, Yuri-san can stay safe. Isa, I didn't know the Gilmoresque Cathedral, but from its name, I suppose it is a cathedral in Gilmoresque of the Tyrol Empire. I knew the place name. It's a long way. It takes about a month on the horse from Kilgina. It's good to be able to live for a month from the state of death. The only thing that can be done safely is to torture before negotiation, so it's not possible to escape the painful feeling. But there must be a military bishop in the Crusaders, right? Even so, do I have to go to Gilmoresque? Yuri, yes. A military bishop is just a bishop. They aren't an archbishop. Even if a bishop is a bishop, they are chosen among the good ones, but why is that so? There may be some problem in the absence of the person in charge. Yuri, it would be inconvenient if the person in charge, who could make decisions, to be on a horse for a month. It is unlikely that such irregularities will occur, so it may be that the problem is rarely surfaced. The people who have a higher position than the archbishop are all elderly, so they don't want to go on a long trip to the cold north. In the Crusaders of the old days, that was what the Pope himself did, but it's a bit hard to think about it now. The people like cardinals are busy with politics in Vaticanus, and they don't want to be away from there. Isa, I see. Certainly, it is difficult for those who have become old to live in a monastery to ride a horse to the north compared to the knights and kings who are trained on a daily basis. I understand. I'll remember it just in case. Yuri, I have no intention to use it though. Yes, please do so. Isa, Sensei smiled as if she was relieved. Well, I'm not sure if it's all right to ask, but as you said earlier, you were Isa Wichita. I remembered your surname is Vienna, Yuri. Yes, that's a pseudonym. Isa Sensei said it very easily. Well, if it becomes such a big thing, is it necessary to use a pseudonym? Or rather, Vienna is a noun that refers to wine in Teller language. Harold has been bringing it through the ship. For the past 900 years or so, it was considered as a phantom liquor that appears only in the literature among Shanti's heavy drinkers. Along with cotton, it is one of our best-selling products. It doesn't matter to me, but it's not strange to have the surname Vienna as a farmer. But it would be strange for someone who is intellectual like Isa Sensei. I also became suspicious about the pseudonym when I saw Harold going for the ritual of Isis. I was wondering if she couldn't be held back by her name at the time of the entry to this country. I used a pseudonym when entering this country, considering the possibility of being used as a political prisoner. If possible, I would appreciate it if you keep my real name secret. Isa, I see. Isa Sensei wouldn't make such a suggestion with a little consideration. When the real name is revealed, there is a considerable risk. That kind of thing was prepared, and she tried to give me one of the means to survive speaking of exchanging hostages if Carol is caught, rather than say I'll be back. So please excuse me. She will be happy to say yes, I understand, if she knows that she's obviously going to die. What a good intention I'm receiving. Of course, I won't say it even if my mouth is torn. Yuri, no, I don't mind if you say it when your mouth is about to tear, you know? Isa Sensei smiled mischievously. It seems that I can say her name if I'm tortured. Nope, I can't do that. I will never forget Sensei's kindness. Thank you very much. Yuri, no, saying it as a kindness is... I think I died once when I left that place, and if I could use this life for Yuri-san, Isa... No, I don't feel like thinking about dying. I don't know what happened at Vaticanus, but Isa Sensei lives like this and you're my dear teacher. If possible, it would be helpful if you don't waste your life. Yuri, when I said that, Isa Sensei looked a bit embarrassed. Surely it's true. It may be a bit unconvincing to let you do it while making light of my life. Isa, I don't mean that, but, oh well, please love yourself. Yuri, then, I have another matter to talk about. Yuri, what is it? Isa, you may not like it as a teacher, but I'm thinking about doing business for a while. And if Isa Sensei is willing, why don't you translate the holy book? Lightly annotate. Yuri, that is in modern Shan language. Isa Sensei seemed to have imagined something like a Shan language translation of the holy book. No, it will be in the Teller language. Actually, I'm having a good business with the Republic of Albio, which Harold is doing, so I think it would be interesting to export the printed book. If we educate them about the right teachings, they will change their consciousness little by little, Yuri. But where do you sell it? No one will buy it. Isa, it looked like Isa Sensei had never done any business. We will sell it to the entire Isis region. The Republic of Albio had a network of dark trades in every country. With whole paper and printing technology, it's much cheaper to make than a parchment manuscript book. It is a market principle that if it's cheap, it will sell. Even if you don't like it, it will sell. Yuri, the possession of the holy book should be a kind of status over there, so I thought it would sell like a fly. This has been investigated, but there's still no printing technology, even if there's a plant-based paper over there. Of course, the information that such a binding in the kingdom of Shiyalta only offends the buyer, so I'll hide the fact. The people who buy it will, of course, want the current authorized version, not the Isa's translation, but the only cheap one is the Isa's translation, so they will have no choice. But let me say this. If you distribute the translation that I wrote, just like that, it will soon become a heresy. Once it's regarded as a forbidden book and burned, nothing can be done. Isa, that's true. The book translated by Isa-sensei is supposed to anger the church. The interpretation of the book established by the church is called the Creed in technical terms, which is adopted at the ecumenical council convened by a high-ranking priest of Isis religion. For example, in the book, there is no clear indication saying that Isis is a child of God, or God's will itself possesses man, or God himself coming down to earth, or even did he become a superhuman who can cause miracles. Of course, if that remains ambiguous, the content of the teaching will change from church to church, and the preaching of the priests will also become inconsistent. Let's say, if a believer A went to a church called C instead of the church called B, which he usually goes to, when he listened to the preaching, he would talk about what was different between B and C. What happened then? The priest of C church would be shocked and called A heretic. In fact, as the Isis religion expanded and spread to a large area, such cases became more frequent. Therefore, the Pope of the ancient times held ecumenical council, and Isis adopted the interpretation of God itself instead of child of God, which had a separate meaning from God, and made it a unified view. And those who refused the interpretation would be treated as a heretic. Since then, the ecumenical council has been convened every time something goes wrong, but this isn't like a regular meeting. If there are no problems, it may not be held for hundreds of years. The current Catholic doctrine has been formed by stacking the decisions of the ecumenical council like a pie crust and peeling them off if past decisions become inconvenient. In Isa Sensei's class, I know the difference between the interpretation of the Catholic sect and the view of the Isa sect, even though it's only on the surface. In the Isa sect, some important beliefs are wrong, and the interpretation of the book is quite different. There is no doubt that the book will anger the Papal States, but that will take time to happen. In a country where the social system isn't built at a high level, there will be a long time lag before problems that occur in the remote areas reach the center. In this matter, it is the Papal States that make the judgment of heresy. So if their territory is regarded like a donut-shaped territory and the book is sold all at once in a short period of time, the time to become a problem will increase considerably. If money is paid to the Republic of Albio, it is possible to have insiders in the Papal States. If a proposal of the prohibition is to be made, then we should distribute to the Papal States for the first time. Well, that time is that time. I will stop printing if it doesn't sell. Let's see, you can think of it as enlightenment, not missionary work. If you print 1,000 books, no matter how many books are burned, about one will remain. If anyone finds it 100 years later, the idea of Isa Sensei, which has been denied in the current time, might be evaluated by posterity. Isn't that interesting? Yuri, when I said that, Isa Sensei had a face that didn't seem to be all right. It was like her chest was throbbing. That's probably it. Isa Sensei isn't a scientist, but if she has a hobby of thinking, it's natural that she wants the world to know about the fruits that have come out as a result. Every human being wants to leave their own footprints in the world. It's too lonely to disappear without anyone knowing. Isa Sensei was wondering if she would be happy, but she immediately erased her smile. And then she looked down for a long time enough and remained silent. I couldn't figure out what she was thinking, but I knew she was thinking about something, so I kept quiet without making a sound. And after a long silence, "That's a big decision for me." "Isa," she said it. "Is that so?" "Yuri, I didn't think it was a big decision." "Certainly. The translation process may take some time." "Yuri, that's not it." "Isa, isn't that the case? Or rather, you have a stern look, which is different from earlier. If it's designated as a forbidden book, the owner will be a heretic. Submitting it to the church immediately will save them some trouble, but they will still be questioned. So maybe put in prison or executed." "Isa, I see. For me, it doesn't really matter because I would rather welcome the confusion over there, but I suppose it is different for Isa Sensei." "That's right. Indeed, that may be the case. I forgot the Isa Sensei standpoint. If you don't like it, I will give up. Yuri. No. Throwing a stone at the current Catholic sect, as Yuri Cohen says, has a good effect in many ways. I think it's worth doing even when compared to those negative aspects. Issa. However, it seemed Issa Sensei was motivated. What kind of feeling is it? I think it feels like the balance is shaking, but I don't know which weight is on. I don't know what happened in Issa Sensei's past, so I couldn't figure out. In that sense, I'm forced to make a decision. I've already failed once and ruined the lives of many people. But it may be my indulgence not to act for that reason. Issa. Yuri. Thought of saying that as a heavy matter, but I stopped. It was that Sensei thought and drew the conclusion. If the person was similar as Issa Sensei, they would have come to a simple decision. Or rather, if Issa Sensei didn't like it, I wouldn't push this matter hard. She might hate making money, so I thought I would give up if she didn't like it. The decision can be made at a later date. Maybe when I come back. Yuri. No. We will decide now. Issa. Why is that so? However, there's a question I would like you to answer when entrusting you with my translated book. Issa. This is getting strange. A question? Is it like an exam question? I didn't expect that I've been interviewing her since a while ago, and now I am on the side of being interviewed. Yes, what is it? Yuri. Why does war happen? Issa. I involuntarily frowned. What a vague question. However, it's none other than Issa Sensei's question. It's not a child's question. Sensei may have one or two opinions, so I should answer firmly with the intention of challenging the discussion here. Why is it? I think there are various reasons. Yuri. What are they? Give examples. Issa. I was told to give examples. Group psychological factors, economic factors, geopolitical factors, historical factors, military factors. You can justify it from any academic field, and none of them are correct. Yuri. Please elaborate. Issa. Elaborate, you say? Somehow, this is not the end of it. For example, if there are economic disparities between neighboring countries, it could be a source of war. There will be no people or landlords who feel comfortable watching the neighboring countries becoming rich and prosper. If the country is only vulnerable to armaments, it naturally creates a desire to attack. This is one of the obvious factors that starts the war. But it's one of the several elements, not all. If there is no economic disparity and there's no feeling of jealousy or envy between neighboring countries, then war will never occur. For example, the Kulkux War was caused by a completely different factor. Yuri. Yup, this would be perfect. It should be the answer. Well, Yuri-san's insight is very good. But that's not the answer I wanted. No, my question was wrong, wasn't it? Issa. What is that? Then, let me ask another question. How do you think you can get rid of war? Issa. That is Yuri. It became a question that turned me speechless. What is the intention of asking such a question? Even so, I feel like I've heard this kind of question for the first time in a long time. In this world, the war was so commonplace that no one thought about it, and I had never heard of this kind of question that was commonplace. Even if this kind of question was common in Japan, I have never heard of it. Let's answer honestly without reading too much here. If that results in me not getting the Issa sect book, it can't be helped. If any country dominates the world, perhaps there may be no war temporarily. However, what Issa Sensei wants to say is not that, but a way to permanently end the war, right? Yuri. Yes, that's right. Issa. It's a very difficult thing to do. If it's a simple problem rather than a difficult problem, there is no war from the beginning. There is a riddle-like answer, but if all but one human being is extinct, there will be no war, but that's no good. I have to think it over and answer it. A long time ago, some people said that if we remove weapons and troops from the world, there will be no war. If we define war as a battle between military forces, there will be no war if we lost the military. But that doesn't mean that either. Yuri. Yes, that's right. Issa. Well, indeed. Then, it means trying to eliminate the conflict itself. There are two ways to do this. Yuri. 2 ways are they? Can you tell me? Issa. One is an extension of eliminating weapons and troops from the world. Needless to say, the loss of weapons and troops from all over the world doesn't end the war. You just fight the invasion without being organized by using an empty fist. Humans can hit and kill people with their bare hands. Of course, you could take it away. It means that you can fight and plunder as usual. Weapons and troops are tools invented to streamline murder and win the war, so their disappearance has no essential effect on extinguishing the war. The state of war will change, but it will not be any more effective. Yuri, but you said earlier that we could eliminate the war. Issa, yes. Strictly speaking, this isn't enough. Not only that, all you have to do is to take away the arms, legs, and teeth from humans. Yuri, Issa-sensei looked surprised when I said that. In other words, it means removing all violent functions from human beings. Of course, you can't hurt others. Then, the war is gone. Yuri, if all humanity does that, that's true. Issa, of course. If they do that, humanity cannot live. They will become extinct due to the competition in the natural world. However, there's no point in eliminating war by eliminating military force. Yuri, in fact, it will be impossible to execute. That's certainly a convincing conclusion. It's not realistic, but it's an imaginary experiment. Issa, as expected, Issa-sensei didn't seem to be very interested. The other is not to eliminate weapons and troops from the world, but to eliminate the need for weapons and troops from humans. In other words, it eliminates the need for violent solutions from humans. Yuri, yes, that's splendid. Issa-sensei would have wanted an answer to the main point here. However, in reality, violence is used to solve every problem in this world. Men use violence to make women hear what they say, and women do the same to their children. Violent people rob to satisfy their desires, and when people arrest them, they also deprive them of their freedom through violence. Yuri, yes, that's true. Issa, so this solution envisions a world where murder, theft, rape, and assault are no longer exist in society, and the opportunity to enforce punishment disappears, eliminating the need for police. That's what it means. In such a world, of course, no army, no weapons, no war will be needed. Yuri, yes. Well then, do you think it's feasible? Issa, apparently, this is what she wants to hear. In science fiction novels and movies, genetic manipulations, artificial viruses, micromachines, and others fundamentally change human beings and change the brains that try to do such things. I can't tell if human science can reach that point, but assuming that science progresses infinitely, it's possible to actually deprive humanity of the possibility of war. However, it's not possible at present, and there's a sense of incongruity when it comes to eliminating war by altering human races in the first place. Incongruity, or rather antipathy? The answer is yes. No, I don't want to say that. If I say yes, I'm lying, and if I say no, I'm going to get rid of the possibility. Rather than simply giving either answer, the attitude of making efforts without giving is what makes progress. Whether you believe that effort will be fulfilled or not, that would be another matter. Yuri, the conclusion is neither a medicine nor a poison. So, there is no choice but to conclude like this. I understand Yuri-san's thought very well. Issa, is that so? Yuri, yeah, I wonder if it's no good. I don't know what the question was intended for. I will do my best to translate the book. Issa, I don't understand, but I guess it's all good. Were you glad a moment ago? Yuri, yes. I just wanted to make sure. The book can also be used as a tool to disrupt society if you want to. I hope that doesn't happen. Issa, no, this is about disrupting society. No, it's a vulgar thing to say, but I just want to make money. I don't think of any conspiracy, but I don't have the lofty idea of doing charity in the hope of the right faith. Yuri, I will take the money properly, though. I understand. Making money isn't a bad thing. However, the holy book is also malicious. In this case, it should be called a cause of harm. If treated with harm, it will have bad consequences. Issa, in other words, Issa-sensei is afraid that the believers generated by the distribution of the book translated by her for personal gain and shani people, as I like, right? Yuri-san, I believe you hate war. Issa, that's yes. Yuri, Well, of course. The book doesn't deny war, but they don't approve of it. Even if the book approves it, it should be a passive affirmation under the pressure of authority. It's not a priest's job to pursue personal interests and positively affirm them. Issa Sensei is a fine priest, so there should be no such thing. If you want to take advantage of me, you've told me the answer to deny the war in a way that sounds good. That's why I can entrust it to you with confidence. Issa, I don't understand the theory, but maybe you haven't thought about it? The confusion on that side is benefiting me. So if I recognize the value of use, I don't know if I will use it. Yuri, it may be so. That's why, please use the book I entrust to you for the well-being of ISIS believers. Issa, I was asked. Understood. I'll do that. Yuri, in the first place, I have no intention of using it against Issa Sensei's will. If there are restrictions, don't be extra greedy and just use it within the scope of use. Yes. However, that's only when you return safely. Again, please be careful. Issa, understood. I'll be careful. Yuri, it would be bad if the thing written by Issa Sensei is wasted. Well then, can you give me your hand? Issa, I put out my right hand to Issa Sensei. She took the slightly bulky hand, held it as if wrapping it with both hands. The palm was warm, even though the skin seemed to be dry. Shall I give you some oil to apply to your hands next time? When I suddenly thought so, Issa Sensei bent over a bit and put her lips lightly on the back of my hands. She released my hand at the same time as her lips. The sudden act made me surprised. Good luck. Please come back safely. Issa Sensei said with a smile. Got it. Yuri, while feeling embarrassed, I left Issa Sensei's room.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.